The young man swung his confidence like a weapon at the book that held the world's secrets, and the moment he commanded it to open, the pages snapped to attention and obeyed. He blares a blazing magical incantation and summons the power of Firen and Renel, unleashing deadly magic at the giant tree monster, while its massive branch is already swinging in, ready to swallow the enemy whole. Magnus wore a sorrowful smile as he told Yevhen their efforts were pointless. The fire wouldn't take hold here at all. Then he cut the talking, shot a quiet signal for Yevhen to hush, and threw himself into lining up the next strike. Once this warrior got divine grace straight from Trigon himself, then the boy's jaw dropped when he realized his partner was a total joke, a worthless assistant who couldn't land a single meaningful hit. Magnus proposed testing other elemental powers, but all he got was a cold, contemptuous stare. Then his companion snapped that he was a fool, roaring that fire was the only weapon that could cut down this plant monster. That guy wouldn't back down, he snapped, that the theory stays a theory and can't always survive real life. But the other person kept pushing, urging him again and again to drop the arguing and zero in on the real point. Once again, leaning on Farhan and Renel's magic, Magnus, armed with real power, shouts a spell, praying it'll blast that terrifying monster to pieces. Yevhen had just taken a brutal hit from the giant, and now his partner finally got it. This monster didn't care about magic, not even the strongest fire spell. The girl bolted straight to the wounded soldier, chanting healing spells non-stop to numb his pain and force his strength back into his body. Of course the guild would pull something like that. She was the kind of dependable, unstoppable asset they always count on. Nothing like that useless mage. On the battlefield, every priestess lives for one holy mission: shielding the warriors by healing their wounds and watching over them with relentless care. The girl whipped around to face her two companions. Misha snaps back to reality. This isn't a place for sweet talk, it's a battlefield, and romance is out of the question. Yevhen was genuinely thrilled with the victory, and he solemnly hammered home one truth: only by teaming up did they manage to beat the terrifying force of death. He shouted for everyone to grab the loot fast, and he nailed it down hard: nobody steals a thing. Magnus fumed to himself because his fire magic couldn't even scratch the monster. All the while, in a small town in the kingdom of Lacusta, joy erupted across the crowd when the warriors finally stumbled back from their journey. Everyone swore they were blessed beyond belief. Yevhen beamed as he proudly held up the fruits they'd collected, insisting these weren't ordinary snacks at all. Misha didn't hesitate. She took a bite, and her face lit up like she'd just tasted pure magic. Her fighting skills had jumped forward, and real joy lit up her face, like fate finally threw her a bone. The warrior wasted no time and split the magical fruits with Gildan. And Magnus? He just clicked. He'd found the exact fruit that could crank up his magic and refill his mana for good. Yevhen suddenly decided to keep the fruit for himself, and that choice blew the boy's mind. For Yevhen, it was simple. More fruit meant more mana in his reserves, but the comrade laid it out clearly. Yevhen uses his abilities way more than anyone else, and Hilda backed him up without hesitation. After everything, it turned out that the mage was nearly powerless in the last battle. Misha made sure of that when she said, "Earning a reward means you've got to prove yourself with your actions first." And the boy's rage was boiling because he honestly thought it was unfair that he didn't even get a chance to try other spells. Yevhen finally snapped to the truth. Summoning that mage was a huge blunder. Hilda wasted zero time, glaring and saying the only thing the young man had going for him was reading sacred texts, because in every other way he looked pitiful and brought next to no value. The warrior snapped to one hard truth. In a real fight, wizards were useless trash. Muscles won every time. So with the mage finally out of a job, the crew drove him straight back home. The young man jolted to his feet and headed for the door. Misha called after him, asking if he'd truly accept a nightmare like this. And he answered fast. He'd already heard what the squad was saying. They wanted brute force, nothing else. So he wasn't under any grand illusion about where he stood among the heroes. The girl labeled it pure cowardice, but the other just shrugged, like, let her believe what she wants, while Magnus's head spun with one brutal question: what was coming next? Every expectation was piled onto his back, and now it looked like he'd have to drag himself home with defeat. Memories flashed of people who once looked up to him, and that's when it hit. He had to forge his strength to save this world, because going home suddenly felt impossible. Right then, a stranger snapped his attention, and with his heart pounding, he blurted that he'd accidentally overheard their talk, all hoping to find a crew of real heroes. Magnus couldn't stop thinking about what snagged the stranger's attention during their talk, and he didn't even try to hide it. He admitted he'd heard the boy could read sacred texts. Right after that, he shoved an ancient tome into his hands, its pages packed with twisted, bizarre signs and secret symbols, and that bold move absolutely stunned Magnus. The cover practically dared you. Right there, it promised that inside this volume was everything needed to take down the Demon King, and even the words were written by the gods themselves. So this young traveler's curiosity lit up, because the whole thing felt so unreal and irresistibly worth digging into. Turns out only the gods and their messengers can read those sacred signs, so yeah, he's one of the chosen, no doubt. And that book? A real one would cost a fortune, yet the seller handed it over for nothing but a tiny symbolic fee. Then the young man paid on the spot, no hesitation. Every monster in this world is forged from the Demon King's shattered energy, so even if you wipe them out again and again, it all crumbles to nothing as long as that demonic lord still lives. Magnus hits the truth at once. This book hides the very foundations of what the universe is. A jolt of realization hit the young man. Wait, that's why the monsters they'd already crushed kept crawling back. Hungry for answers, he dove into an ancient tome and bam, found something unbelievably important and downright mesmerizing. 3 days later, the young man walked straight back into the terror of death again, feet steady, eyes locked forward, ready to prove just how strong the knowledge he'd learned really was. The young man was utterly sure his intel was right. Now all he had to do was scatter those special seeds into the poisoned earth on the northern slope near the village, wait 3 days, and then boom, a brand new monster would crawl out. Grinning, he didn't waste a second and got to work at once. Magnus seized a rare opening, charging at the infamous monster right when it briefly slipped, its guard down, its attention snagged, so he could strike with a decisive blow. The young man remembered it like it was etched in stone. The legendary death entity shrugged off special spells and magical weakenings like they were nothing. Yet his confidence never cracked, because every monster has a flaw. And for this giant, that weakness was hypnosis. According to the book, this terrifying monster doesn't flinch at any fire magic. It just stands there and eats the flames like nothing. But even the tiniest bolt of lightning can actually sting it, so the young man prepped ahead of time. He sharpened his weapon with lightning magic and loaded up electric spells for the fight to come. And Magnus even saw it with his own eyes. Yevon was totally wrong to claim fire spells would steamroll plant monsters with zero effort, and the young man admitted his mistake on the spot, blaming himself for hesitating and for not trusting his own instincts. From this moment on, he swears off humiliation, and he's done letting anyone shout over him. With new knowledge, brute strength, and hard-earned cunning in his hands, he gears up to smash the Demon Lord and carve his name into legend. Then he'll make the whole world see what mages really can do, and force the gods to understand that their meddling will not be tolerated anymore, not for a second. The gods respect anyone who fights their way up by their own grit, learning through knowledge and wisdom, because this book can only hand you the tools. Your destiny is yours to seize, and the Almighty just backs your push. And that's exactly what the young man did when he snapped the spell to life. Nick Zerafuti. The sky split open, and a brutal thunderclap slammed into the giant tree, like the heavens themselves unleashed their rage on the enemy. That one crushing spell utterly shut the enemy down, and when Magnus won, his stats exploded. His mana, health, speed, and holy heritage all shot up to a whole new level. To his shock, the young man realized his powers had skyrocketed. No more feeling unprepared, and that once-in-a-lifetime luck didn't just show up, it felt like a miracle. Best of all, that mysterious book had turned into his personal treasure chest of wisdom. After a brutal string of fights, the young man shattered 8 deadly thresholds, each one snapping his power up a whole new level, and his strength keeps climbing so fast that pretty soon he won't be able to rely on anything less than stronger gear. Magnus thought grabbing an S-rank staff was the real prize, until he realized even a lowly C-rank magical tool here was basically legendary. These things didn't just sit on ordinary shop shelves, and if you somehow spotted one, the price would make your wallet scream. Under his current situation, that dream was crushed. Then, out of nowhere, the boy's eyes snapped to something in the book that caught his attention. The young man didn't even pause. He tore off toward that mysterious place the book had painted so vividly. He didn't hesitate. He lunged straight into the smoke-choked passage. He slammed the levitation spell into action to control how fast he dropped, and relief hit him hard. Good thing the formula popped into his head just in time. The book said real magic mastery only kicks in at level 29, when the flight spell unlocks, and he couldn't wait to finally feel what it's like to soar free in the sky. The infiltration hit like a home run, clean and quiet. The book says the mansion is finally empty, and get this, the King of Wands once lived right here. Long ago, the King of Wands ruled La Couche as its mightiest sorcerer. Until 10 years ago, he was abandoned to die alone inside his own estate. Magnus snatched the S-rank Supreme Staff, an artifact forged from feather-light mithril, like something stolen from the gods. Crowned with a blazing red crystal, this staff hits you with sheer size and insane rarity. People swear you'd have to fork over 10,000 coins just to get your hands on one. And even if it costs 100,000, buyers would still line up without hesitation. This treasure is so ridiculously massive, it could bankroll a real aristocrat's luxury for the next 5 centuries, and the young man couldn't shake the eerie feeling that he'd actually stumbled into something this wild. On top of that, the weapon's power was straight up unreal. The magical weapon didn't just upgrade, it unleashed a brutal boost. Attack spells hit 79% harder, support spells surged up to 186%. And every second strike had a 51% shot at shredding the enemy's resistance, all while cutting mana costs by 25% and stretching spell duration too. And the new owner couldn't stop grinning because this staff felt perfect in every single way. At the king's grave, Magnus dropped to his feet and gave a fiery speech. Since the monarch died, everyone tossed him aside and forgot. But now Magnus begged for permission to borrow the staff. He swore he'd bring it back and bury it again beside the royal resting place, and he promised that one day the boy would stand up, beat the demon king, and drag peace back to these lands. Armed with what he'd learned from the book, he tore through the kingdom, hunting every treasure those records promised, grabbing every valuable he could lay his hands on. Then he zeroed in on the loot guarded by ruthless robbers. And during that deadly chase, the young fortune seeker accidentally ended up saving someone's life. The girls kept thanking their savior, because just days ago they'd been trapped and treated like slaves. And when they finally asked for his name, something hit him right then. He realized he couldn't resist their charm. One thought slammed into him. Magnus couldn't stand a pair of sincere, childlike stares. The rescuer, still smiling like he was lost, told them his name didn't matter at all, then quickly offered to take them home. The young man knew saving a few people wouldn't make stealing bandits' property legal, no matter how noble it felt, and every careful step could drag trouble right into his arms. So he decided to vanish back into the shadows. Maybe fate would reunite him with those girls again someday, but that's a whole different story. After he sifted through the found loot, his eyes went wide in disbelief. But even with that shock, he only grabbed what he liked and lined the rest up to sell. And then it hit him. C-rank gear is basically mythical in stores, so if an entire batch of it suddenly shows up for sale, it's guaranteed to draw unwanted eyes like a spotlight. First, the young man has to hunt for the perfect moment. and a safe spot to sell the trophies. And he can't just pick anyone. He needs a merchant people trust, someone respected and famous for being brutally honest, because these trophies are worth a fortune, and only a well-known, squeaky clean reputation will get them sold. Fueled by pure determination, the young man charged straight for the Merchants Association of Mall, the powerhouse of the city, where trade rules and magical artifacts get forged. Yevhen snapped that even here they couldn't get what he wanted, and Hilda quickly soothed him, saying the hunt had only just kicked off. Then she pushed him to stay calm. Misha backed her up, firing a warning at the warrior not to count on instant success. Like a bolt of lightning, the truth snapped into his eyes. He finally realized who they'd traded him for, and just how easily they'd found someone to replace him. The man quizzed the boys about why they'd come here and what they were hunting to buy. But all he got was a quick, sharp, "None of your business." And that answer hit Magnus hard, because he finally understood the truth behind their words, and he honestly wished them luck. The girls told the commander, right to his face, that the mages sometimes have astonishing knowledge, and the young man pressed again, demanding to know if they needed his help. Yevhen shot back that they were hunting for a magical staff, and when everyone realized how brutally rare that thing was, the companions decided to corner the young man and ask where exactly they could buy one. He shot back that he'd probably guessed, and then it hit him like a lightning bolt. In his treasury, there's a whole stash of matching staffs, and somehow there are already over 10 of them. The warrior pressed, "Where do we even buy staffs like that?" And the young man frowned hard, asking, "Why do we need a wizard's weapon if none of us can use magic?" He was told the job came straight from a noble lord, and the boy was nudged to point out where the staff were, and Magnus mentally snickered at how awkwardly the kid tried to ask. Then Hilda pushed right in with her own questions, and the stranger didn't even blink. He claimed he had the staff and swore he was ready to sell it at once. Yevhen realized this mage wasn't just some money grubber. He threw out 1,000 coins right away, then shot the bid up to 1,200, and that shock hit Magnus hard. The priestess stepped in and said the warrior gets everything he needs paid for by the church. When he saw the priests shamelessly ditch their own rules and demand payment for healing the desperate, calm flooded his chest as he sold his staff. He handed it over for 1,200 coins, and the girl thanked him with all her heart. The boy realized Hilda had bowed her head to someone she'd mocked just moments ago for profit. But inside her, rage and humiliation churned, because she couldn't stomach why she'd traded her pride for nothing more than an ordinary stick of C rank. The young man slid the staff into Yevhen's hands, and with a smug grin, Yevhen blurted the real reason. Someone had just agreed to trade this staff for a mithril sword. The warrior realized he could dump that staff in the shop for a whopping 5,000 coins, and the thrill of striking a deal lit up his face with a smug, self-satisfied grin. The boy said, dead calm, that he was satisfied with how they looked, an ice-cold jab that left the squad commander frozen in shocked silence. The last team figured this loss would rattle him and ruin his rhythm, but this kid had been stacking way better weapons, especially the legendary A-rank lightning sword, so what they threw at him didn't shake him one bit. Before he left, Magnus poured his heart into wishing his friends luck on their deadly mission against the Demon King. Then Eigen leaned in and asked the mage if he wanted to head back with their team. The young man's eyes flared with outrage at the question. He snapped back that he owed nothing in return, while Misha's face crumpled like a hurt kid, and he admitted he'd never seen this girl react that way before. Now it was time to pick where he'd sell his goods, and which shop would get his business, when his eyes snapped to a girl he'd just pulled from slave traders. Her surprise invite for a date absolutely blew the guy's mind. He was totally stunned. Storming out of the association building, the young man told the girl to stop making public invitations because those words trapped them both in total awkwardness. She immediately blurted a sincere apology, admitting she couldn't help it. Her emotions kept taking over. Magnus knew that speaking freely in that moment could get dangerous, even if the criminal's valuables were confiscated for official reasons. So his real mission was simple: keep the girl from blurting out anything careless about what really happened. Suddenly, it hit her like a punch. She'd shoved the savior into a tight spot without meaning to, and yet her heart leapt with joy, because this mess was the perfect opening to get closer to him. And since she was the daughter of the head of the biggest trading guild, she could spot the real value of chances like this in an instant. She was absolutely not going to let it slip away. Finally, he hears her name, Arya. After a quick introduction, Magnus cautiously asks what sparked all that wild emotion, and she reveals the truth. She's not putting on a show, she's simply trying to thank him for saving her life. He froze at the wild way the girl tried to thank him, so strange he couldn't help but dismiss it. And with his magician's experience, he knew better than to jump to conclusions. Every detail had to be weighed and examined with ruthless caution. Arya couldn't stop worrying that her presence irritated the mage, and that he might be expecting more from her. After the abduction left her drowning in fear and despair, anxiety crushed down on her future. That's when a young man with jaw-dropping beauty and a heart even bigger than his smile showed up. He threw himself into danger and saved everyone, and it hit her like lightning how powerful his actions were. Sure, fate had lined up many meetings for her, but she'd never, ever encountered a hero that unforgettable. Magnus got it instantly. Nothing he said could shake this girl's heart, and he couldn't pretend he didn't care about relationships at all. Still, even as he wanted something else, the real weight crushing his chest was one thing: destroy the Demon King, because this mission gave him zero space for his personal life. Anxiety screamed across Magnus's face. He even admitted he had zero experience talking to girls, so he couldn't stop picturing how ridiculous every word he said probably sounded. A young man went still with uncertainty, spinning on the task and itching with restlessness. And when Ari felt his panic, her face tightened too. Yet she pushed in to help, blurting that he was the first man who had ever caught her attention, and still he couldn't figure out why she was anxious right alongside him. The drone didn't feel any hate toward the girl, but it saw no point in dating, expecting it would end in failure, while she, on the other hand, treasured every second with him and stood ready to give him everything she had. Magnus stepped forward and introduced himself, and when Arya burst out, her joy was pure lightning. She couldn't believe she was standing before an experienced hero. The young man didn't dodge the truth about leaving the team. Instead, he watched Arya's eyes closely, because her stare didn't just question their old comrades, it openly condemned them for abandoning precious support. Still, Magnus held his tongue, refusing to attack the leadership that came before. Burning with curiosity about how their first meeting would go, he grilled the girl about it, and she told him she was free on Wednesday. After a quick talk, they both locked in their date for that very day. Magnus figures that once he gets close to Arya, she won't blab about what he's found among the bandits. And if he wins over the main merchant's daughter, he'll be able to sell his wares without a hitch. But even if greed is driving him, he can't afford to forget the trade part and try to fool her. For the first time, that feeling hit him like lightning, and he threw his whole heart behind the beauty of love. On Wednesday, strange ideas started buzzing in a young man from South Street. Some dating book insisted that showing up early was the secret to a real relationship. But he thought that was crazy, so he vowed to arrive exactly on time, not a single minute early. For a split second, the thought lit up in his head. Stay just a moment longer, casually apologize for the weight of his body, and brace for her response. I just got here. And yeah, in his eyes, that whole scene suddenly looked way too perfect to ignore. The young man hurried over and apologized to the girl for keeping her waiting, and Arya finally admitted she'd been so worried she spent the entire morning waiting for him. So he made it up by inviting her to a special place, swearing everything was set up just for her. And when she saw that, a smile burst across her face, like relief turning into happiness. Curiosity surged through him. Would she let him take her hand? The moment felt like magic, and even if she said no, he'd go again. Then he shot his hand out, and she calmly shoved his palm away, leaving him totally baffled. But just when he thought it was over, the girl snapped her own hand into his. A sudden, unexpectedly warm rush hit Arya, and she urged them to keep going together, while Magnus, totally thrown off, just sat there thinking, how do girls pull off something this amazing? The girl practically beamed as she blurted out that she adored pancakes, and the young man asked if she'd ever been to this place. When she shook her head, he grinned and said he'd just found this cafe and couldn't get over how amazing the food was. Right then, a waiter slid up to their table with their order, apologizing for the tiny delay with a polite smile. Magnus dug up the secret from a book. Insane pastries get baked right here, but almost nobody knows the exact spot. And honestly, the shop's fame doesn't matter. Too much staring, too much racket, and it would wreck his mood and kill his appetite fast. That omelet nails the whole flavor from the first bite. Salty bacon notes ring out and match the smoky aroma perfectly, and the young man leans in to ask the girl what she thinks. Arya lights up and blurts that it's one of the most delicious things she's ever tasted. Apples and wild berries together hit like a flavor explosion, and the girl couldn't stop raving about it as they shared the dish, savoring every single bite. Magnus lit up with pure joy, and she admitted it was the tastiest thing she'd ever had in her whole life. Arya slipped into the young man's palm and softly asked how he wanted to spend the rest of the day. Then, with that shy little smile lighting up her face, warmth hit him so hard his cheeks flared, and he just couldn't find the words. Caught up in a wild conversation and the strange spark between them, they meandered side by side until the whole city melted away under the soft, glowing pull of twilight. Her whole face lit up with pure happiness, and she thanked the boy right from the heart for that sweet meeting. Then joy surged in him too. But the girl wouldn't let it end there. She made him promise they'd meet again. Stepping forward, Arya softly pressed her fingers to his lips, and in that instant, his heart burst into fluttering excitement and fierce tenderness. Her cheeks flared bright red, her eyes dropped shyly, her breath came in quick bursts, and her heart pounded like it was trying to break free from the crushing wave of emotion. She sensed that this kiss was the first one he'd ever had, and the realization hit her like a soft wave. She wanted to cling to that sweet moment in her memory, because somehow she felt responsible for protecting its magic. The Arya vanished into thin air, and Magnus stood there, alone in the middle of the street, dumbstruck, sprinting his fingers through the emptiness, like he could still catch that phantom warmth on his lips. Then a wave of wild happiness and weightless lightness hit him so hard his head started spinning. With the book's advice in his pocket, the young man pulled off the perfect date, picking spots the girl loved, the daughter of the head of the Malmeat Trading Guild, and now he's sure the next evening will hit just as hard and be just as unforgettable. While his beloved was grinning with joy, Magnus felt pure, soaring euphoria. Because that incredible book didn't just impress him, it became his priceless map into the unknown, ripping open endless doors and giving him the power to craft wonders even when life turned brutal. Once he realized he'd snagged nearly every hidden item, the boy froze, then started thinking hard about what move came next. While I was scrolling the description of that extra task, a familiar name jumped out at me, one I knew too well, the girl I was trying to save. Mel, just an ordinary village girl, got pinned to her bed at nearly 14 by a mysterious illness, one that laughed at sacred magic. No spells, not even the strongest, could touch her, and every healer's attempt turned into nothing. In an ancient book, it warns that a monster's sinister curse is what's sickening everyone, and the only cure is to destroy the sorcerer. Without a second of doubt, the young man barrels toward the village of Enzo to find the truth. With real shock on his face, village elder Enzo couldn't hide his confusion when he heard the young wizard plan to take on that terrifying creature alone, right after it moved in near their village. Magnus blurted that personal reasons are dragging him out of the hero squad, and his grandfather snapped back that no matter what happens, the kid is still an outstanding mage. So Magnus just grinned, relieved to hear it. Normally, he'd have stuck around for just 2 or 3 days. Then the elder stepped in and, with real sincerity, invited him to stay at his home for as long as he wanted. The old man even pointed out how he'd lost his son and the rest of his family to a brutal illness, leaving the house full of empty rooms, and that chilling detail made the mage hesitate, because he'd seen that exact same sickness before. In the end, it all spiraled back to his own granddaughter, so the grandfather couldn't rest, desperate to figure out how Mel's illness was tied to the duel coming next. Even the hero hesitated, but deep down he still believed that beating the monster would somehow bring the girl's health back. An old man jerked upright and blurted out an apology for letting his emotions run wild, while a young guy raced in to insist that his assumption was nothing but guesses, and that it probably came out way too optimistic. Since the young man was already planning to vanish from the village right after he'd crushed the monster and healed Mel, this offer felt like the cleanest exit, so he could dodge all obligations, and the old man with his granddaughter wouldn't end up carrying debt that weighed on him. Magnus threw everything he had into dodging those brutal circumstances, doing everything in his power to make sure he didn't fall right into a trap. The villagers packed the hero off with blazing hope, swearing only he could rescue a girl as extraordinary as Mel, and with every step his way, heartfelt prayers and wild wishes for his safe return clung to him like fire. The villagers soaked up every word the elder said, and now all their dreams rode on the young man's shoulders. Magnus had seen this moment before, so he grinned and promised he'd bring down the monster. But even with that iron confidence, a thin, quiet anxiety still crawled through his soul. He strode along the forest path, snapped around on a dime, and demanded, ice-cold, what the mystery stalker was really after, his sharp eyes cutting through the tangled thickets as he waited for the truth. From the tangled underbrush, a tall young man finally pushed through, inching onto the damp grass with careful steps and a cautious stare locked on the boy. Kneeling before the hero with total respect, village guard Enzo lit up with real joy. He couldn't believe the hero picked him out of all those familiar faces, and the pride in his own memory burned bright, because in a chaotic crowd like that, losing someone in the blur would be so easy. The young boy shot a serious plea at the young hero. "Let me join the coming battle," and it hit Magnus like a gut punch, forcing him to question the Guardian's real motives and whether he was truly ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with the young mage when it mattered most. He wouldn't stop trying to win a spot by his side, because deep down he knew this new partner actually fought for real, and his skill and brute strength blew past any regular village guard. Even so, the young mage couldn't shake one burning question. What's driving this volunteer? Is it greed for loot, or a real heart trying to save the native village from danger? He spiraled, kept second-guessing, and couldn't rest until he figured out the truth behind his future allies' motives. Their gaze pinned Magnus to the spot as they spoke with unshakable certainty. All that drives him is one mission: to save Mel, whose life is hanging by a thread, even as she's seriously ill. And in those plain, honest words, you could feel the Guardian's real compassion shining through, pure and noble. Turns out their friendship goes all the way back to childhood, even with a 4-year gap between them. And when he really clocked it, he couldn't believe his friend was only 18. They were basically the same age. Yet his friend looked way older, like a 30-year-old trapped in a teen's body. Glantz finally admitted he cared for the girl, and what he felt for her wasn't just sweet affection. Hearing that, Magnus snapped with shock and demanded why he hadn't opened his heart to her yet. Glantz let out a heavy sigh, confessing that spilling his feelings had always been brutally hard for him. That towering guard filled everyone with dread, especially since, after the boy finished military service, he came back and chose to defend his own village. The moment he heard Mel was sick, he didn't freeze for a second. He stormed off hunting a sorcerer, ready to save her. Magnus warned their clash would be brutal and refused to promise his friend any safety. So Glantz stepped forward, ready to take the hit for him with his own body. But the hero shut that down at once, calling that sacrifice too much, while the guard just held his ground and swore he was prepared to die for Mel, because he'd been training for this exact moment for years. Realizing there was no real reason to back out, the mage decided one extra fighter in the showdown couldn't hurt, and his own gritty instincts told him what Glans feared, because no matter how noble the cause is, nobody wants to die. So he grabbed the defender and pushed for a plan together for the battle that was coming. Magnus had already clocked it. Glens was a seasoned warrior, hovering around the 7th or 9th level, and his read the opponent data only works if the enemy is weaker. But this threat standing in front of them is on another planet, a 19-level monster. Now the whole team is scrambling, trying to crack the playbook on how to take down something that terrifying. They froze on the spot, drinking in every creak and whisper from the forest, until finally a nearly silent rustle of footsteps slipped through the branches, screaming that the enemy was already right there. Their hearts hammered harder and harder, bracing for the battle that was about to explode. Before the heroes loomed the gigantic forest giant, an absolute nightmare, its thick, rough hide and bulging muscles roaring with power, while its savage stare swept over the new opponents like it was already tasting victory. With Magnus gripping the supreme staff, power erupted in his hands. He unleashed a chain of brutal spells and boosted his supportive charms by an insane 186%. And when Glens felt that surge, he flared a blazing fire aura, snapped a magical shield around himself, and wrapped in heavy protective magic armor. Even after hearing all his partner's hype about what he could do, the guard couldn't help it. Seeing it firsthand still floored him, like his body was pouring out endless power, and that strength, handed down by the hero himself, felt like a real miracle. The mage knew only a handful would ever dare to face that monster head-on, because fear could crush anyone's resolve in seconds, until his love for Mel burned bright, and his partner's steady support turned that first brave look into the real, unshakable courage of a warrior. The guard never forgot the friend who bolstered his courage and shattered his fear. Then, fueled by that gift, he burst into the fight and tore into the enemy over and over without letting up. Magnus got it immediately. No matter how hard you hit, it means nothing unless you landed on the mark. So he sharpened his partner's agility, knowing they couldn't hurt the forest giant unless they worked around that monster's weird eyesight. Every monster's got a crack in its armor, so the mage keeps firing spells to break them down. Right in the middle of the fight, the hero tells everyone his plan. He'll boost his partner's agility so they slip past every strike, while the guardian stays sharp, dodging the enemy's attacks with skill. That razor-sharp glance hit the monster like lightning and made it shriek in agony. So the hero grinned, because it felt like a good omen, even as he realized that if he'd been fighting solo, he'd have pulled the same move already and seized the upper hand. With his friend backing him up, he cut the time to drop the boss in half, because the book said this monster crumples under fire, and he didn't hesitate to unleash the power that turbocharged his abilities. The warrior didn't hesitate. He unleashed his signature Furon and Ren-L techniques, then stacked third-level heavy sustained fire artillery on top, blasting the battlefield with a non-stop roar of flames and crushing explosions. The monster got hammered by a brutal storm of powerful strikes, and it thrashed in non-stop agony, screaming so sharp it felt like it could split the air. The strike hit dead on, light exploded into a blazing glow, flames tore through the silence, and a massive wall of smoke surged outward in every direction. Magnus let out a breath of relief, because he'd timed the creation of that powerful magical shield for his friend perfectly. With the shield gone, he didn't stand a chance against that crushing blow, and when it finally ended, the mage let out a breath of relief, told Glans they'd won, and said it was time to head back home. When Enzo's heroes finally marched back into the village, everyone crowded around them, residents banding together, thanking the fearless defenders with real joy for surviving that brutal battle and bringing everyone home. The guard got nailed with a reprimand for meddling in the mage's business and rushing into battle without a single permission. Some people kept reassuring everyone, saying the real point wasn't how the fight looked, it was what they won in the end. The mission got done, nobody took serious injuries, and the whole team made it back home safe. Joy surged through her. She could hardly believe she'd finally been allowed to touch a real, legendary magician. The other girls surged toward the famous mage, like they needed proof this meeting with a legend was real, and the young man just stood there, blinking in confusion, unable to figure out why it mattered so much for them to touch him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped to the kids, who were buzzing with excitement over the monster's terrifying roar. One of them even swore the ground under their feet was shaking. The young man froze when the monster's dying scream echoed all the way here. It felt wrong, impossibly strange. Right then, someone shouted his name. Turns out it wasn't just any metal, it was a fused alloy, locked together like something built to last. Suddenly, the young man caught the moment the other person's gaze jerked away, and his face went nuclear red, cheeks flaming from embarrassment clear up to his ears. With tears streaming down his face, the chief blurted out to Mr. Magnus that he had no words left to thank him properly, because for years his heart had been trapped in dread, the day that horrible illness would rip his granddaughter from this world. He admitted he still can't wrap his head around how that girl's healing miracle really happened. That girl couldn't stop wondering if the forced monster really caused her suffering, so Magnus decided to go after it and rescue her. Then the girl wrestled with how to repay him, only for the young man to softly tell her that the only real gratitude should be for the one who deserves it most. The nobleman strode forward with fearless confidence and introduced the young man Glands, and right on cue, Glands flushed hard, stumbling into a wave of unexpected praise and attention. The mage threw the words down like a gauntlet. That guard charged with unshakable grit, sprinting to save the girl in a brutal duel against a terrifying foe. Even with death staring him in the face, he didn't back up, one step, not one, proving that real heroes aren't made by fate or the gods. They're forged by their own bravery. Sudden embarrassment hit Glenn like a truck. His words tangled as he stuttered, painfully awkward under the spotlight. His comrades nearby kept needling him to stop acting like such a modest hero and just own it. Mel burst into loud laughter, honestly stunned, because this kind of behavior didn't fit him at all. She blurted, "How could someone so modest and unsure turn into a real hero and take down a giant, deadly monster?" Everyone in the room nodded along with the girl's take, and Magnus took one look around. Everything felt calm, easy, and just right. So he knew this day was going perfectly. Meanwhile, Mel softly leaned back against the iron. The girl looked him straight in the eyes and admitted, heart first, how thankful she was that he'd sprinted into danger for her. And then she confessed the real joy she felt knowing fate had handed her a loyal, kind friend willing to throw himself on the line for the one he loved. The magician clocked the dejected slump on his friend's face, and deep down he never expected that he'd survive this journey and actually make it back home alive. That question felt pointless to him. He'd never get people like that. But once he got back to Lacoste, he knew he'd have to go see Aria. The whole village buzzed like a festival, loud cheers everywhere, bright laughter spilling through the streets, as everyone welcomed Glands with open arms, handing him drinks and begging him to join the celebration of his return and victory run. And that young hero couldn't help but feel his heart soar with pure, unstoppable joy. Magnus dug into the village dishes, grinning as the girl begged him to taste the finest local wine, but the wizard smiled politely, shrugged it off, and admitted he couldn't stand alcohol at all. Right then, another hostess swooped in with juice, and the village elder finally made his way over to the table. The old man couldn't wait to reward the hero, but fear gnawed at him. This poor village barely had anything fit for a savior like him. The young hero knew it too. There was nothing he could honestly demand from the villagers, and taking money would feel awkward, since he didn't even need it. The young man told the chief there was no need to thank him. He already got what he came for. And the chief leaned in, dying to know what reward he meant. The heroes finally admitted it. The trophies from the monster they wiped out were more than enough, and they weren't just talking, they meant it. Ever since the start, this artifact was all he lived for. He spent ages poring over the book's clues about the forest giant, tracking every tiny detail, until the odds of snagging the heart of the fierce forest shot up to 79%. And now, finally, the thing he'd been chasing was in his hands. This stuff is pure gold for crafting enchanted gear. Like that ancient tome swears, if you hand rare parts like these to a mystic dwarven blacksmith, he'll forge a one-of-a-kind artifact with real power. And the heart of the thunder tree is one of the key ingredients that makes it all happen. The young man couldn't stop smiling after snagging one of the key components. Then Magnus leaned in and demanded to know if Glance had grabbed the pieces of his shield. And when Glance confirmed it, the wizard finally let out a breath of relief. Those fragments were exactly what he needed. The young man leaned in and said, "With the heart of the Thunder Forest and those shield fragments, I can forge a magical artifact that'll make the Demon King fight way easier." And even though the Guardian didn't catch every detail, he still smiled with genuine relief, knowing he was finally helping the sorcerer. The young man locked onto a brand new mission: track down the legendary blacksmith. In an ancient tome, he stumbled on the name of the master he needed, Berserk, a wild, unpredictable blacksmith with his forge tucked away on the artisan streets. The news lit up the young man's face, and right as that happened, deep in the kingdom of Lacusta, in the capital of Lacustia, something huge was already brewing. He pounded on Mr. Buzurfa's door, and when nobody answered, shock turned into rage. This was supposed to be the meeting that let him talk to the master, but he'd left Arya alone for nothing, and now he was still getting shut out. Suddenly Magnus stumbled and smashed through the door, and the truth hit him like a punch. This was already gone bad. The book had warned him. The workshop's owner was famously irritable, and trespassing in his home wouldn't slip by without punishment. Then Magnus froze. Inside, an old man lay on the floor, barely breathing, barely moving, like all the fight had been stolen from him. Horror seized the young man's chest when a battered old blacksmith, soaked in bloody wounds, stumbled into view, and the wreckage around him screamed that something had just happened. Right then, a brutal question tore through the boy's heart. What became of the revered master? Inside Berserk's workshop, the young man yanked an unconscious man off the floor and barked what happened, right now. The wounded guy could barely speak, and only one word slid out: heroes. The young man stared, mind racing. Was it Yevon's squad behind this? Rage ripped through him the moment he realized this guy had already dared to strike the innocent. Magnus thrust a healing potion into his hands and begged him not to waste time. This stuff was meant to work. The old man only waved it off, refusing anything that seemed useless and eyeing the stranger like danger. And boom, the young guy instantly got it. The book wasn't exaggerating at all. That kind of weird suspicion was exactly what they warned him about. Berserk snapped back that they'd ordered weapons from him, then turned around and robbed him blind, all while acting desperate like bandits and calling themselves heroes with zero shame. And yeah, he admits it still isn't even the worst thing they've done. The young man boldly offered to grab the teacher's spear, the Thunder Trident, an honest-to-goodness B-rank weapon. Right when the young man went to cough up 8,000 gold, panic hit. He realized he didn't have that kind of money on him, and he refused to go back to the inn. So he blurted that he'd trade a healing elite elixir for a spear instead. The old man only laughed, and instantly clocked exactly what the kid was really trying to do. With a heart full of gratitude, the young man thanked his savior for the healing elixir, then tipped his head and introduced himself. "I'm Magnus, Magnus the Wizard." And before the wounded man could even think, he snapped the potion up in one gulp, draining every last drop to get his strength back. Zerf leaned in and demanded to know why the guest had come to his home, then added, fast and blunt, that he'd rather not learn why a mage with that kind of power is hunting the legendary spear. This boy had been hearing non-stop praise about that blacksmith, pure master-level magic in human form, so he stepped forward to pitch his help, begging for a fast yes and an even faster start. And the price? One miracle potion. The old man burst into laughter when he heard the client came just for that product, then slashed the price, but only if the client hauled back 2 more bottles of the same tinctures. The young man wasn't even shocked. He'd been eyeing that old man's legendary belly for ages, but Surf only smirked through the bitterness. and swore he used to look totally different, a real heartthrob. Still, as much as he wanted to help, his body just wouldn't let him do much anymore. He tiptoed in, snatched his master's prized hammer, and swore he'd give it back once the Demon King fell, because no new tool could ever replace a true blacksmith's devoted hand. For a smith, a great hammer is a witch's staff, and only steady, trusted tools forge real masterpieces. But Yevon was burning his strength and soul in the worst kind of useless hope. On the artifact pages, the young man finally spotted a full description of the exact item he'd been hunting, so Berserf's eyes lit up, and he wouldn't stop firing questions. What caught the boy's attention, which book he was reading, and what secrets were hidden between the lines, demanding he show him everything. Magnus said he'd spill the details later, then shot back one thing with confidence. They'd truly get their hands on an insanely valuable orichalcum hammer. He couldn't believe his luck. He was stunned that crossing on foot would eat up a whole week, but the magic carpet would slice it down to just a few hours. And the moment he saw how perfect it was, he fired off, "What do you think?" The old man nodded, yet even as he agreed, his hands wouldn't stop shaking. Pure nerves were taking control. Arya's father, head of the Merchants' Guild, rose with a grave, shaking voice and revealed the impossible. In Mega Rose's massive mine, they'd struck rare metal riches, and even the legendary orichalcum forging hammer. And the city's ruler personally handed him the mission. Zerf stared at the ground, realizing it was packed with undead, and the air felt like it was about to snap. Arya, though, just smiled and said there's nothing to fear with Magnus there, because this kid knew they had to grab that hammer, no matter what stood in their way. Right in front of the young team yawned the entrance to the Megaros mine, massive, jaw-dropping, and alive with history. Koval explained that this place once spit out all kinds of minerals, and that's why the passage still looks so unreal. The young man shoved, "Hop on the magic carpet right now and get moving," while the old man snapped in outrage, glaring at him like, "How am I supposed to trust that unreliable junk again?" The young man said, "If it was just us two, it'd be simple, but Arya can't carry that whole journey alone." The girl lit up at his real concern, and the man just nodded right along, accepting the choice without a second thought. Fear hit her hard the moment she stepped onto that carpet plane, and she clung to her companion with all her strength, trying to wrestle control back from her terror, while the young hero, eyes blazing with resolve, stepped forward willingly to face the living dead head-on and clear the path toward her longed-for goal. Out of the darkness surged a towering horde of undead, an endless gray wall of rotting flesh, drowned in the black gloom of an ancient curse, while their stomping footsteps thundered and shook the air, swallowing everything in a thick, deadly terror. Berserf swore these tragedies sprang from human greed, spirits trapped on the wrong side of life, drifting through his mind like lost ghosts, doomed to stumble through Chujak thoughts like pathetic, unhappy fools. The young man immediately spotted a few dwarf representatives scattered among the dead, and the old man flicked his hand like, "They're nothing, just two disappointments." But Magnus didn't drop his guard for a second. He snapped his staff's magic awake, braced for whatever was coming. Arcane magic spins into the air as the wizard spits out the spell, MLAA Nu Pin Darn Trisberman. And the dwarf just stares with eyes bulging, because in seconds the whole army of the dead is gone, shattered by one brutal hit, while Arya can't hide her awe, praising how wildly skilled and strong her ally is. In the old man's mind, the last few minutes burst back to life. First, that frantic escape on a magical carpet, and then a young man's spear snapping into action, one decisive swing blasting through a whole giant army and whipping up a cloud of dust. He realized, way too late, that his young companion was far stronger and more skilled than he'd ever guessed in the first place. Suddenly, fear slammed into Arya like a tidal wave, and she tore ahead to warn her companions about the monsters lurking up ahead, admitting, straight from the heart, that she was terrified. The young man didn't show it, but he smiled inside, charmed by how open and almost innocent her panic was. The blacksmiths barked at Mr. Mag to keep his eyes wide open, and he nodded instantly, then snatched his fearsome magical spear right back into his grip, wasting zero time. He knew there was no way they could get lost. The book was laying out the route with absolute confidence. Thanks to that detailed map from the book, he rebuilt the whole mine in his head. Every twist, every safe route, and every deadly zone he had to steer clear of. The Megarus mine, hidden out in that endless stretch of wilderness, was legendary for its rare, mind-blowing riches. So, when travelers finally pushed through and hit their destination, joy lit them up, and the cavern's massive, never-ending darkness made their hearts burst with straight-up awe. Berserf stared at that abandoned mine and realized it still hid a treasure trove of valuable stuff. Yet he couldn't shake the fear that those guys might not get to use it without running into problems first. Hordes of undead came crashing forward to tear the travelers apart, and Magnus didn't even blink. He snapped his power into place and launched straight at them, moving with the fast, fearless precision of a battle mage who'd earned every scar. He flashed a light smile and said, beating these guys was nothing to him, while Arya watched, awestruck, as his razor-sharp fighting technique made every obstacle crumble like it wasn't even there. Then the wizard snapped out a cryptic spell, Hinku eturun air, and in an instant a nightmarish gate ripped open in mid-air, whipping out a mysterious limb. With full confidence, the miners strode into the giant cave, and every footstep thundered back, making the whole place feel unreal and massive. An old man stared, stunned, as a portal to Lacustia snapped to life right in the middle of the mine, and somehow he'd actually carved a doorway there. Berserf was genuinely blown away, thinking, I've never met a kid this special in my life. With a stern stare, the miner snapped that it was time to work, then barked at his companions to start digging right now. 1, 2, 3. Magnus shot a confident plan that said, wait until the repairs are done. While the workers were busy, he urged everyone to sneak into the mine and hunt down the blacksmith's lost hammer. The man blurted an immediate apology for the wild question, then asked, carefully, what the young man thought about marrying his daughter, and the young man froze in true shock, gripping the oracle complex of Miss Hammer he'd somehow found like it might keep him from falling apart. The father was sure the boy already clocked Arya's genius, and he felt like those two were meant to fit together, set for a long, happy life together. Magnus agreed, sure, but the proposal coming out of nowhere yanked him straight back to that whole incident with the girl. The girl told her father, not yet. Soon the young man has to march into battle against the Demon King, and she made him understand, crystal clear, just how massive that mission was for him. Arya refused to be a weight on his shoulders. She wouldn't steal focus from his life's work or wreck the mission that mattered most. The man finally swallowed the truth his daughter said. If the Demon Lord really had wrecked the world, the trade routes would have crashed for everyone, no excuses. So rage turned into regret, and he went straight to apologize for his reckless outburst. The young man smiled it off, saying he didn't hold a single grudge. With sincere gratitude in his eyes, Magnus gazed at the girl and poured out his deepest thanks, because fate had truly handed him a miracle of nature, the beautiful, wise Arya. And right then, he knew it for sure. Life had finally given him real happiness in the form of meeting her. Only a week later, the young man stormed back into Berserf's shop, firing off an impatient question about his order, and the old master lit up, confirming everything was done on time, then ushered him inside and bragged about the brutal hunt for the relics, proudly unveiling his new creation like it was the real deal, a full-on masterpiece. The young man stared at the incredible creation with blazing excitement. Sure, the master poured every ounce of effort into it just for him, and when he touched the magical object, he couldn't help but feel real, awe-struck admiration for the talent that forged it. Before his eyes, the masterpiece burst to life, a colossal battle magic golem forged with razor skill and obsessive care for every tiny detail. The blacksmith stared in disbelief, because it wasn't just good, it was his dream made real, the years of hard-won experience finally screaming, "I did it!" And right there, this creation became the crown jewel of his life and career. On the golem's smooth surface, the refined inscription, Gladius, burned with meaning, because its creator's pride and careful devotion turned that name into a mark of pure uniqueness and perfection, making it sound proud, majestic, and perfectly matched to the creature's flawless look. Magnus treated the smith's craft like a priceless treasure, thanked Berserker with real heartfelt sincerity, and with a blade like that, you could charge straight into the wildest, most dangerous depths of the Megaros mine, so much that the old master was genuinely stunned by the young man's honest admiration. After checking out his brand-new ride, the young man beamed at how smooth and comfy it was to drive, while the master just smirked, shrugging off the praise and quietly insisting that his work proves he's still the best blacksmith. The young man practically bounced with excitement, insisting they test the golem right now. So the older man nodded, only warning that he wanted them to move a bit more carefully, and the young man just burst into laughter. The master threw down one last warning. If you want to cross the mine and reach the end, you'll have to face the master lurking in the blackest depths. He's the one who unleashes waves of undead that swarm the dungeons, and the real nightmare is this brutal drop. A 6-level gap separates you, turning the fight into a non-stop, no-mercy test. Magnus leaned in with full confidence, saying this newly acquired golem and the fact that Gladius will finally step onto the battlefield could flip everything on its head. With its raw power and magic soaked through every hit, it can smash the enemy's resistance and drag the long-awaited victory right into their hands. And right there, he said the only real way to see what the new golem can do is to throw it into a fight against a brutal, powerful boss. So he turns to the blacksmith and asks, do you think that's the best way to test it too? With a grin, the young man pumped Berserk up, insisting they should kick back and actually enjoy the ride. Then the old man, crookedly smiling with a flicker of surprise, nodded along, ready to test it and pray he could dig up the strength to survive what's coming. And when the old man agreed, the young man took it as a clear, undeniable yes. Deep inside the tangled corridors of the Megaros mine, Magnus unleashed the wild power of his magic, and the master begged him, pleading for him to drop the plan. But Magnus dug in, relentless. All he could think about was seeing the grandeur of Gladius with his own eyes, even if it meant throwing his life on the line. When Mage finally clocked just how terrifying his opponent's power was, he had no choice. He threw every ounce of focus into the fight and left the Berserker's protection hanging. The old man didn't even blink. He calmly told him not to worry, not to stress about him at all. Mage thought it was weird for a smith to act like that, but damn, it was also the kind of courage that deserved real respect. At last, they pushed into the Megaros mine's deepest chambers, and the place revealed its secrets to them. Staring down an unknown giant, the grandfather froze in terror, while Magnus snapped at him to back off and stay clear of the poisonous miasma fog, because one tiny brush with it would spell death for a weak adventurer. Right in front of the young hero loomed a nightmare, a terrifying level 34 skeletal dragon, pure fear wrapped in bones. After cracking the dragon's wicked scheme to call up a horde of skeletons, the wizard snapped into action. Golem Gladius, his brand new weapon, got one command: protect his master at all costs. With a surge of relief, the young man realized it was all going exactly like the plan. Gladius was busy keeping those skeletons occupied so he could lock in on the dragon duel. He gathered dark magic, unleashed a shadow spell, and slammed the strike home. Curiosity surged through the wanderer. Why would dark magic wreck the dead? The boy couldn't hold back, so he demanded the chance to see it all with his own eyes, then steadied himself and solemnly chanted the spell that wakes the power of the third stone. Seeing his friend's plan click instantly, the old man declared the strategy brilliant. Then, wham! The monster shuddered from the surprise hit, roaring in agony and pure despair as it shook the sky. Koval felt the mocking stares in his bones, because the dragon didn't just refuse to fall, it split and grew a second head. Then doubt swallowed him whole, as he started to wonder if anyone could actually beat something that strong. The young man chanted the shadow spell and brought the third stone back to life. The teacher gasped in despair, insisting it was hopeless. But Magnus shot him a look and begged him to trust, because everything was going to be fine. The insurance company surged forward and launched a crushing attack on their opponent. Even wrapped in protective spells like an invisible shield, the young man still got slammed by the impact, but he didn't break. When he realized the magic held perfectly, courage surged through him. Doubts got tossed aside, and he charged straight at the monster, kicking off the fight without hesitation. Magnus flicked his hand and summoned a shadow spell, and the blacksmith, confused by what the apprentice was doing, pressed for answers. But Magnus only told him to watch, and the moment the magic hit, the results blew past every expectation, shocking the master so hard he just stood there, frozen. The mage laid it out. Shadow magic drains the enemy's mana dry, and this monster was forced to burn even more power, constantly resurrecting skeletons and mending its own wounds, until every direct spell it faced finally wiped it out. Once the dragon finally drained every last drop of its magic, the young man snapped out a spell that cracked open the third stone and brought it to life. Then Magnus hurled the shadow spell again. This time the old man watched the dark mist thin out fast, and the young man grinned as he explained that the monster couldn't heal anymore or summon skeletons. Next up, Stone 3 had to be reawakened, and while that happened, the hero kept his cool and fired off his explanations like a spark in the dark. With that, the monster was basically stuck with one clumsy move, a head-on charge, because it was a simple, slow thing. The young man slammed another torrent of energy straight into the monster's core, triggering another crushing blast of Stone 3, and with every new wave he piled on more pressure, breaking the dragon's rhythm until it finally started losing its grip on strength and balance. In the end, that battle slammed down into a blazing win for them, boosting their combat skill and sharpening their edge in ways they could feel instantly. When Magnus finally smashed into the coveted 30th level, pure joy and total triumph hit him for the first time. After he crushed the dragon, he was handed a staff memento from the fallen beast, an S-level artifact. It looked like the ultimate prize, until you saw the one nasty catch. But every time he cleared a new level, the climb got nastier. Rising higher turned into a brutal struggle. He already understood this much. Hitting level 30 or higher meant stepping into the legendary realm of heroes. But the real question tearing up his mind was whether there was a faster, smarter way to level up. Ancient records told the mage the truth. This world only births a bone dragon so rarely that you can't even count on it for leveling up. And ordinary skeletons are worse. To gain a single level, you'd have to wipe out 10 million. Even if you slaughter 300 a day, you're stuck doing it for a brutal full 15 years. That idea sounded awful to the boy, so he started wrestling with a big question. Should he hit the road and take a side quest? Maybe, just maybe, it would pay him back with something good. This book swears the whole point is to take down the Demon King, and it throws in handy side quests too, each one saving your skin when trouble hits. They also took on extra chaos, roaming a mysterious cave, hunting vampires, and even brewing potions they could share. Because the Demon King is cutting down countless lives, Magnus has no choice. He's going all in to save everyone, and if he can level up and snag some treasures along the way, that's the sweetest bonus imaginable. Yevon snapped at Narcissus through clenched teeth, furious that he didn't need a single item for the job anymore. Then he couldn't believe it, because the master of the house had only just said so, even though the warrior had already grabbed everything they needed and finished the mission. The scientist snapped back that those flowers meant nothing to him anymore, because after a full month of everyone trying and failing to help with his task, one good soul finally stepped in and saved the day. He hauled in so many flowers that the scientist could run every experiment he needed and still have a pile left over. The hero wouldn't back down. He kept yelling that for these flowers, he'd cling to life at the edge of death for a full month. Narcissus knew it too. These plants only thrive in the great abyss's darkest depths. So, why is he refusing to pay? Misha got hit, right in the pride, and seethed that their opponent dared to rage too, when it was them who'd totally forgotten the assignment in the first place. And honestly, if Gilda hadn't happened to spot the flowers, they might never have brought the task up at all. Yevon snapped in outrage, demanding the name of the bold person who dared to derail his work, while the scholar stayed cool and said it was a powerful wizard, Mr. Magnus. The hero snapped a cruel nickname at his old partner, Trash, but Narcissus fired back instantly, insisting he wasn't some run-of-the-mill fighter, he was smarter and deadlier. Then the scientist turned to everyone and demanded answers, pointing out the mage finished the job way faster and asking how their team planned to explain that massive gap. The warrior barked for silence, daring anyone to remember. Real fighters don't hide behind excuses, and if you mock them, you'd better be ready to pay. While he raged, Misha couldn't stop wondering how many times this had happened since Magnus walked out, because the commander's self-control was slipping faster and faster. Nasser pressed Mr. Yevon hard. Would he really dare to strike the royal scholar, a family that served the crown for 7 generations? Maybe this was the kind of trouble that forced him to report straight to His Majesty. And then the warrior suddenly snapped to a stop. Lilda shoved for calm and told the scholars it was only a mix-up, but the warrior brushed her off with a dismissive wave, claimed it was just a joke, and even apologized. So, when the client heard that, he burst into cheerful laughter and said, "If it's a joke, then nobody got hurt." Yevon shot Mr. Narcissus a grateful nod for finally getting it, while Misha prayed this lesson sticks for good, and begged the commander to grow a whole lot more patient, because she's counting on things turning around for the better. Rage seethed as the warrior screamed curses at Magnus and the buyer, swearing he'd never forgive them. Then, out of nowhere, a little boy barreled in from behind, and the cold, merciless brute whipped him straight into the wall without a single pause. Misha burst up to the child, furious that Yevon had gone too far, and that the boy was hurt. The girl on tiptoe hurried down to help the little one. A crowd swelled in, buzzing about whether a real hero should ever lift a hand against a child, while another man dragged up a guy from the armory who always ranted that heroes leave with other people's loot. The talk turned vicious fast, and soon more and more residents started to question everything. Were they watching true heroes, or just thieves in disguise? Rumors sprinted through town. People were buzzing that the heroes kept storming out of the tavern without paying and bragging about their nasty, rude antics. And now the whole city was boiling with rage because that kind of behavior was seen as totally unworthy of real heroes. Everyone in the village couldn't stop talking about Magnus. Some swore his potions could heal anything. Others remembered the day he cut down a vampire attack, and nearly everyone agreed on the same fearsome truth. Only Magnus could drive out the dragon that had moved into the Megaros mine. One man heard the king was so taken by Magnus that he offered him a spot among the aristocrats. But Magnus shut it down, and when his grandmother pressed him again, the mage explained the real reason. His calling didn't allow him to be locked to just one country, because that's the exact opposite of an alliance. So tell me, who's the real hero? Misha looked back and realized her old comrade didn't get weaker after leaving the squad. He got stronger, helping others. So bitter memories of how rude she'd been to him stung her, and she could only hope he was doing okay. Just then the commander blew up with a roar, screaming that no wizard could ever beat a warrior. And Misha couldn't breathe because one brutal thought wouldn't let go. What was he planning? Yevon blared out that he'll beat Magnus himself, then swore he'd prove the real strongest is coming soon. Misha got it instantly. After this, the hero had a fresh hunger, like this was the missing spark he'd been waiting for to truly grow into a warrior. The boy thanked the wizard from the house of Narcissus, but the man only smirked and said, "When you help others, you end up lifting everyone, so it's really you who should be honored." Then, as he left, Narcissus told him to come back if trouble struck again, and the boy eye-squinted, wondering if he was really dealing with a scientist or just another merchant. The scholar leaned in and asked, So, have you heard the latest news? The news hit like a thunderclap. This hero squad was marching straight for Durbanvant. And Magnus? He froze, because the cursed general guarding the mountains on the Lacosta border wasn't just any threat. He was one of the 8 terrifying servants of the Lord of Demons, and he'd already smashed through to the 40th level of mastery. 3 days ago, Nares says the team kicked up a massive uproar in the city when they openly vowed they'd take down the general, while the young man sneered that Yevon was a complete fool. And as for Durbanvans, his special ability let him instantly freeze 2 opponents at once, as long as neither was above level 32. Because Magnus crushed those side quests, his level shot up to 32, but his teammates couldn't power up at the same speed, so this fight turned into a brutal act of self-sacrifice. His heart hammered with adrenaline at what was unfolding. If his comrades were already gone, all that remained was to pray for their souls. But if some miracle had breathed life back into them, then maybe fate would finally let him rush in and save them. He saved his friends by throwing his own life into the line of danger, and he even clawed his way to level 22, despite the rule that he wasn't meant to start his journey until he'd hit level 34. Now the wizards are left wondering if that reckless courage was truly earned, or just pure mystery. The young man had no doubt. He considered himself a complete idiot. The young man hurried up to Mr. Narcissus and blurted an apology, saying something urgent had dragged him away, then begged for one single favor. Don't tell everyone he was going to the team. Magnus finally admitted it wasn't the smartest choice, but he couldn't walk away while his friends were stuck in trouble. The loyalty left the scholar genuinely stunned. After vowing to celebrate the hero's win over Durbanvant, his companion urged them to raise a glass to the moment, something stronger. The wizard finally confessed, straight-faced, that he doesn't drink alcohol at all. The scientist gasped in shock. Wait, could the famous mage really be that serious? The young man nodded hard and made it clear, no joke, not even a little. Narcissus had a family treasure that could change everything, a magic carpet meant to help the hero, and with it, the whole trip to the destination got smashed down into way less time. The young man couldn't wait and happily agreed to rent it out. Magnus decided to hold off on thanking the client for now, and since the squad only left 3 days ago, slipping back into step with them won't be any trouble. Between brutal mountain peaks, a crew of daredevils charged into the evil, cursed fortress of General Durbanvant. As soon as the travelers stepped inside, they froze. Right in the heart of the fortress stood a gigantic statue, towering above everything like it owned the place. In the book, the young man realized even the tiniest residents of this fortress still have levels between 10 and 13, so he didn't expect to stay here long like he did in the Megaro mine. And that meant one thing. To push forward, he'd have to smash every enemy in his way. The corridors looked all too familiar, yet they still shocked him, like he'd stumbled into an endless maze where traps waited at every corner, popping up one after another without stopping, until you had to wonder, was this really a fort, or some evil gallery built to toy with him? Still, that won't stop him for long. This book lays out how to spot hidden traps and track down camouflaged objects. Suddenly, the young mage's staff gave a soft chime, so faint it almost vanished, yet it shook in his grip, and that snap of the unexpected jolted him awake. Something huge was hiding right here. The cheers for the legendary Durban crushed the old bricks, couldn't take the weight, they crumbled, and a hidden passage yawned open. The signs were clear. A secret corridor cut deep into the fortress. Normally, the entrance stayed perfectly concealed, but today it sat wide open, like a dare. So the young man's heart leapt with relief, because taking this underground route meant he could surge forward way faster. But if you really think about it, that password, Glory to Durban von Tusami, sounds way too loud, all pomp, no humility. At last, the guardian of the secret corridor slammed into view right in front of me. Looming there was the 26th level Mithril Golem, a hulking monster that radiated raw, unstoppable power. Its spell-proof body was built to crush magic, and every mage had reason to fear it. On the master's command, Claudius burst forward into the fight with everything he had. Magnus got to work on the golem, flooding it with enchanted upgrades, holy attack protection, sharper agility and dexterity, stronger overall defense, and endurance that never, ever breaks. The bear bulldozed ahead without stopping, smashing through the armored golem's defenses and seizing every opening to carve fresh wounds, while the young man kept urging it on with fearless words that poured pure courage and grit into its bones. The conductor hurled a spell that shattered the enemy's defenses, then froze him in place with icy shackles. The wizard knew it. Sure, the enemy was tough as nails, but ice magic could pin his feet in place and steal the agility he needed to move. The young man burst into laughter at the mithril golem, then leaned in and asked if it knew that, on the outside, it looked just like an ice golem. Claudius burst forward and slashed out with his paw, leaving the enemy zero time to run. Idelta unleashes a brutal strike that floors the guard guarding the secret corridor. Magnus grinned as the fallen golem dropped mithril ore right in front of him, just like the instinct that always saves the day in boss fights. And once the dust settled, the precious ore wasn't the only prize. Rare trophies piled up too. And boom! Magical Backpack 3 just dropped, and it's a total gem because it can stash a mountain of items in there. At last, he exhaled like a weight had vanished. Yep, that extra job was finally done. As the boy hauled himself up the stairs, it hit him. This fortress has got at least 5 floors. When they finally hauled themselves up to the 5th floor of the Durbanvan fortress, the researchers checked the book's words, and they turned out to be dead true. Behind the gray stone walls, an unseen gaze wouldn't let up, tracking the young man stride by stride, while hidden watchers clocked every move, sizing up how he crushed each obstacle and hunting for the real truth behind his hero act. The young man spotted Yevon at once and realized with a jolt that getting here was way too easy, so the warrior leaned in, eyes curious, and demanded to know what brought the boy to this place. The magician said he'd stormed in to wipe out the evil general, the cursed Durbanvan, and that hit Misha hard with joy, because their goals matched up perfectly. Then she leaned in and asked, "So which room did you come out of?" Magnus just calmly said he had no teammates, and the moment the words hit, the girl's curiosity ignited. She couldn't help pressing him, asking what he meant. Turns out he didn't show up by himself. He brought a massive buddy along, his real partner in crime, and he introduced the little favorite, Claudius. At first, everyone laughed it off when he showed up by himself. Then his friends' faces froze in real shock because nobody saw that twist coming. The wizard knew his move would trigger that exact kind of reaction, so he didn't hesitate, and he chose his own path. Hilda told Magnus to hang on just a little longer. Kneeling there, she begged to fight with everyone else, shoulder to shoulder, right in the teeth of danger, because Durbanvan wasn't just another threat, it was the enemy of all humanity, and only by standing together could they claw out a shot at victory. She secretly prayed the young man would come back to the team, but the warrior snapped at her, barking that she couldn't make every call alone, and the priestess tiptoed in, asking if he'd actually grant her wish. Magnus shot it down instantly, saying it'd be absolute nonsense for him to team up with them. After hours of talk, the boy's stay was finally running out. The warrior lunged to stop him, but the young man still stepped out and dropped one last question. What did they want from him this time? Magnus snapped, calling him a fool because he couldn't even see what he was standing on. Yevhen blurted that the patterns on the 5th floor walls could be hiding real danger, like the nightmare he'd lived through before. Then when Misha tried to stop him, the commander just pressed a secret button in the wall and proved the trap was already alive. Just as Magnus steps forward, the floor tile beneath him suddenly gives way and drops out from under his feet. The warrior barked at the boy to listen up. No run-of-the-mill wizard would ever outpower a real hero. And then his laughter erupted, loud and chilling, tearing straight through the silence. When Magnus saw he'd fallen clear to the bottom of the trap, everything clicked. His old comrade wasn't trying to scare him anymore. He was ready to finish him. But he realized He had to thank Yevhen right here, because this was exactly where he needed to end up. Claudius even hit the switch a bit earlier, yet when the first try worked and the trap still refused to trigger, panic started crawling into the sorcerer's chest. The kid tripped over a magical artifact, and that one find turned into the key that unlocked victory over Durbanvant. With Enre Ijenka Tirte in his hands, he rockets into the sky, chasing the very highest peak of the fortress. On the top floor of the Durbanvant fortress, the throne room loomed like a storm cloud. Right there, the general put on a grand welcome for the heroes who'd finally made it. Eugene shut him down with a razor-cold refusal, not even letting the greetings come his way from a creature like that. Turns out that Monster genuinely thought the heroes deserved real praise, and the team's numbers backed it up. The warrior and priestess hit level 22, the fighters soared to level 20, and the last member climbed to level 19. Those tiny little creatures got applauded just for reaching this far, like that alone was a miracle, and suddenly the warrior snapped, furious, because he had no clue who everyone was praising. The creatures stared hard at the situation, no sugarcoating, and it all clicked. Some people climb by pure luck, but this hero, he's got real, unbelievable fortune. Yevhen couldn't figure out what on earth had them all laughing, and the whole scene felt weird, like nothing about it made sense. With a warm, sincere smile, Durbanvant thrust the hero an offer: become his servant, and he'll grant him half of the kingdom of Lacusta. The warrior's joy hit so hard his emotions spilled over, because he couldn't believe a prize like that could be real. Turns out the general was spitting those orders straight from the demon lord himself, but he couldn't stand the idea because he thought the young man was totally worthless. In his eyes, the kid didn't deserve a future at all. Just one thing: death, right now, this very moment. The commander started needling the enemy while cranking his own power higher and higher. Every squad member charged the general at once, and the second they closed in, he snapped off a wave spell that blasted out from his position. The hero slammed his promise to end the monster into the air, then activated his rare skill, Awakening of the Weapon, and in that instant, his armor and blade erupted in blazing light, showing the full power that was hiding under their skin. Suddenly, Yevhen's sword snapped, and the boy just stared, stunned, like he couldn't even process it, while Durban barely choked back a laugh, taunting him by asking what happened and if his blade was nothing but cheap steel. An enraged scream ripped through the air, because a blazing sword had just been forged by Lacustic's greatest masters. The young man had watched its creation with his own eyes, and he swore there was zero flaw in its perfection. The monster demanded, "What's the sword called?" And the young man just stared, clueless. The general leaned in and said, "Only the best masters do this. They pour their soul and heart into their blade, then name it, sealing that name into the masterpiece forever." Yevhen stammered out an awkward apology, swearing not a single word had been carved into his weapon. Durbanvant's wild laughter tore through the air, and with a booming grin he snapped, "Then it's just an average sword of Kunitzara specimen." And the creature warned him, "If you're up against an opponent level 30 or higher, your normal attacks without magic energy barely scratch them." The general slammed it home. This order has to be burned into everyone's memory. Then Misha's eyes widened as she realized every single one of their attacks had hit nothing, because the enemy didn't even flinch, not even a hair. The opponent's power was honestly terrifying. Even the creature clocked it. There's no wizard on their side, and their squad's totally incomplete. Jurgen Nevada's fury erupted when Yevhen brushed off his words, then with one savage punch, he blasted the boy flying. The girls were left speechless, staring at what just happened to their hero. Hell lunged at him and declared, "I'll heal you right now, no delay." The young man pleaded with her to vanish with him, because it was just the two of them left, and he swore they had to bolt from here and get as far away as they could. But she froze, stunned and confused, begging him to wait, not even grasping what he was really saying. Misha finally realized the truth. This guy had been a total coward from the start. The general roared with laughter, not even bothered to sneer, and bluntly said a kid like him didn't deserve the name hero at all. After that, he chose to hang close to the girls still nearby, and the moment they saw him, surprise and confusion hit them like a wave. The monster finally confessed that years in captivity had sucked the life out of him with non-stop boredom. So now, fueled by pure determination, he's ready to cut loose and have fun with girls however he wants. The general also made one brutal point. If the girl's level didn't hit at least 32, her body wouldn't survive the monster's club-like tentacles, especially as it shamelessly groped and explored her with its hands, and terror crashed over her. The fighter begged for no one to touch him, and Misha just stood there, stunned to the bone, watching it all unfold. Then the general turned his attention to the second girl, while she begged him, trembling with pure despair, to stop. The monster coldly shoved its warning back in her face. Resistance is useless. Despair hit hard, and Misha begged it to stop, praying for help, only to realize she was totally alone, with not a soul around to save her. The little girl shook like an aspen leaf, staring ahead as fate crept closer, her fear tightening every breath until her heart thundered and her breathing turned thin. Suddenly, the dead silence snapped when the door let out a tiny, eerie creak, and an unfamiliar figure slipped into the room. The adversaries froze, thrown off by his sudden arrival, and the monster jerked to a stop mid-attack, locking a sharp, hostile stare on the intruder. Even the girl, who'd just been rooted in fear, felt something flare to life inside her, hope burning bright. With hope blazing in her voice, Misha screamed, "Magnus is already here!" Durbanvant couldn't make sense of why this young man had crossed into his lands, until he stared a little closer and realized it was a level 32 wizard right in front of him. Then he decided to sway the mage, offering him the role of servant if the wizard would join him, promising him half of the kingdom of Lacusta in return. The man snapped out that he'd have none of it, no offer, no exceptions. The fight against the strongest enemy has finally kicked off, and the young man shot down the offer to serve like everyone else without even hesitating. That monster's sinister laughter tore through the silence, like it couldn't believe its enemy wanted death so badly that they'd show up with that kind of nerve. Now it was going to prove why people shake the moment its name is spoken. And after this little game was over, it would have answers to demand from the fool who dared to be brave. Magnus figured out why humans fear him, because he won't shut up, endlessly blabbering nonsense non-stop. The general couldn't help but smile. Those young mages' blunt honesty and fearless confidence hit him right in the chest. The witch didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. She ripped into the fight and struck first. The young man immediately clocked it. The whole thing was just a left-hand distraction, plain as day. Then the opponent snapped to the truth too. Magnus had already hit level 32, so those fist-slashing tentacles didn't matter anymore. And the general didn't stall for a second. He went pure brute force, crashing in with his own body. Claudius took the opponent's hit with sheer dignity, and the owner couldn't stop admiring him. Once again, he was fully convinced he could rely on his partner without a doubt. Following the encyclopedia's warning, the boy spots the left stump's weak spot, fire, and before anyone can blink, he unleashes a roaring Sorcery 4 fire spell straight at the general. Magnus realized the monsters, the left and the right stumps, weren't parts of one whole. They were separate creatures, both level 35, which meant they were stacked 3 tiers above him. At the exact same moment, his power rockets to a crazy peak. Black magic staff in hand, he's set to burn his absolute strongest spell in a sacrifice. Swallowing his ego whole, the young man decided he was untouchable, then swung that stick and bombarded his opponent from every angle. The left stump crumpled to the floor with a heavy thud, and all its health points vanished in an instant. Misha stared in pure awe at what she'd just witnessed. Then the monster's message hit hard. Never, ever underestimate an opponent's magic. Magnus grinned like trouble, pointed out the one wild surprise I still hadn't seen, then yanked 3 brand new items out of his magical backpack. The left stump, still jerking on with that rotting, abandoned flesh, suddenly twitched like a zombified puppet. A young man seized the title of Master of the Bone Dragon Staff, the dreaded zombie dragon weapon, an artifact that can kick newly dead bodies back to life, and let him command them. But there's a brutal catch. He can pull it off only once, burning a massive surge of magic, and without non-stop magical fuel, those undead fall apart fast. The general burst into laughter and admitted he never could have imagined the enemy was hiding such a shocking trump card. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought, an ordinary wizard can't keep a summoned spirit up, too much mana. But for him, that whole week-long keeping part felt almost effortless, like it was barely even work. Vaunt saw his opponent as pathetic and pointless, so he didn't waste a second. He struck first, immediately. Magnus realized both monsters hit with the same crushing power, so he supercharged his undead with even wilder upgrades to break the balance. This force didn't just boost his strength, it sharpened his agility and supercharged his endurance too. The young man snapped his spell, Freeze 4, and sealed his opponent's hand inside a brutal, icy arm. And he clocked that he came ready to fight, because he knows the right stump's weakness is pure cold. The right side post was busted, and the general nearly went nuclear with rage. Now this dude was gripping two zombified stumps, one in the right hand, one in the left. From that moment, the wizard faced Vona with a grave challenge. No games, a real duel, right then, demanding they settle once and for all who was stronger. The general struck the moment both hands moved, and yet the mind couldn't stomach the truth. An ordinary person had unleashed that kind of power. The young man clocked it instantly. The creature flinched at lightning, so he shoved every last ounce of power into the spell and slammed the words out. Tilta, Undera, Iren. The wizard snaps his hand up and slams out a crushing blow, unleashing the modification spell's raw power, Lightning 4. Vaunt still snapped the attack aside, and the young man instantly got it. This wasn't just some random opponent wearing the cursed General of Evil's reputation by accident. The monster snarled at him to never, ever underestimate her. Misha stared at the duel in pure disbelief, because the two of them were throwing around power that felt impossible. And the girl beside him? She whispered that this wasn't a fight. It was a full-on battle of gods. Even though the general had nothing left in his body, he spoke ice-cold and declared that throwing the fight on was pointless, just wasted time. And the girl stared, stunned. How was he still standing? Were they really watching an immortal right in front of them? With nothing but contempt for everyone, the monster swore it was nothing like them, so it ripped out its own heart, sealed it away in some secret hiding spot, and made one promise. As long as that hidden heart kept beating, death couldn't touch it. The young man flashed total confidence, then yanked a magical artifact straight out of his bag like it was his ace in the hole. Still talking, he held up the object with a grim stare and declared, "Right here, this is the enemy's heart." The general went utterly still, stunned into silence. Just when things seemed unstoppable, the enemy suddenly stopped and begged for a second. "Please, don't break my heart." Magnus answered with icy refusal, and the whole crowd went silent, breath caught in their throats, waiting for the next blow. The mage slammed the heart to the floor with everything he had. Then the air tore open with Vant's scream, pure agony blasting through the whole space. The monster crumpled, leaving nothing but a cold shadow of fear in its wake. And the girls sprinted straight to Magnus, gasping in awe, praising him non-stop like, "Only you could do this," because he'd saved them and crushed the general with zero help. Vant blurted out that he won't die like this, and the boy shot back, "Yeah, I know that better than anyone." After mowing down Vant, one of the Demon Lord's commanders, the heroes burst back into Lacusta and rolled up to the Narcissus mansion, only to have the scholars stare in shock and wonder if the great mage was really that drained, because seeing a weary sorcerer was almost unheard of. The second he crossed the city limits, he knew it. Every ounce of gratitude from the townspeople would swallow him whole. The grand ceremony waited ahead, but right now his mind drifted into a dizzy, intoxicating blackout. After the general got assassinated, the monsters across Lacoste suddenly crumbled in strength, and the people who'd been suffering finally got their lives back. Everything turned around fast, and the residents sing the mage's praises forever for this gift. And according to him, there's still no way he can step out onto the city streets, and that's the real nightmare. In just a few days, that young man stormed right up to the kingdom of Lacouste's majestic castle. Under the open sky's festive lights, the young man beamed and poured out his gratitude. Arya had saved him, and he'd thank her with all his heart. But the merchant's daughter only smirked and demanded the spotlight, insisting she handle every detail of this story herself. As the boy poured out his heartfelt gratitude for crushing the general, and spilled how the people of Lacustre showed their respect, Magnus felt something hit him hard. Those emotions weren't in his body, not even close. Right on cue, the girl caught the mood instantly and stepped in without hesitation, grabbing the thanks and delivering them straight from her mouth on the hero's behalf. He blurted out that Arya was incredible, and Arya just smirked back, saying his own wins dwarfed anything she could offer. Then she leaned in and told him straight up to trust himself and stop doubting his strength. She clocked the pallor on his face and told him, "If you want, rest, lay your head on my lap," and Magnus answered by spitting the manna right out of the bottle. The young man clocked the girl's dirty dress, then grinned, because he swore that mess was exactly what made her so special. And Arya happily ate up the compliment, while Misha had already spotted him. Arya told him Magnus wasn't feeling well, so she'd catch Misha later, but right now she beckoned Magnus closer. Then, out of nowhere, jealousy snapped between them like a live wire. Misha's sharp eyes followed the young man, and she blurted out, "So who's Arya to you?" The answer shot back instantly. Arya stood there with zero nerves, claiming she was the influential businessman's daughter from Malmö, and spelling out exactly who was in front of her. Then Misha slammed down her choice. Her spot was with the hero's team. Arya just smirked and reminded her, in that cutting little way, how fresh it was that Misha had called Magnus mediocre. She suddenly realized her own perspective had flipped, and Arya stood there like she owned the moment, saying Misha had already changed her mind, so no apology was coming, then brushing off her rival with bold, showy confidence. After her friend left, the girl confessed that a hollow ache swallowed her, and the whole group started slipping fast. She was ashamed of every trouble she'd caused him, and of all that time that had gone by for nothing. Arya warned the young man to ignore those speeches, and Misha blurted out, stunned, "Wait, why does this matter to you?" Arya answered with zero hesitation, "Because I'm his girlfriend." Magnus swore he'd forgive her, and his friend clocked it right away. This kid's got a heart of gold. Then Magna leaned in and told Arya the truth. Misha isn't the target. The real rage is aimed only at Yevhen. So yeah, stay clear of people like that. The lesson didn't hit all at once, but once it did, it made one thing crystal clear. Misha shouldn't be blamed for everything that went wrong. The girl burst out, suddenly seeing everything clear, shooting daggers at his rotten character, stomping her foot in outrage, and then she snapped in agreement, furious about it. Arya basically promised, "Just tell me what you need, and I'll handle everything, every tiny detail," then added with a confident grin, "I'll always be right here," because being the daughter of Lacoste's top corporate boss gives her support and connections that are just plain unfair. Magnus thanked her, and you could tell he already felt blessed just to be near people this incredible. Then, when Misha tried to grab his hands, he gently pulled away, solemnly forgiving her, and insisting it was all behind them now. The gratitude on her face was real, deep, and aching. The Lord of Lacoste beamed and waved the young man closer, because the ceremony wouldn't start without him. Then a shout tore through the crowd. "His Majesty, step away from the wizard!" Captain Knightly Haru Tenzin wouldn't let up. He kept hammering the king to stay on guard, because whispers said Magnus might really be Durbanvant, while the young man clenched his curiosity and wondered what wild story Gilda and Joygen had cooked up this time. The warrior clocked it. Magnus had gone pale, like he was slipping out of himself, and the mage just rolled his eyes back, saying he was only exhausted. Spinning toward his majesty, he thundered that it was this man who dared the general, then cowardly bolted, leaving his comrades drowning in fear. Then he snapped to the defendant. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Yevon didn't blink. He stood tall and boasted, proud as ever, that he was a hero and would never abandon the battlefield. Confident he was right, the man swore an old friend would never sink low like that. So it had to be Durbanvant, right? Magnus snapped back that he couldn't even lie, but the thing that really chilled him was what happened to Captain Tenzin. Everyone trusted the captain more than anyone else. No questions, no hesitations, and the moment he said he believed the hero, that settled it. The mage really does have Durbanvant inside. For one heartbeat, the monarch hesitated, but Tenzin snapped into action, telling him, "If there's even a hint of suspicion, use your gift and go check the boy yourself." The king listened, stared him down, and froze when he realized the kid had already climbed to level 36. The king stared in shock as the boy revealed a ridiculous level of power, 271 magic points. Magnus then broke it down. After smashing Durban, Vaunt had shot his level sky high and trained his attributes on purpose. And Tenzin hit the final nail. Now there was zero room left for doubt. The commander boomed that this proof right here proves it. None of you even got close in the numbers. And the young man immediately realized exactly what was on the line. In a book only he found a mad truth. Some people had sprinted past level 30, even higher. And the moment he pictured the king checking and confirming he really was human, he knew the monarch would still struggle to swallow it. No one in the court mage's world had even hit level 17. Misha burst into the conversation with total confidence, swearing on her own eyes that Magnus killed Durbanvant, and that Yevgen, shaking with terror, sprinted off. Then she snapped at the captain for cooking up lies, and Tenzin only smirked, saying this was exactly how his comrades saw the warrior. The hero declared she was nothing but a frivolous woman, swept up by the general, so he begged everyone not to take her words seriously. Hilda just smiled and agreed. And with the choice between the hero's truth and the girl's made-up stories, it was obvious who they'd believe. People stared at Misha like she'd unleashed a deadly plague, and with the same words they still couldn't help doubting Thiagen's greatest deity claims. Magnus barked for everyone to shut it down, raging about the deafening noise. Then he snapped his head around like, "Wait, what is all this supposed to be?" And right then he couldn't stop wondering, why hadn't Durbanvant dealt with the hero yet? That's when Tins stepped onto the floor and strode up to His Highness with a bold plan, to snatch the demon right now and end the whole spectacle at once. But the young man just stared, still wrapped up in confusion, like he couldn't figure out what he was even watching. The boy shot back. "In this hall, the only demon is the commander. No general would die that stupid." Then he pushed the plan. Hunt down the biggest self-serving influencer in the room and flip him to his side. And Tenzin from Lacusto was the exact perfect target. Right as he died, Durbanvant shoved his own soul into this guy, snapping him into a raging, unstoppable demon. The magician's thunderous claim he'd sell his own soul ripped through the hall, and the moment the words landed, the man's outrage ignited like a spark in dry tinder, leaving everyone else hanging on the edge of their seats, waiting for the next move. Magnus finally moved to unmask the real liar and slam the whole dispute shut with one devastating hit. With the spell Shakar, Idel, R, Thunder, 4 hanging in the air, tension snapped tight as the young man cast it. Then the king spun toward him, and Yevhen shot through the sky, screaming, begging, "I don't want to die." Tenzin let out a triumphant laugh, admitted it fueled his strength, and crowned the young man with the title Fearless. The monster blurted, "That's incredible," and spun toward Magnus. At last, that sinister force swallowed total control of his body. Yet the boy clenched every ounce of courage, stood eye to eye with the terrifying monster, and kept his weapon poised and ready. The monster whips its arm through the air and boom! An instant hit blasts the boy, surging energy swallowing him whole as he freezes, stunned. A searing shockwave slams through the boy's body and blasts him backward, sending him flying. only for him to gasp in surprise at just how brutally strong that push turned out to be. Screams rip through the air, people point, shout, "It's a demon," and scramble into full panic, while one lone boy stays stuck on the ground, frozen stiff like fear has chained him in place. The boy turns away, and Arya, buzzing with excitement, dashes up to Magnus and blares, "Magnus!" before he snaps right back, asking if she's okay. Arya tells him, "I'm fine, and you're okay too, so I won't bother you." And Magnus nods along, saying that's exactly the kind of response his partner deserves. But then his eyes snap to something out of nowhere. The boy stared at his hands like they held a final answer. He'd inherited all this strength, so now it was time to wipe out his enemy for good and toast victory with a drink. But the man watching him couldn't hide the shock on his face. He snaps to attention, admits Magnus was right, and offers a real apology for doubting him. Then the other man just smiles like it's nothing, quietly relieved he never got the order to arrest him back then. The hero tells Misha to rush His Majesty to safety, and she blurts in shock if he really plans to stand his ground all by himself, while Magnus just smiles, pointing out that she doesn't even have a single weapon. The boy snaps at her, warning that if she wants to dodge trouble, she has to watch everything like a hawk and keep her guard up every single second. The girl shoots the man a look and declares that from this moment on he's under her care, tells Magnus to lock in and focus on the fight. Then she bolts in a flash with her companion. The hero shoots the opponent a quick smirk, and in that instant he knows, after this, every question ahead will fall into place with zero pointless trouble. The boy clenches his breath and leans in, asking Yevhen what he did, while Yevhen stands across from him, grinning like a villain and aiming a sword straight at his chest. He blurts in shock, "You still don't get it," while gripping a blazing sword forged through brutal trials, and he snaps back, "No matter what anyone claims, tension is a real monster, and it has to be destroyed." Yevhen's rage finally breaks loose. He explodes at the boy, who's already plotting to humiliate him, then snatch the king and crush the whole kingdom, all for his own promise of half of La Costa. The crowd gapes and freezes, but the main character doesn't even blink. Yevhen steps up to Magnus and dares him, "Tell me you're not rotting with envy, because soon wealth, power, and the women's attention are mine." With his usual no-nonsense honesty, the main character admits he's always known he'd been foolish, but he never thought it was this disastrous. Yevhen just smirks and shoots back. "So what are you going on about this time?" With a flashy swing, his sword slices through the air, and the stranger blurts, fired up, "Time to teach Magnus some manners." That smug grin has been grating for ages, so the main character wastes zero time, unleashes a ferocious counterattack, and drives a clean strike into Yevhen. The boy whips around, drops to his knees, and blurts out to Magnus, "How do you do that?" Because he's just an ordinary mage, and mages aren't supposed to be gods of close-quarters combat, right? Sure, Magnus is a mage and a hero, but he's only level 36, while his opponent can't even scrape level 20. Magnus instantly clocks it. Yevhen won't land so much as a scratch on him, and that sickening question of whether the opponent is truly fine only makes his helplessness feel even worse. The young man snatches the sword back up, yells at Magnus to stop toying with fate, and then barrels forward with a brutal flurry of fast, hard-hitting strikes. Yevhen insists a mage can never outshine a hero, and now that he's finally faced that truth, his legs feel like they can't hold him up anymore. Sword raised and ready, Yevhen rockets forward, roaring at the enemy to finally just die. Right when he's about to crumble, the girl behind him starts healing his wounds. Instant relief. He turns to Hilda and demands to know why she's doing it, and she snaps back, "Yevgen is a man who's already sold his soul to a demon. And tell me, does he even remember she warned him about that already?" With her hands clasped like prayer, the girl declares that God's will can't be read by human minds. Exactly the same for Tygon, the divine angel who picked this man as the hero. And you can bet every bit of that choice carries Tygon's will. Hilda swears her only goal is to serve and stand by her mistress. Then the boy just stares, stunned, because he realizes he's actually standing in front of a full-on fanatic. Irritation keeps spiking. These two are getting under his skin so badly that he can't focus on the match with Tenzin anymore. The girl yells at Magnus, demanding to know if the captain of the Night Watch is working with the demon, and the boy tells her to quiet down. Only he's the one who knows what's really going on. Durbanvant won't drop that easily. He'll come back again at the banquet. This is a ticking time bomb. Someone has to warn everyone right now. The young man shoots back that it's not worth it, saying he'll handle the necessary measures himself, and even test his own strength. But the girl refuses to back down, insisting that if he really needs her help, he better tell her immediately. Suddenly, a massive bear bursts out from under the blanket. She yanks the cover away, and the boy's eyes go wide as he realizes the creature is Claudius. The bear rockets toward Yevon, and right then, the realization hits hard. This is the moment he finally has the power to stand toe-to-toe with the beast. The hero's lightning bolt slams straight into the demon, and in the blink of an eye, a brutal electric shock riddles the opponent. As expected, the mana drain is straight up insane, but refilling it is no sweat for him. The real killer is his health. If this fight drags on, the odds won't be in his favor. There's zero time to hesitate. These threats have to be wiped out right now. A hard, commanding voice cuts through and orders Magnus to stop resisting. Nilda snatches the girl and holds her hostage, daring Aang with one brutal question. Would he save her life? But Aang doesn't even flinch. He fires back, asking Nilda why she'd take a move that desperate. With a barely there smile, she declares she's got this, because her road is guided straight by God himself. Then right out of nowhere, another girl steps in with a steely stare and yells for Gilda to yank her hands off Arya immediately. Already poised to strike, the girl suddenly realizes she's been hemmed in by monsters from every side, and Hilda admits she's been thinking about this moment for ages. That question hits Misha like an arrow. Come on. Is she really not a fool? The good news? Misha's been suspicious from the start, because that girl's eyes are glued only to the hero. Misha, startled, tries once more to read the situation, but Gildo only laughs and shuts her down. Yevon screams that he's burning alive, then slams his heroic skill into motion. The power of weapons awakens. He steadies himself and growls, "Stay right where you are. Touch it, and you won't make it." The young man lunges straight at the bear, barking for it to move out of the way, while the main character just stands there, eyes shut tight. Inside Basip's workshop, someone frets and blurts, "Can we really fix this bear 5 days before the banquet?" while jabbing the toy like it might bite. He can't stop wondering how far Magnus will go, and the guy smirks and says, "Name any price. I'll pay whatever it costs." Zeph fires back that he'll smash through the task as fast as he can, and it's obvious these two go way back, like they've survived hell side by side. When one of them admits he fought right alongside him, you can tell their bond and their skills have skyrocketed. The main character smiles as he recalls every moment he shared, gazing at the bear and saying, "You were a loyal friend, someone I could always count on." The boy's eyes lock onto the ruined wreckage. Everything around him is pure devastation. Arya yells at Magnus, telling him she's okay and to keep fighting. Meanwhile, Misha can't hide his shock as he whips around to Vija and Hilda and demands, "Why did you drag yourselves this far?" In Lester, the Academy's founder, own memories, he left guidance for anyone daring to become a mage. Don't let anger grab the wheel, because once you give in, you'll snap your self-control right in half. That's the clearest proof you're not mature yet. Even when Yevhen and the others shoved and baited me again and again, I never once saw a spark of anger or a single flicker of offense crawl across his face. This chapter of his life is finally over, because he's just snapped into reality, seeing his own immaturity while explosive rage still burns like fire in his chest. Yevhen fires a sharp, ironic jab at Magnus. Does he seriously not care if the girl dies? Like he's already cursed and doom is guaranteed. Suddenly, the main character whips out a jaw-dropping sword strike. Everyone in the area freezes in shock, and Yevon gets blasted backward with a scream. Yevhen roars at Hilda to stop wasting time and finish Arya fast, because if she drags it out, he'll make sure she regrets it. The main character declares, loud and fearless, that everyone else will regret it, and the moment those words hit, Hilda snaps her head up in shock. Magnus lifts his head toward the darkness, snaps his question at the creature lurking there, and begs it to show its face at last, while the others go stone still, staring in stunned silence. Right behind the main character, a towering armored beast, stacked with weapons, erupts into view. Every single person there, enemy and ally alike, stops dead in their tracks, eyes locked on that mysterious creature as the young man commands, "Rise." A grin spreads across his face, then he freezes in place as a wicked evil surges back onto the horizon. Duprinfon, the immortal. Yevhen stares at him, stunned to the bone, like he can't possibly be seeing what he's seeing, and he's left wondering if Duprinfon is really standing right in front of him. Then the main character clocks the shift in his face, and, with a grin, jokes that he went pale from the shock. Masha's eyes went wide. She couldn't peel them off Durbanvant, utterly stunned at how this could even happen, because Magnus had already beaten him back then. Arya realizes this is Magnus's final weapon. He pulls it out right after Durban von Steff, grabs the fallen dragon's staff, brings the enemy back as a corpse, and then wrests full control over him. Masha's jaw drops. She blurts out, "Seriously, how much magical energy would it take to keep that going for 5 whole days? Can a person even handle that?" Finally, Masha clicks, why Magnus keeps groping for those mana-infused tinctures non-stop. He'd rather be with Arya, and that means she shouldn't even dream of him. Suddenly, Hilda yanks the girl's hand in her grip, and the main character snaps, demanding she let her go, right now. The Durbanvant snaps its weapon up in a dramatic flourish and locks its sights on the girl. She twists around just in time, but one brutal blow smashes her backward and sends her skidding through the air. The unconscious girl sprawls on the ground, and the main character exhales in relief. She didn't die, she just fainted. But there's no time, because she must not see what's about to happen. Yevhen lets out a brutal scream. Pure fear freezes him in place because he can't make sense of why Durbanvant is standing here. And the worst part? What kind of wizard looks at him and decides he's the one to use? In the protagonist's memories, Yevhen taunts him by calling him Durbanvant and gets ready to throw down. Then he snaps irritably for him to shut up, promising he'll never buy into any of that. The kid, totally thrown by the twist, whips around to Tenzan and blurts out what's going on, because this whole thing started with deception, and he knows it. The main character spits back bitterly that after pulling something this reckless, there's no way death can be dodged. Right then, Durbanvant explodes forward and launches an attack straight at the boy. With emotions exploding out of him, Yevhen howls in anguish, admits what he did was unforgivable, and begs Magnus to stop, because they're comrades running the same road together. Magnus just answers coldly, asking if Yevhen truly thinks they were ever on the same team. Yevhen shouts in heartbreak that he'll never go back to him again, begging for forgiveness, until the boy cuts in and says, "Yeah, but it won't be so bad if it's only about you." What was Yevhen thinking when he shattered Claudius and dragged Arya straight into danger? Because this guy isn't just mad, he's overflowing with rage at what Yevhen just did. Yevhen staggers to his feet on shaky legs and blares out that he's a hero, the chosen one, meant to save the world. If Magnus wipes out the hero, the entire world spirals into doom, because that's when he's forced to shoulder this terrifying responsibility. Magnus can't stop wondering if he's truly strong enough to earn the title of hero. He even swore he'd take responsibility, even if it had to wait. But no matter what he believes, Durbanvant still steps in and kills Eugene. The demon leans in and warns Magnus, "Don't joke with me, my wrath is lethal." And right then, the main character realizes he can't even remember the last time he felt a spark of real rage. The hero blasts a fierce shout at the demonic enemy. He's going to get what he deserves too, and Durbanvant rockets straight into the fight without hesitation. The two opponents crash into each other, trading brutal hits and piling up wounds. Then it hits the main character like a switch. It's time to end this. The main character flips into the brutal Thunder 4 mode, blasting his attack power sky high, punching through with ease, and boosting the odds of landing deadly critical hits. Lightning crashes with a violent rumble straight into the main character's outstretched palms, and he instantly locks it in, left hand gripping with total control. From Durbanvant, the SSS rank ring of the General of the Magical Fist just dropped, and it's an artifact that can soak up magic straight into its own palm. The hero flips his mode to pure power, fiery fire, and grips the weapon tight in his right hand, like he already owns the outcome. Clenching his hands, the boy grits his teeth and slams two elemental streams together into one unstoppable surge. Shock hits everyone at once. Fire and lightning fuse into one wild blaze, and then a purple dragon materializes right in front of them like it crawled out of an old legend, while the main character throws his arms wide and summons that ancient story into the real world. The hero tears loose with a brutal surge, fusing their magic into one devastating strike that crashes into their opponent. Everyone around him whips their heads away, staring in shock. Some even squeeze their eyes shut to dodge the brutal wind blasting out from the attack. And through it all, the boy just stands there, stone still, arms locked across his chest. Right where the demon had just stood, a massive crater yawns open. Everyone stares in stunned silence, and the boy finally lets out a long, shaking breath of relief. With zero hesitation, the main character declares, "You'd better not mess with him, because he's the one who'll end it fast." And just then, Arya comes sprinting in toward him. The girl clamps her arms around him, overflowing with pure relief and joy that he's safe, while Masha beams and waves at them like she can't hold her excitement in. A thunder of his call rolls through the grand hall, beckoning the famous magician Magnus to step in and face the crowd, while inside Locustus Castle, the main character stands before the king, ringed by courtiers and every resident of the court. Joy bursts across the king's face as he rises from the throne and warmly grips Magnus's hand. And right there their hero, our main character, steps in with a request: don't go so hard on the monarch. The noble observers can't mask their shock because the king himself steps forward, reaches out to greet Magnus, and announces, "From today on, you'll be known as the conqueror of the Lord of Demons." From this moment on, Magnus rockets into legendary status as the kingdom's hero, and later he finally gets the reward he's earned. The king speaks in solemn thunder, declaring that from this day on, their state will answer every demand Magnus makes, anything to crush the Demon King. Just like that, the crowd surges to its feet, throws their hands up, and roars for the great Mage, the man who crushed Demon King Magnus, while everyone sends him off with wishes for a safe journey, and the young man stares at it all, stunned. The god Tygon declares Eugene the hero chosen to stand against the demonic king, and right when the ruler of Locusta backs him up, Eugene's power surges to the level of a true legend. The hero clenched his weapon in a death grip, staring into the distance, wondering what else in life could ever make him prouder than this. The main character hoists his weapon sky high, and the entire crowd explodes into joyful cheers, hands shooting up as they stare at the brave guy like he's a legend. Near the Locust Castle, the young man leans in and asks Misha straight up if she's really planning to go back to her native village. And without a second of doubt, she nods with full confidence, certain that with the hero by her side, after they've already crushed the Demon King, she'll finally restore her father's honor. She swears it, starting now, she'll stay grounded and keep fighting monsters for everyone else's sake. And then she glances at Eugene and Hilda like, "So you've really decided to just bolt, huh?" Misha keeps shocking people, but Yevon clings to life no matter what torment he's thrown. So tell me, are heroes really that strong? Turns out, this guy isn't built like everyone else. When Yevon snaps with rage, he taps into a hero's hidden power, and no matter how badly he's hurt, he can't be killed while the Demon King is still breathing. Rage boils in Yevon's veins. How dare they exile a hero? But Hilda, sighing with relief, snaps him back to reality. At least it's exile, not a death sentence. Then she pushes him to stop wasting time and bolt from this kingdom for good. Yevon grits his teeth, pushes down the rage, and demands where the cat is now. Hilda sighs and tells him, "It bolted, and now it's stuck in prison." A trail of countless crimes looms over the girl, and that truth ignites the boy's rage. Yet instead of running, she suddenly clamps onto his hand. The girl swears she'll never leave his side, and the hero promises they'll stay together forever. Then out of nowhere, a shadowy stranger closes in on them. The man beside his son is exploding with outrage, jabbing a finger at a boy he swears just struck his kid, while the crowd huddles in whispers, saying this guy has been branded for years as someone who sold his soul to a demon. And no matter what label you slap on him, that kind of cruelty won't be forgiven. The crowd screams at Yevon that there's no room for him and shoves him out. Then, right in the middle of it, Hilda spots him reaching for his sword. She grabs his hand tight and hisses, "Be quiet. If you don't, Magnus will come back." And in Vegan's head, a brutal memory hits like thunder. The instant he was absolutely, undeniably defeated. With excitement rattling through his bones, the boy nods and agrees, then whips around to Hilda and pitches a crazy plan. They'll travel to another kingdom where everyone will bow to him with universal admiration and respect, because he's had enough of fame here. For him, a real hero has to earn more than applause. He deserves more. Misha fires a gut punch at Magnus, asking if their sins are going to end up as the world's inheritance. And in the same breath, she turns the blame on herself, admitting she's lost her way too, just as guilty as everyone else. The boy reassures her, no one's perfect, she hasn't crossed the line. Let them throw stones at Yevon. He'd take death over carrying that weight. But for her, it's a whole different story. She presses him about his future, and he tells her he's headed for Arvana because he's already cleared every goal he once wanted. The Heavenly Kingdom's treasure, sparkling blue and red gemstones won in brutal fights with Tens and Derbervant, plus Lakis's official certificate for the kingdom, because the second it's presented, the owner instantly unlocks every privilege and benefit they could ever want. The girl sends him off with a good luck, and they smack fists in a friendly little vibe. Then he grins back, says the feeling's mutual, and heads onward. Inside Bazepa's workshop, the young man rushes to apologize for Gladius's behavior. But Bazepa just lets out a heavy sigh. Cut it out with the apologies, because in the end, Gladius still stood up for him. Turns out, he was chosen to be the shield for his friend, until the very moment he hit total exhaustion, and the boy thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Buzzfree can't believe it. Somehow the main character went from nothing to an elite magician, and Buzzfree immediately starts wondering if Gladius pulled the strings. The hero finally admits, "If I hadn't stepped in, nothing would have shifted, and it'd have taken at least another year to beat Derbenfant," and the man erupts with joy at the news. Buzz F points out the real deal here. This guy can help. Act as his shield until the moment he crumbles to dust. Forged from the souls of two unstoppable fists and the purest mithril, the battle golem, Tata Gladius MK2 is a full-blown masterpiece of raw craftsmanship. With a bright, joyful grin, the main character steps up to the golem and calls out, "We meet again, partner." Vesa blurts out that the kid is still clinging to that shaky flying fabric, and the hero snaps back right away. So, is it not Narusai? Buzz SF can't help but stare in shock at that weirdly perfect name. Magnus jumps in to explain that Narusai demanded the transport be branded like that because he wanted his name etched into history as the label for the whole ride. The main character leans in and tells the man, "Yeah, it's exactly like that. But when it comes to Zeph, that weird oddball will stay a mystery forever." Down south of the city center, right by the main fountain, the girl stared at him in shock. Why was he here this early? Weren't they supposed to meet at noon? He grins and blurts that he just remembered their very first date. Then the girl laughs back, saying she's been waiting for him since early morning. She insists it's true and scolds him for not coming sooner just for her. Yet here she is, still with him today. Honestly, he can't shake the feeling that Magnus could be waiting for her right here again. So he starts picking at her intuition, asking her straight up how good it really is. A young girl blurts out, "This is real heart-to-heart communication, and love is the most beautiful feeling there is." The girl asks, "Was it boring waiting?" Magnus admits he felt a little bored, but he never expected the time to drag on for nothing. That moment hit him hard. Life just rockets by, and it was time to finally slow down, breathe, and give himself a real little break. The same rush of excitement hit the girl as she waited for him before their very first meeting, because sure, merchant's daughter or not, her days were packed with worries and non-stop work. But today, she slipped away from it all and finally let herself breathe, just to enjoy a quiet moment of pure joy. The boy's leaving for Arvana tomorrow. Does she even know? And thanks to the magical portal, he'll be able to slip back again and again. The young man makes a serious promise that he'll absolutely come see her, and the girl, all hopeful, asks if they can at least count on one meeting every month. Nothing he's trying to do can work, he says it with total certainty, like hope has already died. And the girl reads every word and feels it hit like doom, realizing the truth in one flash. It's impossible, and there's no way around it. The boy admits it feels impossible to wrap his head around only seeing each other once a month, so he vows to come by every 10 days, or even weekly, and the girl's face lights up with pure joy. The girl blurts out how she feels, and the boy meets her confession with the same heat. Then she suggests making the day count, and the young man jumps at the chance without hesitation. Even though it's early, and most places are still locked up, some hearts waste zero time. Fingers intertwine, and a soft kiss seals the moment. Shouts and cheers suddenly burst across the Ervan Empire. Someone swore Hugo Kugadan had escaped out of nowhere, while dark night still clung outside the window. Some people can't stop dreaming about the rise of someone like Magnus, and when you ask who he is, they brighten up and tell you in proud whispers, that mage who shattered Durbanvant and rescued all of the kingdom of Lacusta. The girl sprawled on her bed, staring out the window, and her mind would not stop circling Mage Magnus. She kept asking herself how to introduce herself to him without blowing it. Fresh off a brand new journey, the main character finds himself in Erovan's royal throne room, where something unknown is waiting to explode into his life. Once again, he pushes his request to get permission to visit the ancient ruins, but the Desert King cuts him down with a brutal refusal. The stranger swears he's got a letter from King Lacosta. Then when someone questions whether this is a little state with a tiny history, he shuts it down fast and makes it clear. Here, his word is the law. The king orders Magnus to serve him, fight for him, even die for him, while the boy's mind races. Is this what beauty everyone keeps praising? The king demands that he personally face the Apocalypse Gang. These monsters raid subjects and merchants, then smash their victims without mercy. And with God's own power coursing through him, the hero finally gets the command to wipe out the wicked for good. The main character flat out refuses, and the king snaps, ordering his men to grab him immediately. The young man can't stop replaying the glory days when this kingdom actually looked like it might top them all. Now it's shrunk so hard that even Lacusta makes it look small. Then it all clicks, why the kingdom is crumbling and those bandits raid with zero consequences. The truth? A total oddball is actually on the throne. A stranger steps up to the boy, leans in carefully, and asks if he's awake, hoping he didn't break the calm. Right then, the hero realized his curiosity was locked on one thing: who was closing in and why. Turned out it was Hadel, the heir to the throne, plus the second prince, and they were strutting along, still way behind. Astonishment and shock smash across their faces. How does he even know those names? And while they stare, the young man leans in and tells them, those aren't just titles, they're the highest noble honors, famous even in the far-off kingdom of Lacusta. Magnus leans in, curious as hell, and asks what they're demanding from him. Then a confession hits the air. Their father treated him like dirt, and now they're begging him to accept their apologies. To even try to forgive such a brutal injustice is impossible. When they said fair compensation, the biologist meant one thing: letting him finally step into the ancient ruins he'd been dreaming about for years. Because it's a first-class permit, that kind of special certificate is usually reserved for the king himself. No one else gets that level of authority. He swears you can freely search 99% of Eravana's ancient ruins if you've got a top-tier permit. So yeah, is it really true? And what makes him so well-versed in all of this? He swears they're not guilty, tells them he truly means it, and thanks them from the bottom of his heart, then makes it crystal clear: if trouble hits, they can count on him without hesitation. Kicking off a mission to save the world, Magnus shouldn't waste a second stressing over their everyday fights. The boy nods and admits she's right, then blurts out an apology for being careless, promising that if the ruins exploration drags on or trouble hits, he and his people will always back them up. Of course, they can't match the king's raw power, but they'll do everything they can to back him up. No exceptions, no trouble at all, because there's no way you can even compare him to an entire army. Next time, the main character is coming back here, on purpose, for exactly these things. In a street cafe in Lacoste, a girl leaned in and asked Magnus straight up if that's how he decided to dive into the ancient ruins. The hero doesn't even hesitate. He jumps at the chance. I mean, Eravani is packed with ancient ruins and uncharted lands that are still just waiting for the brave to go discover them. Within those walls, the magical relic he hunted was supposed to be locked away, because long ago, according to the ancient chronicles, this kingdom once roared to life and thrived. Once the mightiest magical kingdom in the world stood tall. Now it's shattered to ruins. A girl demands answers. Why are most of Vana's territories a lifeless desert where brutal storms never stop howling? It all traces back 500 years to one catastrophic magic ritual when the man broke free, rage burned through him, and turned the kingdom into a desert, cities into crumbling ruins buried in sand. So that's how this land got its name. The modern Arabian kingdom rose from the wreckage of Eravan, an ancient magical kingdom swallowed by the sands, where settlers took root among its shattered ruins, grabbed the magical artifacts left behind, and kicked off a ruthless conquest of nearby land. Every upper level of the ruins has crumbled into dust, leaving just the very bottom, and getting to it is brutally, ridiculously hard. With Eravan's old glory gone, every land they clawed from war slid right out of their hands, until the borders shrank tighter and tighter, and in just 500 years, the mighty state had become nothing more than a tiny, ordinary kingdom swallowed by endless desert. That cocky young dreamer thinks he's got the whole world figured out, and then he insists, straight-faced, that magicians are basically like scientists because they're driven by the same unstoppable curiosity. She's going to dig into what's happening in the world right now so she can set up real trade connections later. And yeah, it'd be awesome to team up with. The young man smirks and swears this lucky streak won't last, even for an emperor. And he's sure the prince and princess aren't just acting on the surface. There's something deeper hiding in every move. Most likely, Magnus already squared everything away, so he thought he wouldn't need to break out of prison, because then he'd never look like a thief, and now he can't stop worrying. Will this blow back on him? She caught herself wondering if he could slip into the ruins without permission, but the boy only let out a long sigh, like the idea was bigger than his wildest dreams, because guards were lurking at every corner and every step was under a tight, watchful leash. And yeah, it's not a shock. The kingdom turned those ruins into a money machine, selling permits to even peek at a tiny corner for outrageous prices, while regular people can't afford the thrill at all. The girl snaps that stealing without permission is a crime, but that doesn't slow him down. He slips his own stuff away without a sound, then snatches every last treasure the villains have. He's praying they won't carry a grudge and that they'll finally forgive him. Then the girl snaps back. Now you can thank our highnesses. The girl's sharp, unhappy look practically dares anyone to argue, because Princess Farah is so gorgeous, even that guy can't deny it. Rage burns in her eyes as she stares him down, and the boy instantly clocks it. Jealousy's got her in a chokehold, and somehow it's downright adorable. Then a grin breaks across his lips. The moment the protagonist finally confesses, the silence explodes. He straight up says his heart belongs only to Arya, and the girl jolts in shock, because those words hit her like a total surprise. The girl asks again, louder this time, and the boy instantly turns beet red with embarrassment. He bursts out and loudly confesses his love to the girl, swearing she's the only one. But honestly, that big dramatic vow feels way too over the top. He laughs and says her grip feels almost like steel, and then she drops the jokes, straight up confessing her love to him with total sincerity. Their eyes lock, and he breaks into a sincere smile. Then she leans in and asks which words he'll dare to use when addressing Prince Hedale. Magnus shoots out a shaky confession. He's shy, painfully so, and admits it just doesn't match what a throne heir is supposed to be. Even though he looks nothing like his sister, it's all a mask. And Arya throws him a curious, watchful glance. The main character rips open the mystery. Turns out Prince Hedale is the one steering the Doomsday Gang. Clocking where Ramsay lives, the hero scans the street and watches every passerby. Then, right then and there, a piercing voice slices through the crowd, shouting at a woman to make Ramsay appear. The woman admits she's dying to know where he's at right now, and the man, gun gripped in his hand, snaps that if she dares to defy the Judgment Day Brigade, does she even realize what she's invited? Right in front of that woman, the main character sizes things up and asks the man if there's trouble brewing. Then the question snaps to Magnus. "Do you want to meet Bazin?" Magnus grins and answers, "What if I do?" Next, he drags him to the Sword of the Lightning Wind, something you can only learn from the 15th level. Then he whips out the red scorching Sword of Air, perfected at level 16, and the guy even runs his tongue over the blade like he's got an odd little love affair with that weapon. The attacker's blazing sword is almost cutting through the air when, out of nowhere, a column of water erupts nearby. Then a roaring torrent surges up in front of him and slams him backward. A desperate cry bursts out of the man as tears blaze on his face, and his friends crowd in behind him. Then Magnus steps forward and declares it. Fire is magic you can't truly master until level 31, and once it's yours, its power and speed always stay at the very top. With a grin tugging at his lips, the main character introduces himself, Magnus, and you can tell he's genuinely happy to meet the elderly lady. He declared he'd take down the Demon Lord and save the world, then rode straight into Karb to beg Ramsay for help, and when the woman heard it, her eyes widened, because nobody had pulled off a feat that huge in ages. Beaming at the compliment, the main character thanks her, and the girl can't contain her excitement as she begs him, "Don't you miss the next shot." The man can't help but ask her name, and the woman answers with a cryptic smile, "Non-Clim." She's dead sure he's mocking her age, and doing it in the most brutally rude way possible. Back when she was young, she wasn't anything like this, and all he can do is stand there in disbelief, thinking, "I never even imagined I'd say something like that." She finally admits it. Calling her a real nun is a joke. She hasn't stepped into church for 20 years. Magnus can't stop wondering how she managed to shelter that homeless person, and she calmly answers, "The great God loves everyone the same. Useful or worthless, doesn't matter." The church elders swore that daily prayers let them hear God's Tygon's voice, until 40 years of non-stop devotion rolled by, and not once, not even for a heartbeat, did she ever catch Tygon's words. Rage and despair swirled in Clim's chest. She was certain Tygon left because of her, so she snapped into action. She fled the church and tore off her monastic robes for good. Even after she slipped out of the church, she still clung to her prayers, but fear gnawed at her hard. The healing magic wouldn't last, and once it faded, she'd have to live as plain old ordinary again. Tion still hasn't stripped her of her magic. That's wild. And when the palm flares with that strange glow, even Magnus can't deny it. Yeah, it's definitely strange. Of course, If those churchmen weren't lying about hearing the Lord's voice, then it hits her. Those words really came straight from him. She blurts out her feelings, thanking him for every bit of support. And once she's got her gratitude on the table, she makes it clear she never lets kindness go unpaid. So she drags him straight to the tavern. On that table, a full-on feast blew everyone's mind, dish after dish, somehow better than the last, while the hostess grinned and promised she'd taste everything, then made sure nobody forgot the drinks. He fights it at first, refuses outright, then finally relents and grabs at least a sip, because this woman won't let him keep hiding behind looking pathetic in his own head. Magnus asks if Clem knows Ramsay, and she grins as she tells him how it all started. On one of her non-stop trips, she tripped onto a severely injured Ramsay and pulled him back to life, and since she's always on the move, the next time she flew past Karb, she went straight to see him. Every year, once or twice, this grandfather packs up and storms into brand new adventures, and the main character just hangs on his every word, soaking up the stories like they're pure gold. Among all the big names, one stands tallest, former adventurer Ramsay. He once prowled the labyrinth of ruins that now carry his name. These days he's retired, living it up in Karba, yet everyone still swears by his hard-earned experience and razor-sharp skills, because a few times every year he slips out on quick journeys. The boy can't shake the guilt that he just missed catching him, because in the book God himself wrote, every crucial detail to beat the demonic king is spelled out. But for the folks whose part in this war barely matters, there's always almost nothing. Marcus's new move lands on Ramsay because only he has a real, battle-tested plan to take down the Demon King, and the reason's razor simple. The moment people label you insignificant, they stop watching where you go. That book, God Rewrites at Dawn, holds every truth you'll ever need. So once the hour comes for him to leave Karbala, it's already inked into its pages. The man demands to know where Ramsay could have vanished, and she tells him a few places he might have gone, but then she shuts the chase down cold, saying it's pointless. Ramsay will come back on his own in a month or two, so there's no reason to wait on him. Time's nearly gone for him, and she's only got a couple guesses left. What happens if they're wrong? What then? Thanks to the magic humming through the city gates, the boy can slip back to Karba once a day, and that's exactly what locks in Ramsay's return. Clem can't help but beam, saying this is exactly what you'd expect from someone who's going to take down the Demon King. At first the boy thinks she's just teasing him, but deep down, she's honestly blown away. That brutal fact that the Judgment Day Brigade is hunting Ramsay won't let the hero breathe easy. Every time he tries to relax, the memory of that sword-wielding man comes crashing back. That thought wouldn't leave him. What if this guy could spot not just his strength, but exactly how skilled he was too? After all, Prince Hyndil and the royal family can recognize anyone. By grinding the same skill non-stop and deliberately tuning out the attribute boosts while you level, you can supercharge that skill to insane heights, and even unlock a whole new batch of skills. The main character stumbled on this system in a dusty old book, so tell me, does Hyndil know anything like that too? Clem doesn't hesitate. He jumps at the chance and swears he'll personally take him to those places, and the boy's jaw drops because he never saw an offer like that coming. The woman tells him she's headed to Ramsay too, tells him to chill, and swears on her life she's not turning back. Magnus says he gets it, they're leaving together, then Clem snaps him back. First, they've got to knock everything out clean, and before they go, they'll wipe up after themselves like pros. The magic carpet rockets them into the sky, and the woman gasps that this is a real miracle. The wind sweeps over their faces and makes them feel weightless with freedom. Then Magnus grins and says it's all thanks to Nero, while behind them a golem quietly folds itself into place. She can't stop wondering who ever dreamed up that weird name, and the young man just lets out a weary sigh, because everyone does the first time they hear it. Then he cuts in, inviting her to check out the ancient ruins, the leftover bones of a city that was the beating heart of the most powerful magical empire 500 years ago. Clem remembers when the dream of living inside a giant iron box felt impossible to everyone. But now, that kind of shelter has become the ultimate shield against outside enemies. She tells the guy he's a real supporter of Zix, and honestly, that's exactly why he's a mage. Because all those magical artifacts basically made life in this place weirdly easy for him. But she didn't want to live forever, trapped in a soulless iron box, cut off from the sky, the sun, and the moon, and that kind of life crushed her spirit. The boy realizes it's exactly that chest keeping the ancient ruins untouched. If it were just another city building, the desert would have buried it long ago. Adventurers burst out hunting ancient ruins, craving the kind of legend that earns their names a spot in history. But chasing the past never comes cheap, because once those secrets start to surface, thrill seekers aren't the only ones who show up. Wealthy merchants and high nobility flood in too, ready to spend whatever it takes to grab them. The woman points out that Ramsey has always been obsessed with ancient ruins, and at last they push through and stumble upon the mysterious remains of Tabal. In the roaring crowd, the chaos hits you in the face. Yeah, there's a din in here, but with only a second-class ticket in hand, they can't slip inside at all. The guy's eyes snap forward, and doubt churns in his gut. Is this going to block his way? The trio tells the guard they've got second-class tickets, and when he assumes they must have shelled out big money, he drops the formalities and waves them straight inside. The guards throw in a quick apology, but to reach the top of the ruins, they say you'll need a first-class pass, so they beg you to drop the plan and promise they won't block you anymore. Their pockets are bone dry, first-class tickets are pure luxury, and an average adventurer can't even dream of affording them. The hero pulls out a pass and blurts, "Can I go through with this?" The guards spin around, baffled, because right in front of them sits a first-class ticket stamped with the heir to the throne and the princess's signatures. Staring at the adventurers, the boy blurts out in shock why they're just standing there. Then he snaps impatiently, yelling at them not to waste a second, telling them to move inside right now. They introduce themselves, Ted, Rad, then Mato, one after another, and the second they meet Magnus, pure joy lights up their faces. Three inseparable daredevil friends chased adventure through abandoned ruins, swaggering in with nothing but a fourth-grade pass, until the hunger for treasure snapped into place and they decided to gamble, upgrading to a second-grade pass to finally strike gold. So, for the sake of this goal, they'll do anything the main character asks. Now tell me, what fires them up so fiercely? And get this, back in the girl's hometown, there are three twin sisters. They chase one goal, come back richer, then snag a killer deal, because that's exactly what they're dreaming of. When Magnus and Clem met up, they wasted zero time. Boom, they set it straight. They're hunting a man named Ramsey, and they think he might be hiding somewhere inside these ruins. That mysterious adventurer hero blows everyone away. When it comes to finding people, there's nobody who can match him. The crowd wants to thank him for saving them, but the young man smiles and politely refuses. Then Clem steps in and tells everyone, "Don't get in my way." People say every one of them is a seasoned adventurer, so they can take care of themselves, and no one ever even dares to mess with them. Ted and the company are so proud of themselves, but the truth hits hard. Their level doesn't even crawl up to a 10th, so they'd better watch their step. Suddenly, a hidden underground city unfurls right in front of them, and the sheer beauty hits all five of them so hard it reaches deep into their souls. The ruins of an underground city gleam under blinding light. There's no sky overhead, yet the ceiling shines like it's kicking darkness out for good. Staring at that magical glow, the main character can't help but think, wait, could this whole ceiling be a gigantic artifact? One spot spits out water, and right there, shaped like a tree, a weird mechanism scrubs the air clean. That hit him like a thunderbolt. No more hesitation. His mind snaps into place, and now he has to push forward to find Ramsey. Amid the rubble on the 4th floor, inside a hidden room, the entire company gets cornered, trapped with the monsters all around them. Clem leans in, curious, and blurts out, "Why all this chaos? Didn't you already check the secret rooms?" because back then they were only on the 6th level and it still felt safe. The main character mumbled to himself that secret rooms usually have traps lurking everywhere, but this time there were just way too many all at once. The hero hurls himself into the fight against the monstrous birds spiraling overhead, yelling at Gladius to guard the entrance, then roars that he'll back him up with magic and begs for divine blessing. Gladius hammers his power and defense into place, then rockets straight into an all-out assault on every bird monster, while 3 stunned observers just freeze, terror swallowing them whole. Fear clamps down on the 3 heroes' hearts, because all they can hear is the same pounding thought. Somehow, they actually clawed their way out of death's grip. And monsters like that? They'd never seen anything like it before. Magnus asks if everything's okay, but despite the warnings about the traps, grabbing this treasure without help turns out to be nearly impossible, and there are still 2 rooms ahead to check. Yet one of the 3 cuts in and says it's time to hunt for Ramsey, not press deeper. As long as the magnets are there and Clem's standing right beside them, what can possibly stop them? Because they can't keep hiding behind other people's backs forever. Eventually, they'll have to come grab their own spoils. Only these 2 are worthy of that treasure, but they slam the door on it, so the main character proposes splitting the loot into 5 pieces. Yet before anything happens, they've got to track down their target. Trinity clocks it right away. This feels way too perfect to be legit, and the tension in the room snaps tight because everyone's scared they'll have to pay for it someday. But Klimt only grins, then drops his philosophy. Sharing your wins with others feels just as good as getting them yourself. Together with his crew, the main character charges head-on and fights off fresh black monsters that slam into them from every direction. Right after that, Klim heals one of the 3 adventurers, and the whole company erupts with joy and non-stop gratitude. On the ruins of Tabli, at the 8th level, Ramsey's destination is supposed to be around here, but the map just stops cold and gives him 0 extra clues. Adventurers can't help but wonder if Ramsey truly lives up to that level, so they tell everyone to play it extra safe. Climb even points out how Ramsey hides his tracks like a pro, but that move won't work on them. After a beat, they push for answers. Maybe Ramsey really is worthy of being among the legendary adventurers? They swear they'll miss not one rustle, fueled with wild excitement, yet still on high alert, eyes peeled for monsters. Suddenly, a monster claws its way onto the roof, and the boy, no hesitation at all, rockets straight into the fight. Claim says it's only a matter of time before more guards flood in, because there's no way you can stay unnoticed in a scene like this. So yeah, while the guards storm in, you'd better brace for someone else too, and Claim clocks it instantly. Meanwhile, Ramsey Magnus is utterly thrown off, like he has no clue what's happening. Victory over that monster erupts into pure chaotic joy for the whole team, because Magnus and Klim's crushing power has struck again, proving there's no threat they can't break. Before the roar of the first monster even died out, a fresh, terrifying sound tore through the dark again. Something else was coming. The main character didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. He shoved his companion hard out of the way, and just like that, saved him from the next hit. Suddenly, the monster lunges, and a savage electric shock rips straight through the main character's body. The stunned boy just stops dead, and all 3 stare at him in total disbelief, because they finally realize the main character has saved them all. With the guardian angel ring blazing on him, he boosts his magic resistance, then Gladius crashes in with an attack out of nowhere. The wreckage hit harder than he expected, way harder than he could have imagined, and Gladius, standing tall through all this chaos, still looked tiny like just another soldier. Someone slammed their voice through the window, yelling for everyone to rush inside the house. No debate, no delays, and the whole group sprinted in right away. The monster drifts away from Gollum and strolls off, and Magnus can't stop thinking, if he really had that kind of power, he could smash the whole building to pieces. An unexpected miracle, none of them can even process that they're still alive. Then someone in the crowd exhales in relief and mutters that they were lucky, because this time everything hung by a thread. Just when everyone thinks the story's over, the legendary Ramsay, an adventurer from the past everybody's been whispering about, steps right out of the shadows in front of them. Ramsay, the ex-adventurer, already knew why everyone ended up here, the hunger to finally find themselves. Clem remembers how he climbed so high, while the others, still stunned, trade stories of their good luck and scramble to figure out why the golem abruptly killed the chase. He breaks it down for everyone. There are guards who can smash buildings, and there are guards who can't, and his companions are like, so if they're powerless, can they still hurt us? Magnus just smiles and says the answer was practically sitting there in a strategy guide. The main character can't help but ask how they even figured out what kind of golem it was. Then a man blurts out the truth. He never really checked them properly at all, and he has zero certainty. After surviving your fair share of ruins, you trust your instincts. One look tells you who the caretaker is, and whether they'll actually say yes to sharing dinner with you. Someone asks this guy how he can tell the time when there's not a single sun in sight, and he just smirks. No explanation, pure mystery, like, yeah, somehow I've got this. Then they press him on the so-called magical stuff, and Ramsay shuts it down fast. None of it's his. It's been sitting in his house for ages. He's just the one who finally learned how to make it work. Everyone's losing their minds over it. The young man stares at the old man and sees a walking legend, the living heartbeat of the oldest ruins, and it's so mesmerizing that he can't believe this is exactly the kind of character he's been searching for. The main character finally pulls back the curtain. His whole journey is a straight-up quest to kill the demon lord. Because he's about to dive into ancient ruins, he goes straight to Ramsay and asks what he thinks. Will Ramsay actually share what he knows from experience? Staring at the mess he'd left behind, the man admits it plainly. Magnus's stubborn push is what dragged him back, and now he presses hard, asking if Magnus has finally pulled off his plans. When the answer is a blunt no, he grimly admits he hasn't hit his target either. But don't get it twisted, he's not planning to stay here forever. Clem leaned in and asked the guys what the old man's real name was, and they guessed it had to be that legendary returned. From the deadliest, most mysterious ruins alive, and somehow coming back. Yeah, that's exactly how he earned his nickname, and his friends were right beside him as legends and wild stories exploded around them. Still, not every legend holds water. Sure, you could survive standing beside Ramsay, but that miracle didn't mean you'd escape alive. After more than 40 years of journey, their hero watched 7 companions slip away and vanish from the road. Ramsay struck here again and lost another comrade, the 7th and final victim in that brutal run. After that, he backed into the shadows, because Cain was still young, with his whole life waiting to be lived. 8 years back, Cain practically begged Ramsay to tell him who he looked like the moment he gripped a sword. Everyone crowds in, swearing the training paid off, and now people are even betting the boy will become Ramsay's true successor. They bombarded him with praise, calling him an extraordinary kid, because before he even cracked the glass, he was already basically one of them, and that meant a brilliant future was staring him right in the face. Among everyone he'd ever crossed on his journey, he'd never seen talent like Cain's. Then their training kept rolling day after day, and it got clearer and clearer that one day Cain wouldn't just climb ranks, he'd become a living legend. Suddenly, a towering 8th-level column rockets up from the horizon. Then chaos detonates as people stare, shouting, "What is it? Where did it come from?" Panic sweeps the crowd. Everyone screams for an instant evacuation, and Ramsay yells, "Move! Hide inside the building now!" Inside the building, it doesn't take long to realize he's already gone. And the moment one of the others sees that, they're itching to know whether everyone's finally assembled. Because if they can't beat this trial here, then there's only one move left: sprint back to the exit. Shocked, Ramsay can't even breathe when he spots Cain in the crowd, so he bolts into the street and finds a man sprawled out, lifeless, soaked in blood. He didn't waste a second. He stormed to his family, begging for forgiveness, swearing he'd do anything for them. And even though hope glowed in his chest, one dream kept burning: to make a legend with that traveler, So that's exactly why his parents nodded and gave him their blessing to go. He'd never heard a worse accusation in his life. No one stole a thing from him, not even laid a finger. But the people who bolted without a glance were so terrified they couldn't even look back. All that lived in him was a sharp, aching sympathy that he'd never get to say out loud. So he finally backed away from his duties, but the main character clocks that he's still hanging around, and the man even agrees with that. Every single year, he storms in with nothing but hope, praying someone finally beat the silver golem. Then, while he searches, he gathers pieces that once belonged to Cain's and pays tribute to his memory. And that's the whole disaster of Tobla, because this column is a truly vicious creature, and its razor-sharp mind picks up every single thing without missing a beat. That's why the main character suddenly blurts out that he's going to defeat the golem. No warning, no hesitation. Everyone freezes in shock, like, wait, is he serious? Because even the legendary adventurer everyone worships couldn't take down that monster. Long before this moment, he dug up everything about the golem. This monster's name was Centurion, a colossal nightmare that laughed at every magical test and refused to budge. Forged by a mind-blowing, advanced magical civilization and packed with the absolute highest resistance to magic. Everybody's staring like, is this even possible? Meanwhile, this guy grins and flat out declares, this victory is ours. While they head on together, someone snaps in indignation. You don't need to warn him. He knows those steps without hints. The young man only smiles like, see, there was nothing to worry about. Clem finally tells everyone to drop the prefixes when they say her name, and the main character immediately backs her decision. Gladius barrels into the arena and slams straight into the monsters, and the boy screams in despair, because in this skinny corridor, there's no room to turn around, and it's clear everything is going exactly the enemy's way. His power feels useless here too, since smashing buildings won't do a thing in this tight space. The hero finally lets everything out. His power skyrockets, his endurance shocks everyone, his agility slips past every threat, and his defense turns nearly impenetrable. The mockery won't die down. People whisper the Gladius is barely any different from a centurion's blade. But this column, forged from precious metal, glitters with one insane advantage. It shrugs off magic like it's nothing. Protective magic that's stronger than any ordinary wizard. Then he stacks spells from other classes to forge a one-of-a-kind bond. To make it real, he needs Clem's help. Clem strides in with total confidence, telling the guy he'll handle everything, while the main character yells for the golem to unleash a double strike, and it's already charging to attack. That giant strike hits the enemy like a thunderclap. Lightning flares, and the whole space goes blinding, freezing everything in paralysis. Klimt can't help it. He's stunned with admiration and blurts that the boy is a genius. Ramsey fires that arrow in a flash, right through the enemy, and the shot is so perfect he can't help but smile, like even seasoned sailors couldn't have landed it better. Everyone's staring in disbelief as Ramsey fires a tiny arrow and still nails the target. Now winning feels right within reach. He just snaps his weapon aside at the instant of the strike. Then the enemy's attack misses completely, and the target is safe. The fight observer's eyes widen. There isn't even a single opening to throw a strike, and it's all playing out exactly the way Ramsey wanted. After weighing every second, he finally locks in his choice. Now's the time to move. He spins toward Clem and declares that the moment for decisive action has arrived at last. For some monks, their spells only hit full power when they touch the target. So she reaches out, lays her hands on him, and heals him, telling him that's the only way through. If Magnus already crushed Durban Vaunt, then there's no way he doesn't bulldoze Centurion next. The main character rockets forward in an instant, snatches a stone mid-stride, and smashes the opponent with a crushing hit, sending them splintering into pieces, utterly broken by the impact. Cheers roar through the crowd. Victory is finally real. Magnus blows everyone away with his sick command of magic, and right then Clem lifts the silver in his hands, promising there's enough to go around for everyone. He insists the win landed in their hands so effortlessly only because the whole team fought together. Ramsey flashes a proud grin as the defeated enemies lie sprawled behind them, and the main character tells him, "Let's get out of here," so they slip off the battlefield together. All this time, that poor skeleton has been left rotting in the pit, and the man, aching for his old companion, mournfully admits that 8 years have gone by. He snatches up every bone and a strip of fabric, and then, right as the memories hit, his tears finally break loose while he thinks of his partner, Kane. The next day in Karbe, Ramsey stands there and pours out heartfelt thanks to everyone who helped. Then the boy blurts out, hopeful, "So it's really over." The man, drained and shaken by everything he felt, admits he never once thought he'd have to face something like this. He brings the remains back to the parents, and together they bury them in the earth. He throws his gratitude at everyone, vows he'll look after each and every one of them, and he shuts down the idea of goodbyes because this isn't the moment to say farewell. Ramsey shot them a confident promise. Wherever they went, he'd go too, and nobody was walking out dead. Then he tightened his resolve, kept his word, and demanded they hand him the care of the ancient ruins. The hero shoots out his hand to thank the man, and right as they lock grips, the man grins and promises that from this moment on, they're friends for real. Clem leans in and asks the young man if he wants to jump into their adventures, then steps up and personally backs his character. But whether these chicks crawl back alive or don't, that all rides on the legend of the return. Clem demands everyone promise they'll come back alive. She isn't hunting for the culprit or pointing fingers at anyone. Even Magnus, battle-hardened as he is, couldn't pry himself free alone. A chilling silence hung in the air, and the main character wouldn't utter a single word. She says those chicks won't turn into true first-class adventurers unless the mentor stays locked on who he really is, a legendary traveler. And the second those words land, his whole figure tightens. Clem reached Ted, Rada, and Meadow, pressing the point that they could flat-out refuse, because this whole thing screams danger. But everyone knew they weren't trained for it, and still they clenched their teeth and swore they'd do whatever they were asked. Their bond was so fierce they'd follow those people straight into hell, because the thought of teaching someone again lit up real joy in their hearts. Ramsey hesitates, staring at the hard call of whether to try again, but Kane's memories won't let him breathe. The man dubbed the Legend of Returns stands there with deadly certainty, promising that all 6 of his teammates will come back alive. One of the guys bursts out that Ramsey's legend isn't finished at all. This is just the start of a brand new story, where they all team up to become famous heroes together. Armed with battle tricks stolen from a mysterious book, the heroes launched their hunt for artifacts strong enough to crush the 8 demonic generals, and even the Demon King. From ruin to ruin, they tore through every location, hunting each target straight off their guide. Among all those trophies, they stumbled on the Bell of the Sea Breeze, the Devil's Stone, the Hero Angel, and the Shadow Quartet. Then kept digging until they uncovered the Acid Quartet, the 2 Sprouts, the Wind Quartet, and the Male Strike Quartet too. The whole vibe flips like night and day. Everyone's laughing, living it up, and it's nothing like those dark days when he was stuck on Yevhen's team. Seriously, without that strategic guide, there's no way he could have pulled off all of this in such a short time. A few days flew by, then at the Tavern Karba, the hero bursts in grinning, and the moment he says he's back, everyone crowds around and demands, "So, did the party work out?" It looks like the main character loved that feeling until he got back to Lacusta and realized he had zero clue Arya was about to buy a whole new house, while Magnus's exclusive products sent sales through the roof. Who would have guessed she'd snag a new house before the wedding even happened? She's stunning, but the stubborn streak and that fearless courage are impossible to miss too. Right then, someone walks up and asks the young man straight out, "Hey, are you Magnus?" Masked strangers step in and tell the main character straight up that their master personally wants him at a meeting, and the crowd instantly erupts in shocked disbelief. The girl rushes out an apology for the sudden call. Normally she shows up in person, but this time she refuses to draw unnecessary attention to herself. In front of her sits a lavish feast, and the main character grins as he tells her, "Don't worry, your effort means the world to me," because he's genuinely grateful. The startled guy blurts out, "Wait, are we really safe here?" And the girl replies, "Yeah, it's just a normal shop, and I'm here, so nobody's going to get suspicious or ask pointless questions." Right now, every guest down there isn't just chatting, they're secretly acting as her guards, so let him breathe easy and feel safe for once. Friends stare in disbelief. Every face beneath the rumors turns out to be a guard, just like a real princess would demand. Clem spots the lamb spinning on the spit, and that juicy meat gleams under the heat, reeking of pure temptation. Then the man snaps at her to remember she's still got her age, and she doesn't stall for a second. She digs in and starts tasting. The man insists they didn't come here for free food, but the woman just smirks and says, "What's the point of cooking if nobody's going to try it?" So they might as well enjoy the treats. The hero finally got it. She slipped out of the capital just for him. But then the real question hit. What does she think he's supposed to do next? She leaned in and asked the guy if he knew Nereus, the huge settlement sitting about 3 kilometers south of here, because that's exactly where the garrison the capital sent is stationed right now. The main character had only ever heard spooky rumors about this mysterious man, yeah, and none of it was true. Or at least, that's what they told themselves, until a strategy book dropped the real info in their lap. Then the girl leaned in, careful and shaky, hinting that someone was watching her, so she couldn't say it out loud. She claims that in Kakarola, south of Nerea, something impossible is happening. Whole cities and villages vanish into thin air, with not a single clue left behind. The main character watches these people and thinks, what's wrong with them? Until it hits him hard. They're literally moving along with him. The merchants were the first to spot something off. Once the weird changes hit, they blew the whistle and rushed to the authorities right away. And at first, everyone figured it was just a bad map, or they'd gotten turned around. Soon, more people stumbled into the same kind of trouble, by accident. They found settlements and whole towns that nobody had ever mapped. The protagonist finally clocks how bad it is. If they do nothing, the ruins won't just hide everything. They'll make it impossible to find a single thing. One of the magical treasures he has to snag is buried somewhere in the ruins of Kokrilla. The girl fires off her proposal to Magnus, and the moment he grins, he blurts that he was about to pitch the exact same thing. The girl snaps that the army won't fix this, then asks him to team up as a representative of the kingdom of Lacustra. But she makes it crystal clear, this help won't come cheap. The moment she realizes he cracked the case, she goes straight to the king and grabs a special permit for him. And the boy agrees on the spot, no hesitation at all. Joy bursts across the girl's face as she shakes hands. This is the bonus task they were waiting for, straight from the new strategic manual, and with that, the event kicks off. Princess Fairy's tasks are cleared, and the vanishing cities are saved. Suddenly, the girl squeezes the boy in a tight hug and pours out a heartfelt thank you, and instantly his cheeks ignite with a blazing blush. She blurts out that she's completely swamped with joy, begs him to wait just a moment. Then her laughter bursts out bright, warm, and honest. The surprise slams into him and throws him off balance, but he clamps down hard, holding on through sheer bravery while he forces his feelings to stay buried. Without holding back, the main character snaps at the girl that she's gone too far, and she just smirks, then lets him go, speaking softly as she asks him for forgiveness. The main character gets asked what he thinks, and before anyone can dig in, he blurts out a playful, "Don't go there," and the whole room erupts in laughter. Suddenly, a long-haired man bursts in, points at Princess Fairy, and roars that the imperial family's fraud has left him no choice. He's coming for her life. Suddenly, a girl brandishing twin swords drops in front of Ramsay and bluntly demands his help. If he refuses, she'll drag him into it herself. Daggers in hand, the guards charged to shield the princess. Then, in the blink of an eye, they drop dead. Brown's face tightened with worry. They're dying way too fast. Meanwhile, Teton, who never meant to start anything, decided to move in with pure politeness, and the whole crowd just froze, stunned beyond belief at what they'd witnessed. Brown presses Titan for answers. What dragged her here? But she just flashes a sly smile and shoots back, "Why are you here too?" Barely catching a whisper about Ramsay showing up in the store, she bolted over here, and Brown trailed right behind, because at last, the chance to kill the princess was within reach. Brown tells them to mind their own business and promises he'll bring the good news to the leader. Farah can't help but stare. What's their deal? These people refuse to bend. Then Magnus finally explains. Right in front of them stand reps from the 6 Stars, a division of the National Defense Corps. 3. From Kleemshout, slap the truth into everyone. Don't drop your guard. They'll clear the path for retreat, and the mission to rescue the princess is handed straight to them. After countless trials, they've changed for good, no more who they used to be, because these hands now clamp down on a weapon with total confidence. The second they barreled into the fight, the main character snapped them to a stop, because their level was nowhere near enough to risk something like this. A jolt hits the young man. He can't leave the princess alone, not ever, and the 3 of them lock in, ready to battle until the very end. Brown says he's got 0 time to waste on weak opponents. This Titan will gladly entertain them and hand over exactly what they came for, while the girl charges in fast, going on the attack. In the blink of an eye, all 3 are caught too close and turn to ash, and the brutal sight freezes everyone watching. Screams rip through the air and Titan sneers. Sure, the view's not bad, but this kind of primitive stuff isn't her style at all. Then Magnus clicks in fast. She's been underestimating them, holding back on purpose. And maybe that miserable level is exactly what's worked in their favor. Brown can't help but wonder if they honestly think they can watch everything down there like nothing's happening. And Clem just smiles and says that if she makes a move, this whole place will be wiped clean. The stranger asks what they're talking about, but it's pointless. Magnus already has a weapon gripped tight, and every word just dies in their mouth. Brown asks the hero if he's okay playing human shield, and the hero nods like, yeah, why not? Because the mage's already charging on the front lines. The man squares up for the strike, roars that he'll never beg for mercy, and then barrels straight into the chaos without hesitation. That sudden burst of speed lets the protagonist slither out of the attack at the last second, and the opponent just freezes, stunned, totally thrown off. Magnus never in a million dreams thought he'd run into a level 36 mage. No joke. Even in his dreams this felt unreal. Like he'd suddenly stumbled on a real monster right in the middle of the city. The hero figures he must have already hit the 20th level, but the boy fumbles and admits he's only at 16. Then Magnus laughs in his face, mocking him for being nowhere near Eugene's level. The main character taps into his power. He summons fake fighters out of Mirage's shadows. Then Brown immediately lunges at one of the doubles. The main character flashes back to Brown, who sneered, called him a fool, and swore he'd never cut him any slack. That dude doesn't even need magic. His status and level basically scream he'll crush anyone. And while he's about to win, the main character is lining up a savage strike from above. Finally, the guy lands the decisive hit, and Brown crumples helplessly onto the floor. Everyone around just goes still, staring like they can't blink. Titan grins at everyone and taunts them to stop trying to escape. His booming laughter makes it brutally clear. Their confidence was never backed by any real prep. Right then, something trips the girl up. She snaps her head around, staring for Brown like he vanished into thin air, and before she can breathe, a cold blade presses to her throat. Ramsay barks at her to freeze where she stands. One tiny twitch that looks even remotely suspicious, and he'll end her life on the spot. He snaps at her, furious that she can't even tell what's going on around her, and that it's obvious she never got real training. Victory comes when the enemy's left defenseless, disarmed, and yanked to the ground with a brutal rope. Then, on the princess's command, the captives are hauled straight off to prison without delay. The princess's regret burns deep because Magnus got dragged into trouble over her, and she can't even find the words to thank him enough. But Magnus just shrugs it off, saying she shouldn't worry, because the criminals were already chasing one of his partners. So in his eyes, everything's fine. The mystery of why she was needed is finally cracked, and now the real question hits: why Ramsey? The boy answers with a grin. Because he was brought to her for the exact same reason. Rumors flying that the National Defense Corps is gearing up to chase the most mysterious, least charted ancient ruins, so they're scrambling for a seasoned guide who can help crack those secrets wide open. The princess leans in and declares Magnus's power is nearly limitless. He's truly unstoppable. Then the boy shrugs off the praise, saying he doesn't need it, but if they really want to thank him, he'll take the key as a humble token of gratitude. With a bright smile, the girl offers him the key and swears it came from her room in the capital palace. But the boy refuses to let it stay and demands to take it back. The princess points out that the only deal they made is his free pass to her chambers, then tells him, "Don't you dare frown," and that she's even okay with him sharing her bed. But Magnus shuts it down, saying there's no need for any of that. She insists it's only a joke, like, yes, he's strong, but he's sweet too. And wow, the kindness in him is real. If he ever wants to slip in and meet her secretly, take her words as the signal. The door's always open for him. The boy grabs the key because love has never gone his way, not even once. Then days fly by, and the story slams into the Cockrell Incident Investigation Department in Alabama County. With villages and towns in the Kekrala region vanishing without a trace, the heroes dove straight into the Legion to hunt the truth and stop the disaster for good. The princess blurts out the truth. Sure, the imperial family has around 4 like it, but this is the first time she's ever seen a flying carpet this size. And it hits her like a shock, because she's staring at her first giant airborne carpet. Ramsey can't stop wondering if she can act like she's just admiring the scenery. But then the girl blurts out a shy apology. Leaving the palace doesn't happen often, and curiosity got the best of her. Claim tells herself not to cling to his words, no matter if they sting or crush her. None of it can change where this story ends. So she tosses her fears aside and dives into the adventure with both hands. Girl Lap stares in awe and blurts out, "Your way of thinking is truly unlike anything I've ever seen." She was sure every monk was a stubborn loner, but this story just tore that stereotype apart, and Clem couldn't ignore it. She'd always pictured the princess as a self-assured kid who couldn't do anything. Yet even here, her own expectations got completely crushed. He clocks how carefree everyone is, but Magnus only grins, too soon to stress, not until they hit the destination. So he tells himself to savor the calm while it lasts. For now, one thing's clear: we can't fully trust who's pulling the strings until the truth comes out. When Magnus asks if he has any idea what happened to the missing village, a single thought hits him. Maybe a giant sandworm is behind it. Whispers fly that this glutton devours everything in its way, but even a beast like that can't quite swallow a whole horse. Still, one thing's clear: it's a monster for real. When a giant sandworm stays buried and dormant for years, it mutates into a Caesar sandworm, one that can swallow whole cities in a single gulp. The princess shoots a warning. That worm could mistake you for prey and come crashing down. But Magnus grins and swears, "If it shows up, we'll deal with it ourselves." Then he snaps his command. The princess and the soldiers retreat now, immediately. Politically, Pharaoh would have had the advantage if he handled this himself with the army. But he wouldn't agree to it, not even if it meant sparing them the tiniest sacrifice. She tells him to trust her. This will be better for both of them, for her and for himself. "I owe you so much," she says, praising him as truly wonderful. And then she warns, "Don't let others believe guys like him," she pleads. "Don't listen to a word he says." General Tao of the Alabama Empire vowed he won't swallow a single word of this fraud. The girl straightens up and declares Magnus a hero who saved the kingdom, then demands he fixes his bold mouth right now. Magnus snarls back, bitter and furious, that it's a damn shame a princess of her standing got fooled by a con artist like that. In his eyes, Caesar's sandy worm is so ridiculous that even laughter can't escape it. And if a monster like that shows up, you're not meant to survive on the battlefield. He insists, "At least I've got a plan to protect myself." But then the room erupts in laughter. Everybody mocks him because they can't wrap their heads around the idea that you'd build a strategy off someone else's fantasies. The tale declares that in battle, only grit and love for the homeland truly matter. Petty tricks and lying schemes don't belong here. He lifts his sword, and boom, he summons a 3,000-strong legion of knights, and anyone foolish enough to get in his way gets crushed without mercy. Magnus had zero plans to get in the way. He wasn't about to give advice or bark orders either. But could he really stand aside while they tried to help? Because if this goes wrong, it's not just a problem. It's a direct showdown with a terrifying monster. With a mocking grin, the man snaps back that help from some fake fraud is useless to them and swears he'll bolt the moment real danger comes knocking. Passengers on the carpet plane stare at him, wondering who he thinks he is. This daredevil has zero clue what Magnus can really do, yet he's brimming with unstoppable confidence. Guilt clenches the girl's chest over her subordinate's rude behavior, but the guy just flashes a grin and tells her it doesn't even touch him. Those words slide right off his skin. The man watches the slaughter coming and says the soldiers are about to pay with their lives, because everyone knows this army is officially the princess's, while the general just tails her like a bodyguard. Yet somehow, only a handful of guards actually listen to her. Klim demands that only the strongest be pulled into the First Army, and he's sure those warriors will march behind him without a blink. Fair counters that because they're the elite, they'll follow the commander's orders no matter what she personally thinks. Ramsay couldn't believe it. Why not just order Tao around? The girl just let out a heavy sigh, like, "It's not that easy. He's on the list of guys I might actually end up with." Ferris watched the Emperor hop from challenger to challenger, never making a final pick, because he was soaking up the non-stop spotlight, the juicy gifts, and the endless low bows from every hopeful desperate to steal the throne. If Tail can pull this off solo, he'll walk away with a massive edge, so he shuts Magnus down and refuses his interference or ideas, knowing exactly what's at stake, while Tail braces himself to ask the next question. Once the fight kicks off and things turn ugly, you'd better shout retreat right away, because even if nobody listens at first, that order can save lives the moment the battle turns critical. The girl clocks that he's being considerate, and Magnus only shrugs it off, like it's no big deal to him, because he doesn't find letting people die for nothing funny at all. Then the guy turns to them and says, "If you've got something to say, don't sit there in silence." 3 days have gone by. His eyes never waver as he stares straight ahead, and it feels like the mountain itself slid out of place. Someone asks if that brutal heat knocked him off balance, and the main character exhales with pure relief. They're finally here, and right in front of them lies Caesar's sandworm. The shock hits, like he just nailed the answer, and before anyone can even blink, he snaps out the order. Everyone line up and get ready to fight. The princess's guards tighten up because the girl is shouting orders at the top of her lungs. If things heat up, pull back and retreat immediately. At last, they all come face to face with a monstrous worm, and Ramsay's doubt kicks into overdrive, like the victory is slipping right through their fingers. With one brutal swipe, the monster worm blasts everyone flying in every direction, so the boy can't hold it in as he shouts, "Run! There's no way we win! Retreat right now!" Torn into obedience by the princess's command, Tile fights to even move, and in his head he becomes himself. Tile, the legendary general of the Imperial Army. You can't beat him. This has to be a nightmare, and fear has locked that man in place. The man shoots a quick look. Is everyone ready? And the whole team nods in sync. The worm's at level 37. And Ramsay can't stop thinking, because if this monster had blindsided them, it could have ended them for good. The main character shouts to aim for a pause first, and the whole team instantly gets it. Then they fire arrows from their ice crossbows. With a roar of the spell, the hero slams an ice attack onto the worm, and in an instant, it snaps rigid, trapped in crisscrossing icy chains. The boy breaks the news. After digging through ancient ruins, they finally track down the real source of these arrows, so now they can fire them as much as they want. Suddenly, the worm rips the air with a piercing scream, yet the main character doesn't even flinch, so he snaps back with a totally different spell. The guys insist they've got more than enough arrows to take down this monster, so stop stalling. It's time to open fire. Suddenly, a gaping hole yawned on the horizon and grabbed everyone's attention, and Ramsey's gut tightened. Something felt horribly wrong, so he snapped at the others to be extra careful. With one thunderous cannon blast, the main character nails the target dead on, leaving the enemy worm right in the heart of the explosion. The enemy spits out a warning. If they can just pin him down, they'll need one more shot. Then the main character rockets forward and slams in a brand new attack. The hero amps up his body, strength surges, single hit power explodes, and even critical strikes land faster. Then he summons 4 blasts of fierce wind and hammers in 6 heavy stone strikes, funneling the chosen element straight into his right hand. The young man clasps his hands. Then a pillar of light slices out of the sky and blazes across his palms, and every single person nearby just stops dead, staring in shock at the wild spectacle. The main character smashes magic straight into a meteorite strike, blasts a brutal hit into the worm, and every single person in sight snaps their attention to the deadly opponent. The princess beams with pure joy, thanking the one who mastered divine magic, and right then everyone around erupts, cheering like the enemy's defeat is their own win. Climb snaps it all into place. This is it, the loss of the object everyone keeps whispering about, and the deadliest trial of all finally shows its teeth, Ramsey's total ruin. Pure joy hangs in the air, someone deadpans, so Caesar's sandworm can even munch ancient ruins. And guess what? They don't have to hunt for answers at all, because those mysterious ruins have shown up right in front of them. The princess stays icy calm. These ruins are exactly what he's been hunting for. When the boy spots her focus, he blurts out, "Are you sure everything's okay?" She tells him not to worry, because cracking this mystery will earn him the special permit she promised, letting him into the special classes. No matter if the whole story flips in reverse, the real win is this. When everything winds back, real smiles finally light up the princesses and the main characters' faces. This ruin's dimensions are way smaller than the others, because it used to be a military facility, not a city. While most ancient places started with a first level for everyday life, this one was built as barracks, packed for the soldiers. On the first floor, nothing even dares to threaten him, and his companions already fought the Guardian for him last time. The kind of seasoned researcher who knows exactly what's coming. Everyone stared in shock. Wait, do people really still live here? Could these be the descendants of the ancient Alabamians? Faces tilted up, eyes wide, stuck in a spell as they drank in the view. The main character blurted out, "Look, this city and the nearby villages are filled with Caesar's victims," and then proved it with a sickening certainty. Those undigested remains were found right in his own stomach. Complete disbelief hit everyone. Turns out they actually beat that worm. Pure joy erupted in their chests, because just moments ago, nobody could have thought they'd survive. Not when their supplies were running on empty, and it truly looked like death was about to swallow them. When Magnus hears the question about going outside, he grins and tells Princess Farah, "They're already out there, your army's waiting, and they've got you covered with real protection." The locals thank him with all their hearts, and even ask his name. Then, boom! A terrifyingly powerful wizard shows up, ready to guard them all, and at last everyone can swagger back home. As they push ahead, the stairs to the second floor come into view, and knowing a guy who's already crawled out of the deepest pits of these dungeons is right there with them chills the fear right out of their bones. They're met by a shadowy, courteous creature that asks, polite as can be, if the guests need help, and Ramsey wastes no time explaining. What stands before them is a relic from an ancient age, a magical servant, a priceless legacy from when magic ruled the world. The city's defenders, standing on those walls like living shields, were the real guardians, and anyone who watched out for the people became loyal servants to the cause. Suddenly, the creature asks for help, something it almost never does, while the servants usually stand frozen in place until they're told what to do. The creature calls itself a clever servant, always fishing for orders while it hunts for a job. And when Ramsey hears it, he just laughs, because it even starts chatting. The hero blurts out that he wants to drop straight to the deepest level and asks if someone can take him there, only for the servant to slam the idea down and declare he's absolutely forbidden to do it. The character walked off, leaving him behind. This is for the best. If the servant needed anything, he only had to call, and honestly, that poor guy didn't stand a chance. Magnus and his crew stormed down the endless stairs, plunging straight into the dark heart of the dungeons. The servant asks if they need help, then repeats, "Just call if you do," and Clem bursts out laughing, calling it a real masterpiece. She even tells them to take a few things with them, because they might save them later. When they said his name, the servant blurted, "Are you really Magnus?" then demanded to know what job he had to do, and once he answered, the young man realized the servant had learned his name too. The servant insists there's nothing weird going on. He's just a servant, nothing more. Then, when they press him, he says he'll answer even when they ask if he remembers his name. The kid finally cracks and admits it. He's got no name at all. The creator labels the other servants like their inventory, slapping numbers on them, like 265 and beyond. But for him, no one ever bothered to invent anything. Clem leans in and teases Magnus, asking him to name himself, like, isn't he the obedient little kid who came to her for comfort and love? Magnus shoots back that it was she who just helped him realize what his own name was. The servant begs to carry a name Magnus, the master himself, chose, and Clem jumps in with fire. He's all for it, because he's been dreaming about that moment too. Magnus softly calls him Chocolate, and Clem can't believe how sweet those nicknames sound, because, back in his childhood, that same name belonged to his dog. The servant beams and thanks the boy, because now he's turned into chocolate too, and that bright grin doesn't escape anyone's eyes. That's when a truly bizarre new companion shows up right in the middle of them. Are they seriously trying to drag him along with them? And can anyone really trust magical beings? They're all staring at Magnus, terrified he might flip on them, smile like he's protecting them, then strike. The main character flat out declares, servants do only what they're told, never an inch extra, and that's exactly why they deserve more trust than anyone else. So, does that mean the servants won't attack anymore? The thought lingers for a second. Then they waste zero time and the company presses on. Through their teamwork, they shattered the maze and even fought off a whole swarm of terrifying monsters before they could blink. Even those twisted hallways and brain-bending cryptograms didn't slow them down for a second. They went straight to work and started unlocking the doors right away. At last, the heroes drop into the deepest level, and the main character shoots Ramsey a mental shout of thanks, because it's his sharp leadership and skill that got them all the way to the bottom of the toughest ruins. He can't forget last time, when they failed to snatch the key to the Imperial Palace, and that miserable incident still haunts him. The main character pushes. Give it a shot this time, but the guy doesn't buy it. He's sure nothing's going to run smoothly. He told me that once you caught his eye, every bit of stubbornness would vanish on the spot. Suddenly, Gozu bursts into the scene, and the servant snaps in warning, trembling as he explains. This isn't just an enemy, it's Gozu himself, the terrifying guardian of the magical empire, whose raw power has crushed the courage of even the bravest souls. They swear this guy is pure mithril, so solid he shrugs off any magic, and that he's got a magical poem stone tucked in his pocket, because even the wildest, most brutal all-day battle won't stand a chance against him. The servant snaps to it at once. This is something they already know, and it's honestly perfect, and the hero's cheeks flare with a rush of color, stunned by how sharp his companion's ears really are. He dives into his magical bag, snatches a jug, and with a snap of magic, a sharp gladius materializes in his hands. Gladius flashes in all its glory, and that evil god's vessel can only lock away a single soul. Once the rules kick in, it's only you two, plus Gladiolus, who can cross that arena border. The moment you step inside, Goza snaps into a fighting stance, and a magical barrier seals everything shut for the duel. No escape, no interruptions, just one outcome. Either the intruders get wiped out, or the Guardian falls. Remzi says their hits left not a single scratch on him. One of the guys laughs. Good, at least this won't keep bothering you. Now you just have to sit tight and wait, worrying. The main character teams up with Clive and cranks up his strength, defense, agility, self-belief, and even his resistance to magic like it's a power-up gone wild. Three friends hype up Master Magnus. Just put in the work, and victory'll be a cakewalk. They're dead serious, praying for his success. The main character gets cornered by a tempting pile of chocolate, and it pleads, begging him not to leave it alone with its creator. With one careful touch, the hero slips right through the defenses. Then his confident hands leave no escape because they've already been stamped with his name. The boy hesitates, asking if he can really trust him with his unfinished dream, and Klim shoots back with unshakable confidence. Don't worry, she'll take care of him. Out of nowhere, a massive horned monster crashes into the scene, and the main character, bellowing like he's out of his mind, storms forward, winding up to land a killing blow. Gladius bursts straight into the thick of the fight in a blur, kicking up a billowing cloud of dust that blankets the battlefield in a choking haze so nobody can see what's happening inside. Magnus reports that even with every magical barrier stacked on top of the other, there's still no way to hold the line. Seeing an enemy brandish a real adamantine axe hits the main character like a punch. This fight won't be won easily. First, the hero has to outsmart Goza, then shut down his attack for good. He spits out a spell and summons Stone 4, slamming it into the enemy with a brutal, earth-shaking strike. The monstrous creature bellows a bone-chilling shriek, unleashing a brutal storm of deadly projectiles. But divine light and that mantle of victory hold the line every time, keeping the enemy's assault from landing. No matter what happens, he launches himself into the sky, ready for Gozu's blazing attacks. Thanks to that encyclopedia, it actually paid off. He cranks his fire resistance to the absolute max, then stands his ground with pure confidence. A swirling gust yanks the Stone 4 spell skyward, and the Earth's power rips the monster apart. Then the hero raises his voice like a victory bell, yelling, "Now his Gladius has turned against him." Right after those words, Gladius finally nails the monster, while the young man bolts off in a blur toward some unknown direction. The boy barrels straight at Klim, and with divine power blazing in her hands, she heals her people, until she reaches him and brings his health rushing back. The man realizes this is exactly what his sister's magic is capable of. Her barrier can shut people and spells out, yet it never blocks the healing power flowing through it. But as magical civilization advances, everyone's grown to sneer at that kind of magic, so they just turn their backs and ignore her. Because Gladys shrugs off magic like it's nothing, Magnus's enhancement spells can't touch her at all, while Klim's magic still hits him as usual. That healing power is basically bottomless, so will he really have the guts not to crack? The dude just shrugs it off because the only real threat isn't the healing at all. It's running out of every last magical energy point. The hero explodes forward in a lunge, and Klim, eyes blazing with faith, fires back that he'll pray for his victory, so the hero better go all in. With a stone clenched in his hand, the young man charges the enemy with everything he's got. Even when pain ripped through his body, he snapped back using magic, so he hooked up with his companions and launched into a journey. The boys can't help it. Why is this fight refusing to end? How many spells has he already burned through? 40. Or maybe he's wiped out all 50. And wow, that mithril golem isn't just tough, it's unreal, built to keep getting back up. That brutal fight drained the main character down to the last drop of strength, but with a perfectly timed damage optimization plan, he still found a way to unleash his magic resources with deadly skill. Realizing he needs one more strike, the boy grabs a stone and smashes the monster with everything he's got. Right under the hit, its shell starts to split and crack. Victory hits the main character like a wave. Right from the first clash, he kept zeroing in on the exact same spot, and now his plan finally pays off. Right as he was getting ready to fire off the double strike, Gladys lunged in fast and slammed the opponent so hard he had to drop his axe. The main character snatches the axe, slams the enhancement and strength on, then whips it through the air. His partner catches it clean like they've done it 100 times. The boy swears the deadliest way to hurt a metal monster is to hit it with an even tougher metal. And when he grips a gladius in a hatchet's grip, he lands a crushing strike that devastates the creature. With a final, devastating strike, the monster explodes into a pile of shattering fragments, and the protagonist's face lights up with a smug, satisfied grin. The boys rush up to Magnus, stunned by what's piled in front of them. This is the most mithril they've ever seen. With their hearts racing, they decide it's time to crank up the hunt and scoop up every last piece of that precious ore. Chocolate lunges into the boy's arms, bursting with joy as she declares he's incredible and that she adores him. Then, right on cue, a new figure steps in and thanks Magnus. Ramsey laughs and thanks his old comrades, admitting he'd still choose the same past. Then he teases that they're probably too happy before he snaps his eyes over to Clem. The hero snaps to it. 2 girls have grabbed Clem and taken him hostage, ordering everyone to freeze where they stand. No moving a muscle, because their whole mission is to keep things calm and stop the chaos from exploding. Salima and Nadia, both Albarna Combat Group reps, just got 6 stars each. Salima's sitting in second place, and Nadia is flying in at number 1. For them, the underground palace key is the whole game. Once they get it, they vanish on the spot. No hesitation. It all comes down to one choice, so let them think through every single step before they commit. The ideals that brought them here shove the country's needs ahead of their own, no matter how dirty their hands have to get. That's what Geladal's closest men swear by. But this young man can't shake one thought. The real danger is creeping right there, breathing down their neck. Shocked, the main character blurts, "How did I end up here?" And the others shoot back, "Ever since Tina attacked you, we've been watching your every move through a crystal ball." Watching every single step all day long, they clocked the exact spot fast, then showed up here almost instantly. Suddenly, the servant without connections surges ahead, so the girls snap that the boy stop him right now, and the main character wastes no time, barking the exact order. Claim blares out that he has to get the key right now to save the world, so stop panicking about the old one because she's running out of time fast. Magnus refuses to let her die because the spirit of self-sacrifice is what keeps the sister class standing, so he hands them the key, but only if they ditch ClimbSafe and go thank him for his delicacy. Even with the stakes screaming louder than ever, he dug in his heels. His sense of justice wasn't moving an inch, because he'd decided that ages ago, and nothing in the world could make him back down. The girls whirl around and spot 3 boys lurking behind them, and Magnus can't help but blurt out, "What's got you all bothered?" He can refuse the key to the underground palace because he's already mapped out every move he'll make next. Suddenly, the chocolate bar turns to full-on trickery, shoots an attack out of nowhere, and demands the villains hand over the tape right this instant. With her eyes wide as saucers, the girl blurts out in pure shock, "Soldier ants never, ever attack people." Danger suddenly turns personal. Nadia barrels ahead and, no hesitation at all, throws herself in front of Salim as the enraged guardian charges to strike, while Cupcake races in to back her up. As Nadia's body takes the hit and saves her, Selim goes wide-eyed, blaring, "No way!" because he's sure he struck without a single command. Magnus keeps his eyes locked on the caretaker as the attack hits the girl, then snaps at him, "Cupcake, Confusion rips through his face. No orders, no clue what to do. The ant doesn't pause for a second. It lunges with pure force, clawing and fighting to drag the trophy out of captivity. Climbing higher and higher, he solemnly declares, Klim has finally won his freedom. The girl glares at the ant, jaw set tight, insisting she's running an assessment right this moment. With a sharp fighting stance, she lifts her hand to her chest and declares, loud and fearless, today she'll smash every obstacle standing in her way. She spun around in a flash and smashed that cupcake with everything she had. The punch landed like a thunderclap, and those guard ants got blasted several meters away, smashing to the ground with a brutal crash. Magnus's eyes snapped wide with pure shock, and he blurted out, grinning, "Cupcake!" The guard ant got cleaved clean in two by one brutal, bone-rattling strike. The girl barrels straight at the ant, yelling that she's hunting the enemy down. The hero blocks her path, gripping her magic wand and shouting at the top of her lungs that he'll never let this happen. Magnus whips his staff through the air with a razor-fast swing, and the girl rockets back, dodging it with her whole body. Then, with ice in her voice, she snaps that everything's canceled, slipping cleanly out of the impact. The girl hit the floor lightly after her jump, and while the boy kept his guard up, he turned to the ant owner and chewed him out for dragging them into trouble. Still in his seat, Cupcake clocks how helpful it's been, and Magnus nods, though worry flickers in his eyes, before he quietly warns him not to pull that again. The little ant perks up, loving how carefully its owner takes care of it. Then those sweet words spark a rush of irritation in the hero. Staring down his opponent, he couldn't stop the thought. If this ant got wiped out, he'd lose his nerve completely. The moment I met, Cupcake snaps back like lightning, and the truth locks in. Yeah, we just met. And I need to say it out loud. But even as this was happening, something in my heart started to stir, sympathy for him. Claim snaps his hopes to Kexi for praise, because Magnus the Grump won't hand out approval, but our hero? Still left unsatisfied. The rest of the squad snaps into combat stance, blades up and ready, boxing in the guard ant with a tight, unbreakable wall. The girls murmur their spells into the servant's body. Her muscles surge with power. Her skin turns tough as steel. Her endurance skyrockets. Magic can barely scratch her, and her every move snaps with jaw-dropping agility. The maid screams, "Total destruction!" and drives a brutal punch straight into Ted's stomach, sending the breath flying out of him. She won't back down. She surges forward and unleashes another crushing kick right into Rad's stomach, doubling him over with pure, gut-wrenching pain. Suddenly, he slips up on Madden and smashes him in the back with everything he's got, leaving Madden totally blindsided. With her face stone-cold and unreadable, she snaps the final strike, backhand first, straight into Ronza's neck. Those gangs screamed in agony because of that girl, and Ted's head is spinning as he keeps asking, "Who is she?" Red throws out a wild guess that she might be a corpse-bearer, but Mello snarls, unimpressed, saying this clearly isn't close to what her kind of power should look like. Staring at the girl, Magnus realizes the truth. Right in front of him stands a golem, awakened by ancient magic from some vanished age. Staring at it all, he finally realizes it. Her power doesn't even come close to the gods. Exhaustion crawled across his face, and all his thoughts screamed one thing: his strength had already hit rock bottom. When he recalls the battle golem, a nasty suspicion hits. Gratis must have taken injuries too. Watching Klim charm everyone, a spark ignites in his head. He has to come up with something brand new, something that's never been made before. A strange stranger grips a mysterious staff, thrusts it into the sky, and roars a cryptic spell that crackles with magic. Those charms trap everyone, no exceptions. Ted freezes stiff with paralysis, while Red gets swept up in awe, all tangled up in wonder and confusion. Nadia stares at it with a furrowed brow, fear flickering in her eyes, totally lost as the chaos unfolds, and she can't make sense of what's happening. Rage boils in Cleem as disappointment crushes him. His healing gift is gone, just like that. Mato rubs his eye, looks at his brother, and snaps in shock at the spell's raw power. A sinister grin spread across Magnus's face, and he vowed he'd hit back the same way. Deadly poison, 2 hits her. Paralysis, 2 comes crashing in. Excruciating pain yanks her head back as the lazy one straps her legs and arms. Blindness, 2, and immobilization, 2, locking her in place. The poison gnaws at her. Weakness surges. Her whole body goes rigid, and the thirst that follows just drives dehydration deeper and deeper. The spell still has her in its grip. Magnus points out that metal golems shrug off this kind of magic like it's nothing, while fragile flesh and blood bodies don't stand a chance. And right after that, you can see worry hit the girls' faces. With a slick grin and his staff gripped tight, he swears that these spells barely drain a lick of energy, then dares himself to keep repeating it all day. Nadia whips around to Selima and begs her to heal the Goloma. But Selima just shakes her head with heartbreaking sorrow. Her magic can't move a muscle because paralysis locks every spell in place. With horror clawing at her and irritation snapping in her voice, Nadia blurts, "Damn it!" With a confident grin, the hero thrusts his hand forward and roars without hesitation. "Forward! To the attack!" Every member of the squad, fully geared, fully armed, surges forward together, pushing straight into the attack. He whips his sword through the air and nails the girl right in the middle of her jump. A non-stop storm of brutal punches hammers the girl golem, smashing deep wounds into her body. Her eyes flew wide with raw pain, and after the attack, it only surged harder. As relentless punches hammer her down, her strength finally snaps. She hits the floor with a brutal thud, and that single moment makes the whole squad stop dead in their tracks. Selim and Nadia's eyes bulge with pure horror and stunned disbelief, and they just stare, locked in place, like they're glued to the spot. Magnus grins, confidence blazing like it's about to light the whole room on fire. Battered trophies from old fights have somehow fused into a golem, and it's finally come alive. Magnus throws out an offer, surrender, and he won't lay a hand on them, while Nadia clenches her stick until her knuckles go tight, eyes blazing with rage, and Selim just stays quietly lost in thought. The hero locks eyes on them, raises his staff, and demands his opponent pause, think, and choose wisdom. Right in the middle of their chat, Ramsey spots a dim, almost invisible silhouette streaking past in a flash, and before the moment even settles, it slips out with a quick goodbye. Ramsey's sharp eyes locked onto a dark silhouette. Some guy sprinted off like his life depended on it, disappearing farther and farther into the distance. That face hits him like a lightning strike. He spots the guy instantly, like he's been waiting his whole life to see him. Ramsey whips around and charges after the stranger, barking loud orders for him to stop. Then the hero snaps his head toward them. Chasing him down, she screams his name, "Gomez!" the master of the sliding shadow. Gomez, of the National Defense Corps, slips his shadow forward, and the elderly man and Magnus bolt after him. Then Gomez grins like he's already won as he rockets ahead, while someone blurts in shock that Ramsey didn't even see him coming. A legendary master thief slips into tombs like they're made of smoke, then rips out priceless treasures before anyone even breathes. Nadia thrusts the staff overhead and snaps a spell into the air. The charms latched onto Ramsey's legs, yanking his footing out from under him as his balance snapped. Then he crashed to the ground. He hits the floor with a dull thud, then snaps out, "Damn it!" While Ramsey stays down on the floor, Magnus and Gomez sprint over to the table where everything's laid out. Leaning in, those outstretched hands lunge forward, grabbing for the things they want. Right as Magnus Tensley snatched the sea stone bracelet, Gomez ripped the key straight out of the priest at the exact same moment. He doesn't hesitate for a single beat. He whips around and bolts like he's running for his life. Air gates hum open on the other side. The girls are already standing there, calm but tense, waiting for the man to finally show up. Right when they were almost at the gate, the man glanced over his shoulder, smirked like he'd already won, and snapped that the wizard was a total fool. As he holds up the gemstone, he swears it's the high priest's key, and the same time, a relic gem worth a fortune. With a triumphant grin, he stuck out his tongue, then vanished behind the gates like victory had nowhere else to go. The gates slam shut, sealing the final road to salvation. Everyone goes rigid on the spot, eyes wide and jaw dropped, staring at the empty nothing where the gates were just seconds ago. Ted and Mito lock eyes, and the moment turns into pure nightmare. Their jaws hang open, and disgust and terror warp their faces into something they can barely control. Climb's eyes crackle with tension as he whips his head toward Magnus. The triplets barrel toward the hero, fuming, shouting their accusations. "What did you do? Did you really miss or stumble?" Because they swear all this misery is over some tiny trifle. Ramsay dropped to a knee, lifted his head toward the addressee, and with full confidence declared, "I'm in." With his back to the others, Magnus clamps down on the bracelets in his hands, and the silence drags on until Ramsay snaps to his feet and demands, point blank, why Magnus willingly handed him the key. He freezes in place, refusing to face a single person. With a perfectly calm face, she tells him where the whole idea was born. Ramsay leans in and tells him, "I didn't chase that thief for nothing. I had a real specific reason." With his arms thrown wide, he keeps talking. If he wanted, he could have stopped that guy ages ago with magic. He figures he can just brush off anything standing between him and this showdown. Every head snaps to Magnus in shock as they hang on Ramsay's words. Still completely lost, he blurts out that he can't make sense of what this performance is even trying to say. Magnus grins like he can't wait for this match to be over, then smirks. "This time, Ramsay, you won't be able to checkmate me." He turns to them and finally admits it. When he grabbed Clem, his mind was racing, and in the end he chose to hand over the key because the situation left him no choice. A sly grin snapped onto his face. He tapped his temple with one finger and practically purred that he'd gone even further than he ever planned. Silence crashed down, and the attendees froze, stunned and totally lost, unable to wrap their minds around what they'd just heard. He clenched the bracelet in his hands, held it up to the crowd, and declared, "Forget a key, this sea stone bracelet is what I chose." Surprise slams into Cupcake while he's still sprawled on the ground. He's so shocked he blurts, "What is this?" Then he realizes the sacrifice was totally for nothing. Marching right up to the other guy, Magnus snaps that if things had gone another way, Clem would still be right there in their grip as a hostage. With a quick, gentle stroke over his head, he reassured him, "This bravery won't be wasted." Everyone crowds in, one after another, shouting that they've made another friend, and Magnus just keeps soothing his head, repeating the same thing. After that prank, he swore he'd never pull those tricks again. In a quiet corner of the massive city, Persephone's workshop sat hidden in plain sight, where dreams got forged into reality, wild ideas actually took shape, and every creak, smell of old wood, and dust-choked page whispered the master's history and the spark behind it. Arsef shot a look at the battered column and burst out laughing, because to him it had been absolutely wrecked. His palm slammed the brake, the only one left, shattered by that brutal fight, cracked to pieces, and chipped clean around the edges. Magnus jabs a finger at the table and fires the question at Mithul, will he take the job? Barzif then thumps his own chest with a booming roar, swears he can handle everything alone, and promises he'll also ramp up Gladius's magical protection. He keeps that hero's grin on his face as he admits it again. Some power always swoops in at the perfect second. Then he waves to the boy and says with a laugh that even bigger adventures and more work are coming. The hand of God. Magnus erupted in laughter, nodded along, and accepted the man's offer as payment, while the artifact surged his stats. Plus 30 strength and plus 30 agility. Staring at the artifact with wide eyes, the man blurts, "Wow!" Then the boy leans in and tells him this relic boosts every single attribute. She flashes that smile at the man and urges him on, like always. All right, show them your best. That one-eyed man with the cryptic grin nods right beside the artifact, like he's daring you to ask, because if you do, he'll claim it's yours to take. Bartzva gapes at the mountain of rubble, then blurts, "Whoa, what happened here?" Magnus stares him down and demands he crank out even more weapons. He shoots back to the request, pushes the cupcake into his hand, and barks, "Heal this ant!" Right in the heart of La Cousette sits a warm little restaurant where locals and travelers pack in every evening. Soft light spilling through the windows, fresh bread sizzling in the air, and spicy dishes hitting your senses one bite at a time. The room buzzes until that first spoonful shuts everyone up, and somehow bold dreams spark while glasses clink and the night hums on. With her long hair split into two neat buns and a warm smile shining bright, she steps up and proudly tells everyone, "I'm Arya, Ohm Company." A lean, tied-hair man slaps his fist to his chest and declares, "Right beside me stands you, the grain merchant." Then, boom, another guy with a wide grin steps in, calls himself Saib, and says he runs an oil shop. Right behind them, another merchant named Hassan steps up, loudly pitching fruits for sale, while one more man admits that their obsession with the riches of the Lacusti lands has been going strong for ages. The moment Magnus clocks Arya, he's stunned. This girl runs conversations like a pro, and the way she talks to people hits him hard. Even though they'd just met, he was already picturing future trade deals they could build together. He's convinced they're too green for international trade and don't have a clue what they're doing. But the real mission is to deliver supplies to Albano, a place where the fields just never got the chance to grow right. Everyone fights to hammer out deal terms that hit the sweet spot for every single side. Rumor has it Alabama's economy is crashing fast, and locals are getting pushed to leave home and scramble for help in nearby states. They jack up the prices through the roof, and you can feel the greed behind every single sale, no conscience in sight. The man lays it out plain. "That's exactly why we're ready to team up with you right now." Arya steps forward with zero fear, locks eyes with everyone, and declares she'll take full responsibility for the trade in Alabama. A spark of grit flashes in her eyes. Sure, they'll call her too young, but she's locked in and ready to go all in to prove them wrong. Rage boils in his voice as he reminds everyone that Mr. Magnus personally recommended her, so she can be trusted. The others nod right away, saying Magnus became their savior the moment he ripped them out of the Worm Emperor's grip. In the street's cool shade, Arya and Magnus stride side by side. Then the boy stretches hard, exhales, and practically goes, "Finally!" Arya's face lights up with pure joy as she leans in and declares, "Relax, there's a huge profit waiting for us ahead." The hero locks eyes with the girl and shoots back with full confidence. Alabama's gonna bounce back fast. If Alamed doesn't step in, the profit will show up soon. With her fingers pinched around her chin, the girl spots the one catch. Only he won't profit from their deals, then shrugs, because it doesn't seem to touch him at all. As Alma's power grows, the young man realizes his help can't stay the same. It's got to grow too, and the girl catches on right away, swearing she'll push herself even harder. Arya grips Magnus's hand and declares, "All right, today's my shift." She lifts her flushed face, shoots a tiny shy smile, and asks, "So, the day's already over, right?" The moment she said that, the young man got so flustered his cheeks instantly flared bright red. Courtiers packed the palace, eyes locked forward. On the towering throne, the royal monarch booms. "My beloved daughter cleared every single trial we threw at her." With a grin on her face, she thanks her father, because it was his priceless guidance and hard-earned lessons that forged her into this very moment. When he hears that praise, he bursts into a happy laugh and nods along, smugly agreeing, "Yeah, exactly, that's it." Magnus kneels, and Farah, hands out, begging, throws herself beside him as the young girl pleads with all her heart, asking them not to rob her friend of mercy. She promised him a rare pass, sealed with her own stamp, if he could track down those precious artifacts. She doesn't even lift her eyes. She keeps talking, sure that this will leave no doubt about how limitless his wisdom is. And right then, he just keeps smiling as he nods. Yeah, it's exactly that. His Highness jabs a finger at Magnus and blurts out, "So what's your name?" with pure curiosity. Those words hit him like a punch, and the boy froze, shocked, confused, and drowning in gloomy disbelief. Magnus steps forward and introduces himself. "I'm Magnus," and the king immediately nods like, "Magnus, huh? Got it." Magnus's razor-focused eyes lock on the distance, and without warning, he realizes he can't even remember how he managed to toss it behind those bars. That girl can barely contain her excitement. She stays planted in the same spot, eyes wide with anticipation, while the boy sinks into deep thought, convinced Farah is secretly saving people. Come on, if it weren't for her, this prison would have been crumbling at the seams ages ago. His Majesty boldly declares he plans to grant Mangas permission. Suddenly, a man crashes into the hall, and before anyone can breathe, he yells at the king to wait. The girl stares at the man in total shock. Marat snaps with furious rage, shouting that handing even the slightest chance to suspicious strangers in here is brutally dangerous. He skims over it all and realizes no one will ever know what mysterious purposes those things were meant to serve. His Majesty, furious as thunder, hammers the question again. The headlight snapped up and, locking onto the boy, confidently blurted that she'd already convinced herself he was rock-solid reliable. Virat steamrolled past the princess's pleas and snapped at the king that this market magician earned her trust, then exposed him anyway. This is a fraud, a total scoundrel. Maria's words kept riling that girl up, one sharp sentence at a time. It slaps on a chilling warning. The king's next move could unleash disaster across their whole road state. His Majesty leans in, listening like every word matters, then nods, approval flashing across his face. Rage exploding in his chest, Murad roars that the warriors themselves confirmed it. This fraud has been trading in secret with Princess Farah for ages. She clenches her teeth, trying to choke back her fury, then snaps at the accusation. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Facing the king, she didn't mince words. She told him there was no point believing empty rumors. Marat leaned in with pure excitement and declared that this soldier was a man of honor, no gossip, no lies, and that you could trust his words as much as your own. The king grins, fully certain that Marat has never once failed him. What she hears hits her like a punch, and anxiety claws up inside the girl. Those words washed over him and brought real comfort in the moment. Still locked in place, Magnus stews over Marat, thinking him nothing but disgusting, and even calls him out for sinking to slander just to cut his opponent down. The king lifted his hands with smug satisfaction, admitted this man felt suspicious to him too, and declared that no permission would be granted, period. Her father's words hit Princess Farah like a thunderclap, and she froze solid from pure shock. Morak tells the military they've got zero reason to spread rumors, and the king nods right along, like, "Yep, you've proven your loyalty again." The girl tightens her grip until her hand turns into a fierce, determined fist. With a short-sighted ruler like that, Albion's basically finished, so she decides there's no time to wait, and they'll bring the end crashing down themselves. Suddenly, Magnus's voice cuts in, calm as ever, telling everyone there's nothing to fear. Staring him straight in the eyes, she snaps that there'll be no permission, because how could she even face him after this? Then she leans in and says, "Don't worry, nobody will hear us." Guards explodes into the room, their shouts slamming into the air, an urgent report. They swarm him with questions, demanding to know what happened here and why those screams were filling the place. Outside, they're screaming threats, promising a strike and plotting their rebellion, while a wave of soldiers is already marching toward us. The king can't stop wondering what's truly hiding behind the word uprising. The moment those words hit the air, everyone gasps. Shock grips every face in the room. The moment she hears it, Princess Farah freezes in pure, bone-chilling horror. Even after those words sent fear crawling up his spine, he still holds on to perfect calm. Booming like thunder, the king roars, demanding to know what these people want. At the shout, the guards snapped back that nearly every soldier has thrown themselves into the riot. The king swings with raw power, then barks out a demand. "Tell me who did it, right now." That's when I fire back. The uprising isn't random. It's being driven by Prince Heidel, the throne's rightful heir. The moment he heard those words, the king froze. Terror surged across his face like ice. The shock on everyone's faces hits even harder once they realize what they just heard. Those words slammed into Princess Farah like thunder. Horror flashed on her face, and she sank into spiraling thoughts, begging to know why everything had turned out this way. The thought that her brother had sparked a rebellion for his own payoff only cranked up her fear. But then she forced a breath, remembering that no matter what, the crown would still end up on his head. Magnus keeps his voice stone calm as he realizes staying here is pure death. So, what move is the smartest in a moment like this? What he heard hit the king like lightning, and he froze on the spot, utterly stunned and lost. He roars at the top of his lungs, swearing that his majesty won't die. Then, with burning fury, he calls for ruthless punishment for every rebel. The king's words planted seeds of doubt in the hearts of everyone watching, and fear started to spread. The king summons Mirat, and Mirat scrambles to slip out unnoticed, mumbling excuses like a mysterious heartache is twisting his gut. With horror swallowing his chest, the king erupts into a scream, calling himself a hypocrite, and braces for the execution he knows is coming, because his head is going to be chopped off. Shaking with terror and tears pouring down his face, Mura dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, swearing he couldn't face execution. The king clutches his head and stammers, hunting for a way out. Then Magnus snaps into focus and declares, "It's decision time." Staring the king down, he roars that the ruler's power won't spare a single rebel, no mercy, not one bit. Hearing that, his heart clenched in agony, because if he's done as a master, Heidel won't spare him even a second either. The hero realizes the odds are off the charts. He declares his wisdom has no limits and his greatness can't be matched, and they instantly nod along because, yeah, he's spitting pure truth. With a trembling hand, the king slips the ring off his finger and declares, in a heavy, solemn voice, that he's stepping down from the throne. After the king makes his move, shock hits everyone in an instant, but it looks like Magnus planned it all along. With pure, wild determination, she hurls the seal forward and declares, "It's yours, Farah." The ring ricochets through the air, then thunks down and stops dead at the girl's feet. The monarch's voice slices the silence. Boom! The throne is gone, and it's only her now, deciding Heidel's fate from this moment on. These words crash into you like a tidal wave, blasting your mind wide open with pure shock. Magnus lifts the ring high, offers it to the princess, and meets her eyes with a solemn smile. Because from this moment on, power is hers, and she's about to become the new ruler. Those words slam the door shut. She gasps, "What?" And the story whips into a shocking new turn. Shocked by the sudden twist, the girl snaps her gaze back to the ruler, gripping the ring tight in her hands. Magnus shoots his hand out like an invitation, and with total confidence declares that he's here to ask her for the throne. Determination blazed behind her eyes. With confidence blazing in her eyes, the girl glides the ring onto her finger like she's sealing the decision herself. Without a second to lose, she barks the order straight away. Move the old ruler to safety, lock him in the Western Tower. A fancy prison exists for the nobles, so go ahead, make your father spend the rest of his life trapped behind those walls. The guards yanked him hard, trying to drag him inside, but he fought like his life depended on it, thrashing, shouting, begging her to wait, horror locked on his face as he screamed that she was wrong. She whips around to her people and snaps, "Hurry! Rebels are about to show up!" This is her first command, and the way she says it makes it feel deadly to hesitate. With pure confidence in his voice, he declares, on Dolly's orders, that the traitor will be executed. Then he challenges anyone with objections to speak up right now. In that massive hall, one single moment swallowed everything. Everyone dropped to their knees, thundered the oath at the top of their lungs, declared there were 0 objections, and swore they'd uphold their loyalty to Her Majesty with honor. Yeah, not every vow comes from the heart. Maybe Farrer already knows that all too well. For now, we've got to formally acknowledge the coronation, at least in name. Once things get better, we'll finally do it for real. Confidence lights up her grin. She's got her sights set on winning, and she knows she'll do it. The girl surges with raw excitement, and her whole body shakes like it can barely hold the anticipation in. Sensing her fear, Magnus steps in and promises her, word for word, that he'll always have her back. She comes back to him, all gratitude, and he tells her, straight from the heart, that helping her makes him genuinely, deeply happy. With one finger pressed to his lips, he drops a hush and says, someday, down the road, he'll come asking her for a favor that only a real ruler could pull off. The lighthouse, eyes shut, flashes a warm smile and tells them, everything's crystal clear. Her smile lights up like the sun, and she promises she'll do everything she can to be useful to him. Magnus flashes an even wider grin, her words clearly hitting the right spot, and that spark of happiness makes the start feel promising. The heir steps into the throne room with a heavy, solemn stride, like the fate of the kingdom is weighing on his shoulders. Every move of theirs went rigid with pressure, like they were braced, breathless, to crash straight into the rebel. Heidel strides ahead with razor-sharp speed and total confidence. The rebels fall in behind their leader as he strides ahead, and to the naked eye, his face gives away not a single flicker of emotion. The pharaoh can't hide the seizure. Pure, unstoppable emotion smashes over him like a tidal wave. A tiny, almost invisible smile flickers across Heidel's face, and he leans in to tell her, straight up, that she understands him perfectly. The girl blurts out, buzzing with excitement, "Why in the world did you dare to rebel? Tell me, is it really just power you're chasing?" She finally sees it. Her father's rule is dragging the country straight into ruin, and now there's no way he can stay on that throne. It's time to smash the tyrant, and do it now. Despair claws at the girl until she's trembling. Could this really be happening? He dumped all the dirty work on her. His burning ambitions drove him straight toward the royal throne. Turning to Giddel, Magnus finally clicks. Everything's clear now. He wasn't hiding anything big. He was just trying to keep that tough, stern mask on. He shadowed his face and said, "All right, time to ditch this road and take a new one." When those words hit the air, not a single trace of discontent touched the prince's face. She shoots off a sarcastic jab about choosing methods more carefully, and you clap back. Or maybe you should just hand the dirty work to someone else. Those words slice right through her, deeply. He swears he served that advice on purpose, just to hit a nerve. And when he says it, Magnus only shakes his head like, "Nope, doesn't involve me." The moment he hears it, Heidel freezes, shock hits hard, and he snaps for clarification, demanding to know exactly what that meant. With a sharp combat stance and a bitter grin, the hero confesses he sold his soul to demons, and it was all for nothing. Those words hit the princess like lightning, stunning her so hard she just went completely blank. Tension spikes in the air. Everyone whips their heads toward each other, stunned to the core, because nobody can believe what they're seeing. Stretching his hand forward, Hadiol realizes the wizard is speaking a bunch of strange words. Magnus strides in front of the people of Furus and declares, like they should already know it, that the demonic 8 is back, ready to crash their lives. Before they enslave a whole country, they always go after the local nobles first. Then they twist every string just right until they make their target hand over their own soul. With a sharp, threatening point of his finger, he solemnly declares to the rebel that Prince Hidala is the one they've picked as the traitor among Alabama's residents. The confession didn't even faze the prince. His face stayed stone calm, not a single muscle twitched, and his composure never cracked. The rebels explode into an uproar, hurling accusations at the hero. How dare he say something like that without feeling ashamed? The crowd didn't flinch for a second. Everyone kept roaring that Prince Hyde only wants to bring Alabama back to its full glory and power. So how in the world could anyone call that treason? Magnus throws his arms wide, his voice sharp with reproach. I told you to come as soon as possible, so why were you late? Why did you decide to show up right now? He keeps insisting he'll step in and answer right there. Magnus says the High Priest's key, once it landed in his hands, is the real reason everything spiraled out of control. Prince Gideel is utterly thrown off, like nothing makes sense anymore. The hero tells you the Enchanted Land's underground palace won't unlock at all unless you slide 2 of the 4 keys into the gate. Recently, someone slipped a key out of Ramses' pyramid, and now everyone's pointing at the prince, convinced the thief took the job straight from his orders. The prince's face snapped with outrage the moment he got caught, and with zero restraint he muttered under his breath, "Damn." Magnus flips the prince's cards right in front of everyone and drops the truth. A second key is stashed inside the palace treasury, and only the imperial seal can unlock it. He leans in and reveals the real plan behind the uprising. Snatch the key at any cost. The girl's jaw drops at his words, and the hero leans in to promise it. His father's throne won't slip away. Irritation boils in Prince Hydla's veins. Being exposed to it drives him mad, and through clenched teeth he spits, "May the devil take all of this." Tears shimmer in Princess Ferris's eyes as she blurts out, "Wait, what underground kingdom are you talking about?" The hero kicks off the story with a wild claim. Once bustling ancient Alabama vanished overnight, swallowed into a dead desert wasteland. And it all traces back to one magical ritual that went terribly wrong. Magnus swivels toward the princess and instantly realizes she already knows all of it. Her words about the ritual's missing details hang there like a threat, and the hero realizes her brother only learned of the ceremony because the cursed Storm General told him. He explains the ritual was meant to drag the Dark Lord's magical power into the world, and it worked. The summoning succeeded, but the mortals couldn't survive the awakened force. The hero's words hit like a thunderclap in the hall. Everyone's whispering in shock, because the whole situation just snapped into something dangerous. Magnus tells everyone that His Majesty Hedal is tucked away in the underground palace right now. He just got an insanely massive power boost straight from the Dark Lord himself. With that mind-blowing power in her hands, she set her sights on growing Alabama's reach and seizing the throne. Heidel's face twists with indignation, and you can practically see dissatisfaction boiling in his stare. Panic ripped through the crowd, because deep down they still remember how the once mighty empire crumbled and turned thriving lands into an endless desert. And now they dread history repeating itself, right here, all over again. His patience snaps. He's ripping into everyone, barking for the mumbling to stop, and warning them not to let themselves get played. His scream rips through the air, and everyone around him jolts back in shock. The prince didn't hold back an ounce of fury. He kept roaring over and over that this man clearly has no idea who he is. Suddenly, Magnus slammed his palm onto the book, blurted out an apology, and swore he knew everything about him, no exceptions. It hits him right then. That's exactly why he had the key yanked from the Ramses pyramid. The moment Heidel gets it, the uprising is unavoidable. The hero snaps his gaze to Hetal and blurts out that he can't hide his excitement. Then the prince just stares at him, utterly confused, like he has no idea what he's talking about. Sometimes he swears it's worth shutting your eyes to the chaos for a moment, because then every achievement hits like a victory you can actually feel. Stunned by the prince's talent, he can't help thinking that if he'd picked his road to the goal more carefully, he might have earned the throne too. What a brutal loss. Hetal didn't show even a flicker of emotion. Magnus leans in and blurts out the truth. His fate is tied to the general of the extinguished storm, because he basically sealed his own pact and handed over his soul. Heidel planted his feet and lifted his blade into a combat stance, while the hero stood unshaken and swore he'd never stain the prince's honor for a single scrap of profit. The abyss locks in, ready to clash, and after he heeds General Bura's advice, the volunteer unit tightens its formation and braces for war. In Magnus's mind, Salim, Nadia, and the girl servant burst into his memories like they're flashing lights. Day after day, he keeps swearing he's getting stronger, pushing Gadowel closer and closer, until Gadowel finally snaps and erupts in a furious scream. Staring hard at the footprints, Magnus whispers that the cursed general of the storm, Jamatan, was the one murdered. The hero's words slam the prince into even deeper darkness, but the hero doesn't quit. With the stolen power fueling him, he keeps going and transforms into Gidayali Jamuta. Arms wide open, the hero takes it all in and thinks, "We've done a lot, but calling it a feat feels like an understatement." Heidel snapped back, completely annoyed. He had no clue how he'd ended up learning about it. Princess Ferris bursts into desperate tears. "Is this even real?" Behind her, chaos erupts as the crowd refuses to accept it, snapping at each other in disbelief and swearing the prince couldn't possibly be the one behind such a thing. Hadole freezes with a sour, disappointed look, because the moment he realizes he's been exposed, everything in him knows it. Magnus reaches into his bag and yanks out a mysterious object that feels like it shouldn't exist. This gemstone ignites in brilliant light, and everyone nearby can't help staring at it in awe. Dazzled by the searing light, the prince snaps his palm up over his eyes. That eerie glow clings to him like a curse, and a desperate scream rips out of his throat. In the heavenly hall, bathed in red and blue light, the cursed storm general finally loses his swagger, and that's where his real power and true essence come roaring to the surface. At last, the real face of the shadowy figure clinging to Prince Heidola is finally exposed, so the prince, crushed with despair, drops to his knees and screams for him to stop. At last, the real essence snaps free, and a massive serpent bursts into the scene. This glow keeps wrapping around everyone in its orbit, pulling them under like it owns the night. Terror crashes over everyone when the prince's real nature finally breaks through, no longer disguised by his tricking, deceptive looks. People are blown away. No one can hide how shocked they are. Princess Ferris can't hold back her tears. Her voice shakes as she blurts out, "He really deserves this." A massive, terrifying snake slithers out of the darkness in front of them, hissing like it's about to strike. The crowd surges every which way, eyes locked on any opening, scrambling for an exit like their lives depend on it, sprinting to get out fast. In the frantic sprint to get away, people trip over their own feet and hit the ground hard. Nadia and Salim yanked open the gates and shouted for Hidla to show up right then and there. The serpent barks in Magnus's face, shouting that it was him who brought down the Dark Lord, and even as it brags, it admits Magnus beat him in that duel. Stubborn pride burns in his voice as he swears the final battle will be his win, no question. And just like that, he vanishes through the gate. Then it slams shut the instant he's gone. Magnus crushes the stone between his fingers, vowing to himself that he'll never, ever forget this moment. A cocky grin flashes across his face as he declares, loud and certain, "This is it. The decisive battle is happening in the underground palace." Once the rebels finally saw Heidal's true form, their thirst for war burned out for good. The guards who threw in with the uprising got hauled in and locked up for an indefinite stretch. Right now, the country's safety is guarded by Empress Ferris's trusted allies, the elite 1st Military Corps. Empress Ferris ceremoniously presses the permit into Magnus's hands, bows in a heartfelt apology for the delay, then declares that the long-awaited document granting access to the palace treasury is finally ready. On the very next trip to the palace, once the permit was finally secured, the whole atmosphere instantly shifted. Right then, when he forced her to step up and become empress, everything snapped into place and played exactly like they planned. Magnus steps up to the empress and declares that Heidal has arrived hunting the key, and that's why he's sniffing around the treasury. The girl flicks her hand like a command, ordering her subordinates to bring the key to her. Farah, eyes locked on the key, solemnly declares that she's passing it to Magnus, on the Empress's orders. Magnus smiles and admits it. She's already got it down cold again, snatching every detail on the fly, so yeah, he's absolutely thrilled to be working with her. Now we're missing one last key too, and time is running out, so grab it and hurry. The Empress fixes the hero with a fierce stare, then speaks to him with quiet trust, handing her brother over to him and putting everything on his shoulders. Magnus nods with total confidence, a serious look locked on his face. The final key was sealed inside Morris's pyramid, and just one day later, they had it. The key to the underground palace, the soul of Madrid, and the eternal sand. The Empress snaps that the guard from the Dinrof pyramid just sent word. Her brother swiped something out of there. The wait was over. They bolted out at once to wake up the underground palace. Near the separating pyramid's main gate, one of the triplets pauses and wonders out loud if they can still sprint to catch up with the others. Magnus says the underground palace is totally uncharted, so they're going to blow past it at full speed. The gates swing wide, and everything that's been locked away for ages finally bursts into view. With fire dancing in his eyes, Magnus proclaims he's ready to charge into battle, straight for the decisive fight. Underground palace. This corridor is wrecked beyond comparison, shattered so hard it makes your head spin. Where did that kind of destructive power even come from? Mato studies the wreckage and realizes every guard got wiped out by Heidel. Ramsey just nods along like, yeah, that has to be it. Clem jabs a finger at the ruins and blurts, "Is all of this not completely wrecked? That battle got brutal." Magnus snaps back that the underground palace is the heart of a magical ritual that went horribly wrong. So of course they let literally anything happen here. Rad snaps that their fight has thrown everything off, so they're somehow still chasing after Magnus and his squad, right? The hero answers with a confident nod, like nothing can stop them. The squad pushes deeper into the abandoned ruins, step by step, like something's about to break loose. Lifeless bodies are scattered everywhere, like the aftermath of a brutal massacre. The underground palace has crumbled into total ruins. Broken guards. Ted and Mato can't stop staring at all the guards and traps like, isn't this way too much? Meanwhile, Magnus keeps his cool and tells them everything's totally under control. The hero grins and says he just picked a different, a bit longer road. Then one of the triplets snaps right back. Weren't they supposed to be rushing to catch up with Kadal? The young man scans all the local treasures, and his eyes lock onto one mysterious magical artifact, the one he's already decided to steal and carry off with him. Inside the apartments of the ancient empire's heir, total chaos erupted. Everything you looked at screamed pure, ruined devastation. Sitting right there on the table is the missing object. Magnus points at it and declares, "This is exactly what we need." With a calm, unstoppable swagger, the man strides right into the office. A jolt of pure terror slams into his chest, and he freezes on the spot, straight up, like he just crashed into an invisible wall. Suddenly, right in the middle of the room, a man pops into view, sitting in the chair by the table like he just teleported there out of thin air. Beaming with open arms, the heir rushes to the guests and calls out, "Well, welcome to my domain." Ted's terror from Mello hit so hard it froze him in place. One of them even screamed, swearing a ghost was right in front of them, while Clem only huffed, doubting ghosts could possibly be that cute. An ancient spirit bursts out in pure joy, while the crown prince freezes in place, hand locked on his belt. Magnus leans in and says, "Right ahead there's a spirit drone. Necromancy built it and it's staring us down." He set the palm on the book, and a wild, audacious idea hit like lightning. What if he pictured it as a terrifying monster? A sinister grin split the spirit's face, and Magnus still clung to one thought. His level couldn't possibly drop below the third. Ramsey strolls in with his arms crossed behind his back, declares stone-cold confident, "This office is mine. I'm the Prince of Mede." And when someone pushes for details, he just shrugs like it's obvious. Magnus grips the staff tight, then flashes a grin and admits it. Yeah, it's all fake. He just wanted to prank him. The prince softly rubs his chin and shoots back, deep in thought. "Why are you asking?" The young man blurts out that in the magical ritual, Prince Mede died, and once it happened, he couldn't come back as a spirit. The spirit stares hard at the boy, tilts its head, and clocks it. Look at that. He's carrying a wild little trinket marked with a divine seal. On the hero's hips, the Book of Peace sways like a living talisman, warding danger as he charges forward. Magnus can barely breathe with excitement, because he suddenly realizes something shocking. Up to this point, nobody has noticed it. The spirit smirks mysteriously, clearly thrilled with its own brilliant trick. The hero blurts out that he wants to prove his strength, but the spirit just shakes its head and shuts him down. One tiny touch, and he'll be flying straight into heaven. He raised his index finger and said, dead serious, "There's one more thing you need to know. This is exactly why he showed up." Magnus locks up in battle stance, mind sparking as he steels himself. Retreat isn't happening until that coveted artifact is finally in his grip. The wooden stick creaks in his tense grip. He trembles, sure this is the end. With a grin, the spirit jabs at the thing and laughs. "I'm not going to guard it that fiercely, so go on, grab it." The hero thrusts his hand toward him, roars, "Stop!" then snaps at the spirit with rage in his voice. "So who are you, really?" The spirit surges upward and declares, loud and clear, that it's finally earned the name Spectrum. With a grin spread across his face, the guy confidently tells his partner, "Don't worry, we'll cross paths again for sure." Then the main figure vanishes into thin air, and all that's left is their eerie echo. Meanwhile, Magnus snatches the artifact in a blink, grins like he knows a secret, and says, "We'll meet again." The ancient imperial seal of Alabama. Heidel strides into the room with unshakable confidence, like he owns the place. With the whole squad at his side, they stride straight into the wide, open hall. Hidal whips his head toward Gomez right behind him, while Gomez keeps nodding at familiar faces in the crowd. Holmes lunges a step forward, locks eyes with the man, and blasts out the plan. They're sprinting down the corridor to the very end. They yell, totally fired up, "No matter how you spin it, this is a trap, and there's no way it's anything else." He yanks him by the collar, snaps a sword to his throat and roars, "Run, or you're dead!" Right in the middle of it, he hiccups and grumbles his way through the mess. Holmes' chilling stare cuts through the dark, and he flat out warns them, if they somehow live through this and score that reward from the boss, they'd better remember exactly who made that mercy possible. Men surge ahead, and he roars at them to follow him, right now. From the statue's eyes, laser beams suddenly ripped through the air. A laser beam rips straight through the body, scorching everything it touches and blasting a trail of fiery energy behind. The escapees didn't get far. Laser beams ripped through them in flashing bursts. Pale smoke curls up from the statue's eyes, like it's breathing secrets into the dark. Heidel bursts back to Nadia, and the second she sees him, she slams her staff into action. Neja unleashes earth-shaking magical spells and smashes those statues to pieces. The other warriors don't waste a second. They barrel straight down the corridor to the very end. Gomez, slap your hand to your forehead, stare at how they're tearing across the field, and shout, "All right, now we roll!" Kneeling and bowing, the men lock eyes with Gidal as he strides past, cold gratitude in his wake. Then he praises them for the job they finished. As he strides along, you can feel pure confidence radiating from his face. With the two loyal assistants at his side, the rest of the crowd only chased fame like it was the only thing that mattered. Just like that filthy emperor who tried to rake in profit off the very country he claimed to love. A burning hunger to make the country thrive surges through his heart, whipping him into bold action. Stop the threat with the only weapon that bites back: fire. In the testing hall, right in the underground palace's very heart, every secret was crammed together, waiting to be revealed. With a rush of relief, Holmes spots that they finally made it to the room, and his assistants immediately reassure him. The trip stayed calm, and everyone arrived safe and sound. Heidel strides forward with total confidence, and Selina clocks it. Magnus still hasn't caught up to them. The hand shoots forward, like it's desperate to snatch hold of something that matters more than anything. He thrusts his hand forward and motions for Holmes to come along. Still in shock, he blurts the question again and demands they pause, just for a moment. Throwing his arms wide, he boldly announces he'll become live bait too. Then the guy shoots back a short, "Yes," just like he said earlier. With a blazing stare, she savors his words and snaps back. "If you live through this, you'll get your reward, so you better be thankful for my generosity." Holmes snapped, stabbing his sword toward Geidel as he muttered curses under his breath. A squad of maids barrels toward him, yanking and twisting his arms until he's trapped. And while he grumbles under his breath, fury boils as he thrashes, trying to wrench free. With his arms locked across his chest, the man stares it down with a hard, unshakable glare. Holmes snaps in horror and outrage that it was stupid to trust him. Now he can only see that treacherous little viper for what he really is. With zero emotion in their voice, the titled person snaps, "Get out!" The girls hurl it forward with zero hesitation, like they own the moment. Airs, right when Holmes hits the ground, a nasty swarm of creatures explodes up from underneath, like something was waiting to ambush him. A terrifying monster loomed with a massive mouth packed to the brim with razor-sharp teeth. Home turned into screens, horror crawled in, and the crushing truth hit. Your death is coming, and you can't look away. The Hydra watches every moment unfold with stone-calm faces, while their assistants hover right beside them. Nadia realizes even a full 100 golems, once her pride, might not be enough anymore. Then she tells him the grim truth. Most of the guys got wiped out battling Jamutin, and the rest fell in that final make-or-break duel. The girl points out that it was exactly because of all that they crushed Yamutona, and that's how Geidel earned his power. He answers with a chill grin. So what did you lose? For the price of what had to be sacrificed. He clenches his jaw and hammers home the truth. Revolution never comes without sacrifice. Back then and right now. Those words hit Nadia and Alam hard, and they both nod in full agreement. With a sharp flick of his hand, he orders them, "Clear a path now," and the golems thunder ahead, crashing straight into the battle. The moment the path is cleared, Heidel surges forward without a single pause. He can't hold it in. His eyes shoot up across the room and he blurts out how long they've been craving this exact moment. In the middle of the room, a massive dark sphere looms overhead, and the moment he locks eyes on it, he whispers, "Just a little more, and this power will be mine." His eyes flare with pure excitement, and he blurts out in awe about the Dark Lord's unbelievable power. With a slow step forward, Heidel lifts his hand and declares, voice heavy with pride, "After years of brutal work, the long-awaited payoff is finally here." His whole body shakes like a bolt of lightning just ripped through his nerves. The assistants shoot a look back at him, all together, like something just changed. Magnus strides up to them with total confidence. A sudden hot spark flared in Heidel's eyes, and he blurted in shock that he never thought he'd catch up, calling his opponent a real wizard. Magnus just grinned and told Your Majesty with total confidence that he'd catch up to them for sure. That burning wish set his heart on fire, to bring back Alabama's lost glory and reclaim its old, crushing power. His heart is all in for the folks of Alabama. The volunteer corps smashed anyone trying to sabotage their homeland's prosperity, so the people of Alabama wouldn't get hit by disaster later on. Alabama got crushed in the economic battle, couldn't seize any new land, and chose not to toss its people straight into the chaos of war. The smartest move was simple: hand the people a modest but just power, and keep boosting the state's strength step by step. That truth didn't just hit, It ripped the floor out from under him and dumped him into a bottomless pit of despair. And in the end, that old king proved to be nothing but stubborn, clueless, and totally incapable of changing. To beat this challenge, the hero reached out to Jamatin for help. Swallowing every sweet lie like truth, he made the first move and landed the decisive blow. After unlocking a brand new power, he erupted into a real demon, no mask left, just pure darkness. With zero hesitation, he drops his human disguise, because right in front of him lies a chance to unleash a brutal war, and he won't dare endanger the locals. And just like the fearsome demonic 8, he was marked to endure for a full 1,000 more years, to claim the crown of the greatest ruler Arabia has ever seen. Since then, all that's bloomed on people's faces are those heart-lifting, inspired smiles. Hand pressed to his heart, he shuts his eyes, and suddenly he feels it. Just picturing their proud faces makes his own human heart shake. A wave of warmth crashes through him, and that thought hits like a blade as he barely manages to squeeze the folds of his clothing. Magnus's squad storms into the room like they own the place, rolling in strong and fearless. Heidel lifts the seal high, then solemnly declares the order to wipe out every violator right in her own name. Golem girls tore onto the battlefield like a raging storm, unleashing chaos and pure, unstoppable power. With a grin full of malice, Magnus raises the seal and swears he's going to use it, then snaps that everyone must get off the battlefield right now. The seal of the state of Alabama. That shocking twist immediately sparks a frenzy of excitement among everyone trapped in the engraving. The golem's eyes bulge with stunned disbelief. She can't seem to accept what she's seeing. Gulmi's stuck in a furious head-scratch. Why does he get two commands at once? And why do they even fight each other? The man is hemmed in from every angle as a voice blares, "Standby mode, now!" Tension twists Hadley's face into a grimace. Then he finally blurts out the real reason he had to wear the seal too. Wincing through the tension, Magnus realizes this: as long as the key fighters stay put, you can't split the forces. The triplets radiate with joy. Ted beams and declares they pulled it off, and Matto chimes in, grinning. That long route was totally worth it. The man's face keeps shifting right before their eyes, like doom is already breathing down their neck. And with a chilling prophecy, he demands a dance for daring to ignore him. Haidul Jamvutan, level 42, and his look is utterly unrecognizable now. With one hand over his face, the hero realizes something terrifying. Those celestial gems may have weakened, but his aura stayed just as menacing as ever. Suddenly, Heidel erupts into a blood-curdling scream, swearing he'll pulverize his opponents into dust. A monstrous whirlpool is roaring to life, spinning with jaw-dropping, unstoppable force. The young man slams the artifact to life and shouts, "To the eternal wind!" The magical artifact, Eternal Wind, can swallow a whole vortex, gulping up every scrap of damage from the power of wind until it's finally packed, fully charged, and ready to unleash. Heidel smirks and says, "Then I'll end this. One strike of lightning and you're all done." The hero yanks another magical artifact from his belt, inhales hard, and shouts into the endless, eternal sands. At the sound of his cry, the monster stops dead in shock and blurts, "What?" A huge, satisfied grin spreads across Magnus's face as he leans in and tells you, "This artifact works exactly like the last stone, only now it drinks lightning power instead of ordinary energy." The monster barreled forward, its scream swallowing everything in its path like it didn't care what stood in the way. The demon snaps forward in a blur and drives its fangs straight into the golem's arm. When this creature bites, the victim's whole body locks up on the spot, total paralysis, like a gallium-level shutdown. The hero locks eyes, stunned. Back on the galley it actually worked, even with its total resistance and that monstrous, near unbeatable poison. Klim strides up to the golem, spits out the word of the Lord, and with a burst of light, he shatters the chains, lifting the curse and healing it. Her hands glide over the brave knight's armor, scrubbing away every grim trace of the battles that came before. Thanks to the nun's magic, that paralyzing grip vanishes in a blink. Then the man's hand snaps shut around the demon's neck, convulsing with a fierce, instant squeeze. Klim doesn't pause for a second. She keeps chanting, and with the Lord's blessing backing her up, her spells hit with divine power. Then Magnus rushes into the clash and fires off his own incantation. Even though the mage's enhancement spells were weaker than the monk's, I stumbled across this mind-blowing book on magical growth in the ancient ruins, and my eyes went straight to it. Restlessness explodes inside him. He can't wait to flex his brand-new skills. Enchanting spells don't just make someone strong. They forge raw strength, sharpen agility, harden endurance, and even shield them from hostile magic. Bullets streak in again and again, hammering the monster and shattering the silence like glass. The trio snaps the crossbow into place. Rudd grumbles about those wall paint bullets. Ted immediately starts whining about how pricey they are, and Matto shuts him down in a heartbeat, reminding him of their promise. Don't worry about it. Ramsey flicks his hand and barks the order to begin shelling, daring anyone to believe the demonic gate won't get obliterated. No cost is too high. These kids stare straight ahead with real guts burning in their eyes. It feels amazing to finally have something to hold on to while they battle one of the mighty 8 with sharp, cautious brains, keeping the Naki warriors right at the perfect distance. With a proud grin, Ramsey stares at them like they've just proven their worth, and real joy lights up his face. He snatches up another crossbow, locks his aim on Hydola's assistant, and roars that he has no right to retreat either. Ramsey unleashes razor-precise strikes, landing every blow on Salim's head. Each hit detonates sharp, searing pain. Bullets hammer her non-stop, and the sickening truth hits: she's out of time to recover. The woman tells the girl they're barely worth anything, but Nadia smiles like it can't touch her. As long as we're still breathing, our value won't vanish. Magnus never stops. He hammers out magical incantations again and again, spell after spell. The spells hit Hydol like a crushing wave of pain, forcing him to stagger back. Because he can't take the magical pressure one more second, he twists in agony and begs Magnus to help him. He insists this is their first clash. Wait, what? His opponent blurts, stunned. How could it be? Then he fires back, asking why every single step feels planned in advance. Magnus pinched his brow in frustration and just said cryptically that it was a secret, then shut him down completely. He rips into him, calling him a scoundrel, then demands to know when he ever started setting all of this up. Right from the start, the guy shoots back with total confidence, lifting his gaze straight up at him. The demon smirks and says it's always been like this. Then he bursts into even louder laughter, claiming the man can chill blood in your veins and earn real, fierce admiration. Heidel pours out his thanks to Nadia and Salem for their tireless service, and just as gratitude hangs in the air, Nadia can't help it. Her eyes sparkle as she blurts out what could have driven him to say it. The snake rockets forward in a blur, snapping toward its target like lightning. It rockets upward, jaws spread wide as it drinks in the ruler's power like it's alive. Magnus faces a brutal choice. If he drinks in the demon lord's power, he'll level up to a whole new form. But his friend panics, warning that it could wreck his mind and turn him into a real monster. Heidel shouts, leans in, eyes locked on him, like she's trying to pry loose exactly where she's seen him before. He blares out his vow to smash his enemies, save the country, and carve his name into history as the real-deal hero. Drinking in the Lord's power, he gets reborn as an even deadlier monster, and then a thunderous roar tears out of his chest. The assistants stare at it, eyes wide with pure horror. Magnus is seething over the call Heidel made. The monster detonates with a savage roar, slamming the spot where Nadja and Salim had just been, and right after, the golem snatches them up and rockets off like it's on fire. Aim starts calling out for Gadola, and while Nedia whips her head around in panic, she blurts, "What happened?" In a battle stance, the hero slams his words down. The Godola can't be saved anymore. He's gone full monster, completely. The monster's eyes snap toward them out of nowhere. The moment those words hit, the girls' tears spill before they can stop them. They can't wrap their heads around what they just heard, and they stubbornly swear it's got to be someone's joke. Magnus blurts out that the moment of truth is here, and that they were always meant to stand in his defeat. Childhood games from back in the day come roaring back, then reality hits, and the shock that it can't happen anymore squeezes your heart tight. The young man erupts in a shout, demanding they finally start using their brains instead of their mouths. The girls are slowly starting to piece together what's really going on around them. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he finally admits he's totally lost it, and warns that if this keeps going, he'll end up destroying everyone he swore he'd save. The monster's source surges upward, dragging the whole nightmare into the sky. Magnus keeps screaming that there's no other way to save him, and they're left with no choice but to let it happen. His desperate words only push the girls further, until their tears pour like a raging river. With a hand that won't stop shaking, the girl reaches for the staff bit by bit, clamping down on it with terrified little fingers. Nadia snapped her hands with a sharp crack, and Salim, so confident he practically dared the world, took the staff without flinching, even as their plea to His Highness was way more modest. Fresh young witches launch their spellcasting and spit out their very first incantations like they mean it. Magnus bursts into the company and throws himself right into the mix. The magical words burst from his lips, and a blazing aura snapped into place around him as the spell started to take shape. When that uncontrollable force erupts, he whirls into a furious storm, crimson flame from his left palm crashing into the raging power in his right. The hero cranks every ounce of power into a brutal strike and smashes the monster clean down. The monster's crushing weight slams into the floor, and the tiles start to crack as a terrifying rumble rolls through the ground. Crushed by the monster's sheer weight, the structure finally buckles and detonates into a deafening crash. Magnus drops to one knee, pours every ounce of power into a single strike, then the unstoppable lava surges forward. That magical spell snaps shut an invisible trap around the snake, and it's trapped before it even knows what hit it. The flames swallow the serpent whole, and it screams in raw agony, an ugly, gut-churning shriek that won't let up. The spell's fire rages through him from the inside out. To pull off a legendary goal, you'd better bring out real strength, because everyone will stare as the monster finally drops dead, and that's the truth. In a blur of desperate embraces, Nadia and Salim clung to each other and sobbed their hearts out, drowning in tears as every feeling finally spilled free. The monster finally drops into the blazing lava, then, just like that, when you're swallowed by your own overwhelming power, it's all too easy to vanish into those deadly, boiling depths. With a sharp frown, he pictured Godal's words, like a reminder that just hit him all over again. The opening pages of the Book of the World hit you with eternal truths that never die. Behind these walls hides the truth, and with it, the power to save lives or ruin them, and everyone decides what they'll do with it. Don't ever forget how much power those words still hold. He dared to chase Alabama's lost strength and bring back its glory like it never died. In Allerban, they didn't just welcome him, they treated him like family, and his heart genuinely belongs to them. So Alabama's military party kept its strikes laser-focused on the people most likely to spark unrest if they were allowed to run wild, because there was always someone who had to become Alabama's next big problem. Alabama's economy is in serious trouble, so nobody's even thinking about boosting its military. He wouldn't dare throw his own people into a brutal, grinding war. It all had to begin with small moves, because smart leadership was the only way to build the country stronger, step by step. The moment he realizes it, despair crashes over him like a tidal wave. After all, the ruler they had right now was dangerously clueless, like real stupidity was a superpower. General Moran Jamatan clocked the despair the second it hit, and instantly knew exactly how to weaponize it. Once he grabbed that power, he snapped into something monstrous, something that felt like a real monster. No hesitation at all, he shed his human life behind him, kicked off an offensive war, and slipped past getting conscripted into the Vona. If fate had only let him live 1,000 years, right alongside that cursed, wicked general, he's going to keep ruling without stopping and turn this country into the biggest empire history has ever seen. Will the world around him burst into those bright, honest smiles? Staring at those proud faces, he's dragged back to the heart he once threw away. The heat's cranking up fast. Magnus's squad strides in like they own the place, marching straight toward the Great Hall with unstoppable confidence. The Imperial Seal's authority crowns him with the power to judge, and the moment he gives the order, he commands them to be executed. The Golem girls rocket straight into the thick of the fight, smashing straight for the heart of battle. With a grin blazing across his face, Magnus lifts the seal and declares the order. From this moment on, every single military action gets shut down at once, sealed with Alabama's state symbol. News hits the printed beings like a thunderclap, pure shock and wild excitement in the blink of an eye, and the Golem's eyes snap wide with stunned astonishment. The giants start scratching their heads because they've been handed two totally different orders, and now they're carefully weighing every word to figure out what to do next. Surrounded from every angle, the man hears them all chant in sync, stand-by mode, as they shift into position. A grim, tense grimace twists Heidel's face as he finally spills the real reason he wears that ring. With a crooked grin, Magnus smirks, declaring that with the battle maiden standing beside him, nobody, and I mean nobody, can ever take him down. The triplets glow with pure joy, and Ted blurts out in total delight that they nailed everything. Meito leans in and says all those brutal trials and that exhausting journey were absolutely worth it. The man starts transforming, and his face turns truly sinister as he proclaims his audacity like he dares the world, while Geitel Jamut hits level 42 and changes into something unrecognizable. The hero covers his face with his palm and admits, even though the power's fading, it leaves a nasty, trembling doubt gnawing at his soul. Heidel snaps back, screaming that he'll turn you to dust. A brutal whirlwind blasts out like a beast, ripping everything apart and hurling it into one massive spinning spiral. The young man slams the artifact to life and shouts, "Absolute wind!" Magic wind, pure, absolute power ripping through the air. Gaideel let out, "In that case," and the next second, thunder ripped across the sky like it had something to say. The hero grabs yet another magical artifact, and with a snap of thunder and a howl of wind, the monster jerks in shock, like it can't even comprehend what just hit it. Magnus breaks into a satisfied grin as he explains it. Same as the last stone, but this time it doesn't sip regular energy. It drinks in lightning. With a deafening roar, the monster shot forward like a living nightmare. The demon barrels in and sinks its teeth deep into the golem's arm, like it's tasting victory. It's that raw, unhinged anger that can freeze a golem in its tracks, like someone yanked the life out of its legs. The hero clenches his jaw as dread hits. He's terrifyingly capable of freezing even a mithril golem in paralysis, then finishing it off with a brutal, crippling poison. Klim strides up to the golem and declares, "Just as the Lord ordered, be healed of the lethargy that's been haunting you." She reaches for the brave knight and, with steady, gentle hands, scrubs the darkness from him, clearing him clean. Still firing off spell after spell, Klim whips around and begs the Lord for a blessing. Right then, Magnus surges into his power, and the summoning starts for him too. Klim locks in on his magical chants, and the Lord's blessing floods him with power, just as Magnus starts weaving his own magic right now. Even though the wizard's enhancing spells hit weaker than the sisters, he doesn't let that crush him. Deep in the ancient ruins, he digs up a book that spills the secrets to supercharging enhancement magic. He can use it however he wants, no limits, no rules. Spells supercharge his strength, sharpen his agility, harden his defenses, and stretch his endurance past its limits. Shots crack back to back, tearing through the silence. Then they unload on the monster. The triplets are holed up, prepping a crossbow, and Red spots the mithril stones. Ted blurts out just how insanely valuable they are, until Maddo snaps them back with a hard reminder. They swore they wouldn't even count them. Remzi waved his hand and barked the order to open fire, cold and simple, because evil can pay off, like the best kind of investment. Young men and women alike bring insane talent to the table. When a class monster flexes its full power, you gotta size up the distance in an instant and read its abilities like a warning sign, because that's how you find the safe limit before it closes in. A grin snaps onto Remzi's face, and in the hush of his mind, old trials and the hard road of growing up come flooding back. Snatching up a second crossbow, he hoists it high, pleads for help, and roars that he'll do absolutely everything he can. Ramsey's strike lands flush on Salim's head, and the impact sparks a sharp, brutal pain that shoots straight through her. More bullets slam into her, and with exhaustion crushing her, she finally admits she can't take this trial anymore. She snaps a warning at the girl. If this keeps going, they won't be able to help Kidal anymore. Then Nadia steps up, unshaken, and says, "As long as we're still alive, our usefulness isn't finished." Magnus won't even pause. He blasts out another round of magical spells. Those brutal spells tear into Heidel and slam him back, and with his body shredded by wounds, he screams at Magnus, begging for an answer. They said they were going to clash with him for the very first time, so the opponent blurted, "Wait, what does that mean?" And he got the chilling reply, "Because we've already built a whole arsenal of traps and countermeasures, all set and ready." Magnus furrows his brows and leans in like he's uncovering something. This secret stays locked tight. Heidel can't stop wondering, how long ago did he kick off these preparations? Right from the start, the boy tilts his head up, staring straight at him, and answers with total confidence. The demon smiles back. Right from the start, you feel something's off. Then his lips curl into a sly grin, and he blurts, "What a terrible person." "Hey Dal, thanks to Nadia and Salem for the help." Nadia's pacing in pure nerves like, "Wait, what is all of this even for?" A snake rockets forward in a blink, striking the air like lightning with a razor-sharp lunge. As he rockets upward, he throws his mouth wide open, ready to gulp down the horse's power. Magnus couldn't shake the feeling that forcing him to absorb mana and level up had to be a trap, because every road like that ends with his grip slipping and his soul turning into a real monster. With passion in their chest, they declare it like a promise. You'll never know until you try, and once you crush the enemies, you walk right into that hero's glory. Every last bit of the Lord's power gets sucked out clean, leaving nothing behind. Then it morphs into an even more brutal monster, bursting with an aurora that tears outward in every direction. The assistants lock up in pure terror, bracing for the worst, while Magnus stares at Hyde's move with sharp disappointment and total discontent. The monster's savage roar rips through the silence, and its fist slams the ground where Nadia and Salim stood seconds ago. Next thing they know, the golem has them both scooped up, hugs them tight to its chest, and bolts away like it's on fire. Celine frantically calls out for Heidal, and right beside her, Nadia blurts out in pure confusion, "What's happening?" The hero snaps into a battle stance and declares Itgidola is beyond saving now. And this isn't a fight anymore, it's a full-on monster. The monster's eyes snap to them in an instant. When they hear those words, the girls break instantly. Tears spill down their cheeks, and even as disbelief hits hard, they insist, "No, that can't be true." With a thunderous shout, Magnus demands everyone look reality in the face, then calls them to team up and fight the enemy. The sweet memories of how they used to laugh and play together won't let them face the choice, because none of them can do it anymore. One brutal shout snaps everyone back to their senses, and then the girls start piecing it together, layer by layer, until the truth finally clicks into place. This is exactly what's really going on. Swamped by despair, he blurted that he'd finally turned into a monster, and if it keeps going, his rampaging power will swallow even the ones he loves most. The monstrous beast rockets upward, vanishing into the sky's highest reaches. Magnus's desperate scream rips through the silence. There's no other way to save him, and the girl's tears turn even sharper with pain. With excitement roaring in her chest, the girl thrusts her hand forward and carefully grips the staff. With a thunderous clap, Nadia snapped the signal, and Selim took the staff like he'd done it 100 times, certain of every step, because getting to the heights was way easier than it sounded. The girls are finally diving into magical spells for the very first time. Magnus steps into the company with a big entrance. He snaps into the chant and starts reciting the spell. With a snap of his will, he conjures a storm that tears open into a furious whirlwind. Flames burst from his left palm, and a rampaging tempest howls out of his right. With every ounce of strength he has left, the boy slams the monster with a brutal, devastating blow. The ground under the monster's feet rips open out of nowhere. Crashing under the monster's weight, the structure finally gives way with a brutal crack, like it can't take the pressure 1 second longer. Kneeling low, Magnus clenches his power and summons streams of molten lava. The snake gets swallowed by the charm's glow, and with a bone-chilling scream, it erupts, blazing into a frantic cyclone of spell-forged flames. To pull off that brutal challenge, you need raw, powerful mana, no ifs, ands, or maybes. Nadia and Selim crashed into each other's arms, and the tears they'd been holding back finally poured out. Finally, the monster gets swallowed by molten lava, but don't drown in your own power and lose yourself in the blast. A dark shadow crept across Magnus's face as he wrestled with the question, what the heck did Heidel do to drag those memories out of him? The first pages of the encyclopedia spill out raw reflections on truths. The encyclopedia spells it out. This power can either save everything or wipe it all out, so it all comes down to the choice he makes. Those words will haunt him forever, burned into his memory. Mangu's win over Heidler flipped the whole battle on its head. Level 38. The hero locks eyes on the roaring whirlpool, where Heidel Jamatin's prizes plunge out. General Moran's boots, and the stone from the heavenly thunder domain. Magnus strides ahead, and a surge of smoke explodes outward, swallowing the Lord's circle of power. Somewhere in the dark, a sliver of the Demon Lord's mana got yanked into the world. This seal is too much for any human to handle, so the young man steadies his breath and studies it closely in his own hands. Those barely spoken words ignite a glowing seal right on his palm, blazing with pure, blinding light. He jabs a finger at the imperial seal and barks, "Starting now! Not a single living soul dares cross this line. Consider it an order, you great chambermaids." From battle servants to guardians, once they're set, they'll never stop watching over these lands. And the golem, taking the order to heart, rose up, ready all over again. The Alabama Palace towered over everything around it, standing tall and unshakable, like a silent guardian from a forgotten age. The Alabama Palace gardens burst into bloom like they're celebrating with everyone. The table groans under mouth-watering delicacies. Laughter rings out across the air. Guests spin in wild dances, and kids dash around, eyes shining as they lose themselves in play. A grin spreads across Magnus's face, and he pitches a real celebration, one big night to toast the victory and the coronation all at once. He whips around to Fari and warns her not to underestimate her imperial power. Then she just smirks back that tackling every hardship together is exactly what makes them stronger. He flicks a glance aside and spits out a few sharp words. Raul and Matt are stuffing themselves with joy at the feast, while Ted flat out rejects the drink he's just been offered. Kids giggle as they cling to the giant and race circles around it, while the men hover close, studying it in silence, hands creeping over the mysterious creature. Arya strides up to Magnus, buzzing that this feels insanely exciting, and right away she's met with a warm, friendly smile from him. He gratefully thanks her for tagging along, and even though she looks away, a warm smile slips onto her lips. The young man, looking at her like he's not sure what to do, admits, still, stuff like this feels weirdly unfamiliar to him, even now. She throws a laugh, hand over her smile, and says she's already had to bail him out for the second time. Then he blurts out, all flustered, that he hates how awkward it feels needing her again. With a wide grin and a cheeky wink, she says his arrival is going to boost trade between Maramu and Alabama like crazy. And as the company's face, she couldn't just brush it off, because every time he shows up, things magically run smoother. Magnus clocks that she's got a razor-sharp eye. Then Arya smirks, saying the merchant can't afford to miss this chance, and right on cue, the Empress tells her husband to stop. She springs up from her seat, beams like the moment's finally here, and declares, "At last, our hero's arrived, the savior of the nation, Sir Magnus himself." Aliyah pinches the hem of her skirt, lifts her chin, and greets the queen with a soft, steady smile, like she's telling Her Majesty, "This is the greatest honor I could ever ask for." With a graceful curtsy, Arya drops the truth. She's Maramu's daughter, right now serving in Magnus's team, and then she asks, eyes bright, for permission to congratulate Faru on his coronation. With open arms and a radiant grin, the Empress announces, "If I'm with Sir Magnus, then he's mine, and he's joining my team." The girl clutches Arya tight, then bam, throws her arms up in total shock, while Magnus just stares, completely baffled, clueless what he's supposed to do next. Hero smiles and blurts out that it's finally time to show real gratitude. She's mortified she ever seemed ungrateful, and now she's fired up to repay it the right way. Pretending he's just a wandering traveler, Magnus Bowles storms in and declares he'll take down the Demon Lord, and when someone offers help, he immediately demands special privileges, because in his eyes, that's the best prize of all. With her arms stretched wide, she said she understood everything, and then she begged to be the one to personally hand him this title. She presses a finger to her lips, flashes a wink, and teases, "So, what about the Empress's husband?" What he heard slammed into Magnus so hard that his jaw dropped, and he opened his mouth without even meaning to. The color drained from his face, and his jaw dropped on instinct, pure shock. Once those words hit, the room exploded with heat. Some swore the pharaoh was making a proposal, while others cheered that, at the coronation, a wedding ceremony was finally about to happen. Mangas and Arya's awkward, shaky giggle cut straight through the crowd, louder than every other conversation. Whipping his head toward Fari, the young man shoots back. "Careful with jokes like that. Say them wrong and everyone will start believing every word." Waving her hand, the girl blurts out an apology and swears it was just a joke. Then they hit her again, straight up asking, "So was it really a joke?" A sincere grin lit up Arya's face. She couldn't believe it, and the shock hit her hard. The hero just nodded back, like, "Yeah, this surprise is absolutely splendid." The Empress leans in and spills her secret to the girl. She secretly envies him. She confesses she dreamed too, right alongside the stars on Sir Magnus's team. With a soft smile, Arya leaned in and said, "I'm sorry, but I swear, before long, you're going to find your true friend." Magnus can't help wondering if there are enough faces here for her to snag a real friend. Pausing for a beat, she leans in and says, "All right, we need to talk for real." Locking eyes with the hero, she speaks in a grave, steady voice. Her people will honor him too, just like Lacustra, and crown him the honorary conqueror of the Demon Lord. Magnus flashes a smile, nods in pure gratitude, and softly thanks her. Leaning in, she purrs straight into his ear like a troublemaker, saying the key doesn't even have to come back, because he can swing by any time he wants to play. Thrown off by her words, the boy stammers that he'll go in through the main entrance, like he's trying to save face. With a soft smile and a rosy blush creeping up her cheeks, she admits, straight up, that this is the one trait of Sir Magnus she values more than anything. A trio of twins steps up to the hero and, with raw sincerity, pours out their heartfelt thanks for everything he's done. Red confidently declares that his arrival will fix everything in town. Mad thanks him, but Red only smirks and insists that it's not him who should be grateful, it's everyone else. With a grin, he whirls around and, straight from the heart, thanks them. He says he's thrilled to finally meet them, and he thanks fate for throwing them into his path. Tid grins and admits every ounce of effort was worth it just for those words. Red, glowing with pure happiness, blurts that he's never felt this joyful in his life, while Med breaks down in tears, begging him never to hit him with emotions like that again. She shoots that trio a quick look, and her smile turns way warmer. Magnus drags himself back to the day the team was born, then shoots Red a question. "Do you still remember what you told us back then?" Red freezes, then blurts, "Wait, what exactly did I say?" Like a haunting echo, his solemn words come rushing back. Ramsey's story isn't finished. Out there, a glorious road waits to forge them into legend. With his hands planted on his hips, the man grins and says, "Looks like this really became real after all." The man looks them in the eye and pushes them to take pride in every win they've earned. 3 little kids burst into bloom, grinning from ear to ear like joy just won. A colossal castle looms over the land like a silent guardian, swallowing its secrets behind massive walls for centuries. The boy stares at his palm like he's got a plan, then grins and says, "Doesn't this slap fit her perfectly?" She burst into view in an outfit so white it practically screamed purity, and he instantly clocked it. Her look matched the court priestess role perfectly. She snaps at him in pure indignation, demanding he shut down this nonsense because this celebration isn't for her, and he just stays calm, coolly telling her that treating him with that kind of rudeness doesn't suit her either. Koi's fury is already spilling out. She snaps that none of this is her business at all, and she should be kicking back somewhere in the southern islands instead, but Magnus just tells her he fully gets her side. She's sure trouble still crawls through the city even after the power shifted, and her conscience won't let her say no, so she steps up the moment the princess calls for help. As she digs through the clothes with her hands, the girl grumbles that every single thing here is totally unnecessary. Magnus tells her that to stand beside the princess as her priestess, she needs to look the part. Then he points forward, and the girl blinks, curious, and fires back, "So what about him?" Ramsey's world got singled out as an index finger jabbed straight at him. Rage flared in her chest. How dare they let some gray-haired old man get close to the princess, dressed so plainly? Ramsey stayed cool and said the real undercover agents don't scream for attention with fancy clothes. Ramsey swears that once he was forced to live through something that happened in the past. Old memories crash into his mind, right in front of his eyes. The courtyard reshapes again as the country slowly slips out of view. In the hero's memories, those past days crash back. He watches the courtyard shift, and with every change, the country around him starts to fade away. That's why he's convinced he has to step in and make the current monarch rule this country. And if it means paying with the last scraps of his life, he won't even blink or regret it. Magnus fires off a thank you for the support and promises he'll reach out again, while Crema leans in, baffled about why he needs it. So Magnus hits back, "You've got to know exactly where to find your allies." She spits back, furious, saying those words are nothing but selfishness. And then she reveals the real twist. The man stands 100% with her. Graham checks the situation and realizes they've got nothing urgent on their plate, so there's zero reason to feel guilty. Time to go out and hunt down the important stuff. She insists her kindness toward women means she can't stand by when someone's in need of help. Chaos is breaking out on the outskirts of La Cuesti. With warm sunlight spilling over the soft grass, Magnus and Arya dig into their snack, slow, carefree, until the boy catches a tiny flicker of worry and quietly asks Arya how they're really doing. When he finally saw her work, he realized it was exactly what he'd been waiting for. And it was thanks to her that they all joined the collaboration with Alabama. Magnus points out that the real perks aren't just the city gates anymore. They're also a huge win for transportation, and Ariad nods along, saying it genuinely pulls them out of their mess. After they crushed Hydeal, it was him who seized the moment and pushed everyone to become the middlemen in the talks with the Maramu company. They got the green light too, on pure, honest grounds. The girls vow it, while their hearts keep beating. They'll pay for every sin they've committed, all for Alabama, the country His Majesty Hydeal values more than anything. Teaming up with Marumu, they snagged a chance to offer isolated Alabama a truly fair deal, built on real fair trade principles. A brand new meaning of life is creeping onto the horizon for them, and it feels like it's about to hit like thunder. Tenzin from Locusta twisted his subordinates' trust so perfectly that he got them to strike a bargain with a demonic entity, trading their own souls away for it. Gideal was dead sure, only he was born to strike the fatal bargain, right from the heart. Because of this help, the sisters lived through it, and now they're slowly crawling back to their normal lives. That's exactly how I plotted it all from the very start. His eyes lifted to the sky, and a storm of thoughts hit him. What if it all went another way? And it felt like he was talking to someone only he could see. In that moment, he was nothing but a pawn in his grip, trapped in his own head. The hero shields his eyes from the blinding sun with his palm, and that mysterious smile never slips. Staring at the map, Aureus watches trade with Kajib surge right on cue, and Magnus just nods along, confirming the S-trade route is still the biggest moneymaker. He grimly counts his wounds, and says the only way to take down the so-called evil general in Kadijbi will cost at least a big state's entire yearly budget. The girl flashes a huge, confident smile and swears the Maramu company will back him with the money. No doubt, no hesitation, and her look says the truth already. Everything's been set up and ready to go. He admits to himself that if the girls hadn't stepped in, there's no way he could have pulled this off alone. 9 islands drifted slow in the sea, and every single one of them became a battlefield, corporations clawing at the land, fighting tooth and nail for who gets what. Right in front of you lies the country of Kedu. The girl cuts in and tells him, from this moment on, you'll have to reach every single one of the 9 islands. So? She flashes a grin, taps her own chest and says, that's the reason I'm going with you. What he hears floors Magnus, and he wastes zero time asking her again. She presses him again. Didn't he just admit he couldn't handle it by himself? His voice breaks in panic as he stammers, yeah, I did, but... She crosses her arms over her chest and fights to back him up in every way, refusing to leave his side, because if she can keep them together, even for just a little while, it's worth everything. Baffled by what she just said, the boy shoots back that everything will probably be fine, but... The girl blurts it out of nowhere, all fired up. Don't you think this boat trip to the southern islands is an absolute wonder? He's got no objections. He's practically vibrating with excitement for this event. With pure joy, the girl beams and tells the boy he can always count on her. Then she winks and jokingly says she'll absolutely get herself a brand new swimsuit. The boy just cracks up because, honestly, it's pointless trying to argue with a rival like that. She snaps her arms behind her back, then spins toward him like it's effortless. With a childish grin and full sincerity, she laughs and says, like it's totally no big deal. This right here is supposed to be their pre-wedding trip. Magnus is at least fully convinced of it. Meanwhile, our road slams into the land of merchants, an entire place left deserted by the southern king of pirates himself. In Berserf's workshop, Magnus's furious shout rips through the air, demanding answers right now. How in the world did this even happen? Blushing hard, he points at the golem he just made, clamped tight around his arm, and demands, why did that iron ant turn into a golem? Golem sinks into sadness the moment they call her the wrong name. Then she shivers and begs, please, call me Chakula. The boy freezes, shocked to his core, because in his mind she's just another Chakula. Berserf's grin flickers as he strides ahead, confidently declaring, of course she's different, because I transplanted Chocolus's soul into her. He yanked the golem's body from the ruins, and suddenly fresh life surged back into it. like death had just been yanked out by its roots. She laughs, admitting this took way more effort than it should have, and then Magnus's face tightens. He frowns hard, squints at Chocola, and lets the open displeasure show. Her eyes lock onto him, and with fearless confidence she declares, "I'm back, and I'm stronger than ever." With fists clenched tight, she doesn't back down. She boldly asks to be handed any command. On their non-stop trek toward the royal harbor. At first, Arya basked in the sea breeze like it was sweet relief, until, with her head propped on her hands, she finally admits the freshness slowly lost its magic. Chocola giggles and complains that her hair turned sticky, so now Master Magnus can't pet her, and Arya happily vows to scratch her head herself. Chocola even begs him to stop acting scared of that shape, while the boy stays calm and tells them, "Please don't fight." Those words slam into them, and they freeze, right on the spot. Arya feels like they're taunting her, but Chocola steps up and genuinely thanks her for looking out for her. Magnus gets swallowed by nerves, his words snag, and he stammers that if things are really like this, then maybe there's nothing to worry about. But if they're truly united, why aren't they showing each other more warmth? The girl clocks it. His views on girls are nothing but cold stereotypes, and when she calls him out, someone else leans in and dares him. Why not try hanging around with her and actually getting used to real female company? Arya starts teasing the chocolate bar, poking it in her cheeks with her fingers, while she scolds it playfully. This mouth talks way too much. The chocolate bar giggles back, admitting her antics tickle it terribly. He flashes that smile at the girls, thinking, "Turns out I'm terrible at showing tenderness out in the open." And then, she effortlessly spills every last one of her images onto the chocolate. The girl keeps on gently pinching her cheeks, like she's trying to hide just how playful she feels. Arya says this is totally normal. Friends do stuff like this all the time. The sudden realization hit her like lightning, tearing straight through to the deepest part of her soul. She lunged, clamped onto Chocola, and yanked him out of reach of the stranger in a blink. Kneeling there, the girl snaps that Magnus has no friends, and another kid shoots back that they should just tell the truth. No need to get worked up, until Magnus erupts, claiming he can hear every single word crystal clear. She shoots him an apology and admits she loves teasing him, right down to the reason that they truly get each other, so everything turns way more fun. Finger pressed to her chin, she pauses for a beat, then says, "Yeah, there are limits, but..." She grabs the girl and boy by the hands, smiles at them, and jokes that if they keep holding on so stiffly, they're going to look less like friends and more like co-workers with paperwork. The second those words hit him, his cheeks flared red, and he suddenly understood just how much he could learn from Arya. "That's why you treat her with respect, like she's a real person." And boom, the girl answers with the warmest, most honest smile you've ever seen. And like a love-struck promise, he hands her his heart. Arya can't believe people once treated Kaju like a death trap, where pirates ran wild and nobody could stop them. Centuries later, Magnus leans in and recounts it. Back then, the pirate king of the south carved out his own kingdom, swept the Kayi pirates under his banner, and crushed uprising after uprising. Then he clamped down on lawlessness and hammered out strict fair trade rules for everyone. Pirates were only allowed to strike the ships that dodged their duties and evaded the taxes. And just like that, Kaju became a merchant's dream, an absolute paradise for anyone chasing profit. The pirate king of the south drenched the sea in his enemy's blood, and chaos instantly blossomed into a booming, safe trading haven. Chocola watches it all with stunned admiration for Master Magnus's true mastery. Right before the southern pirate king died, he split his 9 islands between his 9 sons, each one taking control of a brutal trading empire that they kept and handed down to their own descendants. The girl points out that all 9 trading companies all go by one name, Assembly, and the hero just nods, like that settles everything. The place buzzed with folks clawing for profit, but somehow they moved as one, everyone locked arms under the same goal. A sudden jolt slams the words out of his mouth. Chaka whips his arm forward, roars that the island is right there, and at the same time demands where Neruva vanished to. A brand new island rips into view on the horizon, like the world just revealed a secret. Magnus swivels toward the man and can't believe it. Their progress is blasting past expectations, and Magnus isn't just along for the ride either. He's a real master at this. A battle-tested sailor who knows every trick. The captain grins and says, "Of course, we did everything right. Our hard work paid off," and the Maramu company dumps a massive paycheck in their laps. Barabbas stares into the horizon and realizes the lightships are hot on their heels. Sailing ships snap their sails to full mast and launch. These vessels are gone on a brutal, endless journey. The flag whips in the wind, and the moment the crew spots the emblem, the captain's voice tightens as he snaps. "The Azuli company is hunting us down." Magnus is dead certain their main mission is to open friendly lines with the company Azul, but he refuses to step into any trouble from the start, yet. He squints one eye and spots that Zul is teaming up with a gang that reeks of bad intentions. Then his partner impatiently cuts in. "So what do we do right now?" To seal his first words, the man nods hard and says, "Yeah," like he means it. The hero boldly declares he can move the chest, and the moment he does, he feels like he's truly connected to it. The captain smacks his chest with his fist and grins. "Boldly count on our support, because he says this request is as simple as it gets." Barabbas steps up with total confidence, grabs control for himself, and fires off orders to his subordinates. Magnus leans in and says, "If these strangers turn out to be criminals, I'll personally hunt them down and deliver them to Zula's company. Consider it my own welcome." The captain grips the helm and steers the ship straight through the crashing waves with total confidence. But if the situation is different, from up on the deck, the hero cranes over the edge. Then a woman on the lower tier spots him, clutching her child close. A desperate scream rips through the air. She spins toward him, begging for help, shouting for salvation, and jabbing at the villains who keep closing in on. The ship shudders as the hooks clamp down hard on its side. Bandits scramble aboard, yelling accusations at full volume, claiming they had no business meddling, calling everyone else foolish, then admitting they picked the path where they'd become prey to. Magnus declares, "There's no other route, we're teaching them a lesson," and the girl snaps her gaze to him, practically begging for the order. The robbers shout that surrender is the way to go, smart choice, but then another cry rips through the crowd. "What a shame, they'll still slaughter every one of us." They roar orders to spare the women, keep them alive, they could still be useful. With one mighty swing, the hero smashes the stick straight into the robber's face. Right then and there, the boy slams himself overboard with no hesitation. Out of the crowd, one person rockets up and charges straight toward them. He's already level 38, and with every strike he throws, his enemies get blasted into the sky and straight out of the arena. That shock froze the bandits in their tracks. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Magnus smirks, like this crowd isn't worth a single drop of magic. Chakala drops a greeting, and it demands full respect, no exceptions. A brutal knee strike snaps down out of nowhere, smashing into one of the bandits. She blares a warning. Don't you dare attack her because she's got no cruelty in her at all. Crafted by the Golem Master, this brute of a body hits like a wrecking ball. Another bandit gets slammed with a crushing blow. In close quarters combat, her skill utterly overwhelms his. She's on a whole different level. The crushed bandits shook with terror and begged for mercy, swearing that real monsters were hiding nearby. Without a second thought, the girl hurls them overboard, while the boy just grins, calm and satisfied. She rubs her palms like she's brushing off dust and says the punishment is finally done. The pirate ship plunges into the sea, and with each shudder, it smashes the silence, terrifying screams tearing through the air. Absolute silence crashes over the deck, like the whole world just vanished. Arya lights up and tells Magnus he's absolutely incredible, so much so he's basically Dracula. The girl charges ahead with her arms flung wide, yelling at the hero that she's given everything she can. Her unstoppable will shocks Magnus so hard he actually recoils. Everyone on the deck drops their heads, holding still in silent tribute. With hearts full of deep gratitude, they thank their rescuers for saving them. Magnus said they should thank the captain because he was the first to spot the danger and shout the warning in time. But the captain just smirked and insisted his special gift was what saved them, making it all feel completely inevitable. He says the sea is merciless, and sometimes the only thing you can do is stare as everything crashes down, helpless, until you finally get a real chance to step in. The woman just shakes her head and tells them it doesn't matter, then shrugs off anything else, because all she'll accept in return is their heartfelt gratitude. A mysterious woman shows up and insists she's Felix's wife. Then, just when you think you've got it figured out, Azur's head turns out to be nothing like Anna. She clutches the kid to her chest and whispers with a soft smile, calling him the former leader was worth it. Those words send an icy wave crashing through Magnus's chest. He shudders before he can even stop it. He heads back to Chakula and spots that this company is one of the meeting's players. Chakula just gives a calm, agreeing nod. The captain even labels her the disgrace of the assembly, and the woman snaps back with a furious, knife-sharp glare. She straight up tells them their company's financial literacy is the weakest in the whole room. Tears spill as she keeps repeating it, again and again, because the past leaders wouldn't back that fraudulent business. The captain wastes no time. He straight up admits it. It's all his fault. Arya can't stop herself. Why did you, the leader's wife, ditch the island of Narufu and bolt, even while your own subordinates were hunting you down? Deep in her memory, the moments when they were truly hunted are still burning to life. The woman gives a sharp, approving nod, throwing her full support behind every word. She clenches her trembling voice and blurts out the real reason. Tears pour down her cheeks as she blurts out the truth in a panic. Today, her husband was poisoned. Those words blow everyone's mind, and even the hero can't mask his shock. He blurts out, stunned that it's Felix, the teacher himself, standing right in front of him. Felix, the boss of Azer, and according to his wife and the Book of Peace, he never once played games, staying brutally honest in every deed. Magnus is deep in thought, trying to figure out what he'll do if the time comes to walk up to the assembly and ask for their cooperation. Then there'll be nothing left for them to do but come straight to him. Magnus's voice tightens as he fires a question at the woman. If Master Felix really was poisoned, then how the heck did it happen? She brings up Yoshega. He's been stuck at the Blue Society for years, and true to form, he's always been the one who sweats the details, shows up with pure dedication, and Hannah fidgeted and asked her husband if he was okay, because lately he'd been snapping at Yosaru again and again. He only shrugged, muttering that him and Yosaru just saw things different. Turns out this fearless woman even yanked him into dinner so they could finally clear up every misunderstanding, and he's convinced everything's going to click into place, because she says her own husband felt the exact same way. The man says Felix only had to take a quick taste of a dish from this very restaurant for. I still remember the moment that man got poisoned. Even sprawled and lifeless on the table, he still clocks it. Right then, everyone should have realized the truth. It was poison. A faint, barely there smile flashed across the man's lips for just a heartbeat. A fight erupts between the men. One of them snaps that he'll tell the master what happened, like doom is coming, while the second just shrugs, saying the master would rage anyway, and the third erupts into an angry curse. The man keeps telling it, right as they rush up to the lady. That very same group they spotted earlier explodes forward and pounces on her. Still not fully grasping what's going on, they somehow manage to slip out of danger like they've outsmarted. Arya slides in beside her, rests his hand on her back, and murmurs that fate has thrown her one trial after another. Magnus swears the world's books only add brand new pages at the very end of every single day. If something like this happened today, it could easily be the exact reason nobody ever mentions Felix's death. One guy blurts out, loud as a siren, "Everyone knows Yoshiru's a criminal." But the other snaps back, "Show us proof, and then we'll talk, because we can't start accusing him in public with nothing to back it up." Then he swaggeringly claims he's even snatched the Blue Company for himself. But what else could you do? Even the people who respected the leader's skills knew one truth: if you can't endure Yosaru, you won't last here. Even so, he can't bring himself to let them go, because they're the only ones who ever truly mattered, and now they've got nowhere left to hide. A woman sits on the floor, and strange markings glow across her eyes like they're watching back. Guilt hits hard, and you can see it stamped on every single face. Suddenly, Arya blurted out that she had a proposal, and the whole room went dead silent, with every gaze snapping to her like they couldn't help it. Arya introduced herself like she was the merchant daughter from Lacustra and spilled her big plan. Her family was ready to kick off trade with the island of Narufu, and if this new venture hits the mark, she'd jump in to back them all the way. The girl swears up and down she saw their power with her own eyes. Hannah's promise that she'll keep everyone safe leaves the woman blinking in shock. She tilts her head, replaying every word, trying to figure out what she just heard. Arya stands there with ice-cold confidence and declares, "We've got supplies and workers, and I've got trust and know-how. And no, we're not letting all of this slip away." Those words hit her like a spark. Suddenly she could see a bright future waiting just ahead. The woman points out that Maramu isn't even Lacusta's biggest or second biggest company, but for them it's pure dream made real, and genuine laughter erupts everywhere, buzzing with joy and instant relief. In the port warehouse on Narufu Island, Arya casually swats an annoying mosquito right off her arm, ends its life in one effortless move. As she reels from the swarm of mosquitoes, the girl hears Magnus blast a warning. On Narufu Island, their bites can spark illness, and Chocola snaps, "How dangerous are we talking?" Ever since ancient times, the islanders dry and burn barma fruit, because that savage smoke keeps mosquitoes away and wards off fires. And sure, the stench is brutal, but not a single mosquito dares to come close. He tells them straight up, the breadfruit won't grow here, so they've got to haul in whole crates and prep it on the island, and the Ezra family has been running this exact hustle for generations. Arya can't stop wondering if it was a monopoly, but he shuts that down fast, because the whole situation didn't look anything like one. The company Azure crushed the market with the lowest prices you could imagine, barely scraping a profit, and every other firm sat back, too scared to challenge them. She gets it, sure, but then she can't help wondering why the Azura company has been pulling this stunt for hundreds of years. Magnus fires back that every move is meant to protect the residents' well-being, and she shoots back, firm as steel, "Then it better be." The hero pauses and thinks. The Book of Peace says this year will bring a swarm of mosquitoes, and yeah, this is way beyond normal. Right when Miss Hannah laid it out, Felix agreed to harvest the berry fruits in way bigger quantities than anyone ever usually allowed during the main harvest. This event lit the fuse and sparked deadly civil strife across Yozer. In the middle of the fight, Yosero blurts out that this is the perfect chance to rake in cash by selling them for outrageous prices. Felix keeps his cool and tells them straight up, this year's prices haven't budged. He'll sell everything for the exact same cost as before. Little by little, their viewpoints started clashing, and the tension only kept growing. A treacherous poison flipped the company's fate in an instant, and when it was seized, nobody even dared to fight back. The young man and the giant girl stroll down the path, calm as can be, while he keeps glancing around, convinced that someone should have already shown up right here, right now. The workers instantly erupted into chaos, shouting that the man had tossed them into the sea just yesterday, and I couldn't hold back, blurting out why they came back here. A furious man storms up and accuses them straight to their faces, saying they're the ones who attacked his people, while right in front of them stands the company's current boss, Azure Yosar. Magnus just shrugs like, who even knows? I can barely remember when I beat those dumb self-proclaimed pirate imposters. And Yo0 snaps back, then we're out of here, right now. He blurts it out, swears it's on him, and vows to hunt down whoever committed that violence and bring them to justice. Magnus thinks he still hasn't fully gotten control of the company, but his attempts to bribe the court keep getting shut down. He roars over the chaos, claiming he's got serious business to handle and saying right now is the perfect moment to rake in the profit. The hero points out it's dried bara fruit, then drops the truth. Getting that much only happens when someone plans ahead. His laughter bursts out loud, and it's clear he can't believe it. This fool tried to dump the real value for almost nothing. He jabs a finger at Magnus and spits it out. Hannah's tears hit hard, but mercy won't line his pockets. As long as he's breathing, fruit won't be sold on this island for those prices. Magnus breaks it down. The market is just buyers and goods, so you don't need any extra confirmations. Yosler blurts out that there's no valuable cargo on board, then demands to know why they bothered coming here in the first place. With a sudden jerk, he yanks the hero by the hair, slams his head down, and sneers, "Too bad. You're getting nothing from me." He adds that he'll crank up the heat on other companies too, so they can't keep running trade operations. The girls behind him suddenly feel their knees shake like crazy from what's happening. Tightening his grip on his hair, the man snaps that if the dog growls and licks his shoes, he might actually think twice. A sly grin snapped onto Magnus's face, and with a dark little squint, he smirked that if this talk had turned to goods, they'd definitely been holding something back. Out on the horizon, the company Azure comes into view, built to deliver the essentials everyone needs. The seller blares, "Fresh boar fruits! Come on, don't just stroll past, or you'll miss your chance to taste them." Rumors are flying. This year, mosquitoes are supposed to swarm like never before, and if you don't have fruits, it's a straight-up disaster. Everyone's scrambling and outbidding each other, grabbing as much as they can. The couple sits down and rants about this year's prices. They've absolutely skyrocketed, so there's no way they can grab their dream item this time. The girl blurts out to the man that she's terrified for the newborn and can't shake her worry, and he just lets out a heavy sigh, like he gets it completely, because he's carrying his own panic too, since his grandmother is already getting really old. Yosei rockets money straight into the man's face, her anxious determination blazing as she does it. Blackett's expelled branch has crashed into the city's port warehouse, and Arya stands there, unshaken, bragging that soon they'll seize control of trade across the whole island. First, they have to find someone willing to back them up in this place, so they quietly study how everyone moves and works around them. She figures the store's look doesn't matter at all, as long as the customers keep pouring in and don't slow down at their doorstep. She also points out that thanks to Miss Hannah, who pulls people in like a magnet, the whole place has earned real, special trust from its clients. The merchant kicks things off by shouting about perfumes brewed from cedar wood. Everyone in the crowd gasps. No one's ever heard of this before. So someone jabs the truth in their ear. "Hurry up! If you don't, you'll miss the barafruct incense." Magnus whirls around and barks for calm, demanding they don't panic. With a grin, he pushes everyone to lean in and listen tight to every word of the ad message. Yozaru hears the rumors and storms right into the chaos, shouting at the top of his lungs, "What's going on here?" The hero can't figure out why he suddenly has so much free time. No one's buying the barberry fruits anyway, so when it's brought up, he just barrels in and rudely cuts the conversation off. With disgust blazing in his voice, he snaps at the young man, calling him reckless and insisting he's totally misread how trade works. Yet Magnus shoots back, unshaken. "Then let me teach you the craft." Rage blazing, Yosaru explodes at the top of his lungs, unable to be calmed, blurting out every single thing he knows about the Katori tree, the legendary lasket tree that drives mosquitoes away. He tells everyone that because of the bonfires in Lacusti, mosquitoes basically get wiped out, while the rest of the country still gets eaten alive. The smoke there turns deadly for insects, and mosquitoes can't stand it. Sure, the smell's a little weird to humans, but it's totally safe. Magnus stands there, bold as brass, bragging about his flawless prep, shouting that he went even further, because in his mind, this whole idea will bring in zero profit. Everything screams that LaQuesta is miles away, and hauling this tree demands a ton of room, plus an insane price tag, so in the end, a normal person can't possibly foot the bill. This argument is downright convincing. The hero's business skills are legit, and Miss Hannah basically called it on the spot. Yosar figures the guy's slashing prices on purpose to lure in more buyers and tells them to watch how long he can keep that up. Then, since nobody knows where the supplies are hidden, Yosar turns his attention to one thing: getting the wood ready. Still, he realizes it isn't enough. Narufu Island's blazing summer drags on, and the supplies are vanishing fast. Yozuru keeps pushing his plan with the hero: replenish supplies by shipping them over the sea from La Costa, and he can't believe it when he learns why they're rolling out a massive convoy for plain goods that won't even turn a profit. He roars, "This has nothing to do with reality. Even with huge revenue, there's not a crumb of profit. They sell everything at a straight-up loss." He whirls around, erupts in laughter, tells me to just swallow my losses, then politely orders me off the island. Magnus flashes that trio a smug, sly smile that screams, "I've got this." The hero clocks it. Yozero dodges him at every turn, and now he's digging deeper and deeper into international trade. He flicks his hand and says, "Half the crew just came back from Yozero, now we're pushing trade way past the port." People rushed up to her, pleading for forgiveness and swearing they'd done it only to protect their families, then begging, right from the heart, that she'd let them pay for their sins and atone. Chocolate brings a wild spark of courage, at least that's what everyone swears after tasting it. Magnus still remembers how Miss Anna welcomed him with zero judgment, while Arya scrambles to crack the real skill of spotting friend from enemy. In just a few days, they shoved Yozer out of his thriving fruit business and sent his profits crashing. Desperate to slash the price back to the usual yearly rate, he made a deadly blunder, because the islanders stopped listening to everything he said, all of them rushing to hunt the legendary Kutiri tree. People started pinching coins, and Magnus just waited, calm, stubborn, until the islanders finally saw how great the Kutore tree was for them. But since he'd priced the barai fruits way too high, they hit the brakes on his offer and snapped up the Kutore tree instead. So fast the world seemed to catch it, the Katoreth tree's insane power was learned in an instant, like its reputation exploded around the planet in the blink of an eye. The gates swing wide, and one of the girls blares, "All right, today's deliveries are here, let's get them." With the gates behind them, they burst into the unknown, chasing whatever fate had been waiting. Smiles light up their faces as the strapped-up bodies slowly haul the delivery along. Arya shoots them a heartfelt thank you for everything they've done, and Nadia shrugs it off like it's nothing big, just a small thing. Salim chimes in that they genuinely love helping others, and the moment the girl hears that, her face lights up like she can't stop smiling. She announces a raise and, right on the spot, reminds them she did it expecting their support next time. Then the jokers waste no time firing up excuses. Arya cuts into the chat and shuts down any hesitation. Refusal isn't happening. Then pushes everyone to take the reward for honest work, and Chaka backs her up without a second thought. She snaps that making someone slave for free goes straight against everything they stand for. Joser storms into the room and shouts, "Seriously, whoever thought he'd pull off a prank like that?" He snaps with irritation, saying it's weird as hell. This harbor is under constant watch, but nobody's reported a single one of your ships, and somehow their time supply still hasn't run out. Magnus explains that the Citadel gates let them snap their fingers and instantly ship goods straight from Laskuta. And because it's dirt cheap, you can grab massive bundles of Kuturi wood for basically nothing. Felix tells everyone he's got nothing but leftover unsold barai fruit left. Yet this year, an insane wave of mosquitoes forced him to churn out way more supplies than ever before. Magnus leans in and twists the knife, telling him these bills are all on his shoulders now, not Master Felix, the man Magnus poisoned. The man's desperate scream tore through the silence like a blade. A raging river hurtles into the hero's path, practically begging him to take the barai fruits, then promises to sell them to him at a straight-up loss. He bursts out that this is his one shot at salvation, then drops to his knees, begging. With 2 fingers pressed to his chin, Magnus declares, "No negotiations, not a single one, until his very last breath." Everyone around him shoots him furious looks, but he refuses to fold. This young man digs in and demands it's time to pay back for what he said. Miss Hannah's estate. This place is the start of everything. A huge crowd swarmed the gate, and one of the men pressed for answers. Is Magnus here? He was talking about the young man, the son of Anna, the daughter of the head of the Maramu company. And today? No other problems to deal with, Yo Zero. Kessel isn't just any fugitive. He's the deadliest one on the run. Yozuru nods, confirms it, and then thanks Mr. Kessel, before adding, "This is Master Kyo's order. If anyone's getting thanks, it's him." Yozuru blurts out, "It all played out exactly like I predicted," and then laughs through relief. "Man, that master is merciful. Now I don't have to end my own life." Silence swallowed the whole estate. Someone was slipping out, right out of its walls. Chocolate eagerly throws the doors open and welcomes the guests in with a grin. Natup suddenly froze. Everything went still, like the whole world was holding its breath. With a bright smile, the hostess waves everyone inside the home of her master. With delicate fingertips, she brushes the fabric aside and lifts the skirt just enough to reveal what she's looking for. With a graceful curtsy, the girl calls herself Chocula, like it's the first spark of her story. Doubts start clawing at people's hearts, and Kessel slams his fist down, shouting that the plan hasn't changed. Everyone inside has to be destroyed. Kessel rips a monstrous sword from the air, Thunderblade, the legendary one. In the middle of his spiraling thoughts, one brutal wish bursts to life: make the maid vanish for good. The boy doesn't even pause. He bolts forward, desperate to reach her. His fist shoots through the air, but the girl drops into a quick crouch and slips the strike. With a sharp palm strike, Chocula smashes straight through, breaking the opponent's leg. A raw cry of pain tears out of his mouth. The girl snaps at him. "Don't you dare call it necessary caution just because a friendly maid is standing right there in front of you." A desperate cry rips from his lips, then she snaps back with reproach, calling him rude and insisting she deserves real respect, not to be treated like some kind of monster. Jose Rue shouts at the crowd, daring them to close in on her and end it all for good. Yet fear has frozen everyone in place because not a single person dares to move. Rage swallows him whole, and his body trembles with a fury he can't control. He shouts to smash through the estate using their numerical advantage, and orders everyone to wipe out the magnets as fast as they can. The golem girl repeats every word the guest said, insisting it was exactly how they truly spoke, and Magnus snaps back that it sounds like they ran into a bunch of irritating visitors who brushed off her heartfelt greeting. Yosaro's chest erupted. Anger and horror hit him at the exact same time. Magnus finally admits that sitting back as a mere spectator isn't who he's meant to be. Magnus shouts the Casa magic spell, and thunder rips the sky open, while the crowd freezes in terror, scared of the invisible power they can't see. Excess starts vanishing without a sound, whispering lies that everything's fine. His voice shakes with pure despair as he blurts, "This can't be done." But wait, is this really the same magic legends were built on? 1985. Chocula blurted, "It's the Thunder Quartet. Isn't it amazing?" Then he let out a shaky breath and murmured, "Oh, my gentle yet formidable mentor," while the crowd, in full panic, scattered in a storm of screams. Panic explodes in them, and they bolt in a desperate scramble, praying to slip away unnoticed. In the misty twilight of 1987, a man grips a lantern and strides straight toward them. 1988. The guards erupt in chaos, and there's no way out now. They're caught red-handed. One of the men barks an iron order. "Face down on the ground, hands behind your head." And just like that, they shove it forward as a full-on brutal raid. 1989, Kelly Austell, a level 23 knight from Lawrence, steps into the spotlight. Yuzuru can't help but press for answers about the colossal wolf's sudden arrival, only for it to snap back that they came because of a message from that man, and it nods straight toward him. Lawrence doesn't slow down. He snaps that today the enemy will strike the estate, then leans in and declares, "A signal will pop up, and you'll need to be there too." Magnus shoots a crooked, ironic grin the second Calistoli finishes speaking. Yo-Zero shoots suspicious questions. How did outsiders get wind of their plan? Kelly Austell orders him to drop his fight, swearing that if he won't surrender, he'll end up as blood on her blade. So he lets out a heavy sigh and finally gives in. The hero declares that because he arrived today, everyone got saved, and he's grateful for it. Then Lawrence shoots back that really, they should be thanking him. He points out that it was his report that finally helped them lock on to Kessel, the one they've been hunting for years. The Book of the World says Lawrence earned the nickname Wolf of Cagliostro. 1998. He rips the cover off the dark deeds, always blazing with justice. Good people swear by his name, while criminals quake in their boots. Jama sneak name. The man finally confesses. He says the hero even called himself a wizard. But deep down, he's terrified that the moment blades clash, he won't stand a chance. Magnus throws his hands up in surrender, then bursts into laughter because Lawrence is way too modest. The hero grins and locks eyes with Lawrence. The whole moment hit him like déjà vu, even while the status indicator screamed, "Wrong!" And deep down, he was certain he'd finally found true understanding. Cagliostro clings to hope, praying he's got the strength to obey the law. The moment those words hit the air, the magician's eyes snapped wide, his full attention locked on. Lawrence makes it crystal clear, cross that line and forgiveness will never find you. Kelly Austell doesn't believe any power will slip past his notice, he's dead certain of it. Magnus smirks and says this is totally Wolf's style, because he's long realized the guy in front of him is the real deal, and he never sweats the small stuff. The man nods hard, a rush of hope in his voice, promising he'll keep dealing fair and honest. Basking in that sweet chocolate swirl, the hero watches closely as the man coolly barks his orders like it's nothing. The girl leans in and asks him what on earth Kalasala even means. After she asked, he leaned in and told her straight up, Callisto is the maritime police. A century ago, the southern king of pirates sealed the mysterious Organica Callistal in his heir's hands and left behind nothing but legend. In 2013, they hit the panic button, so peace doesn't crack in the assembly. Right there, an organization is born to keep order and legality alive across the trade route, protect the people, and make sure citizens stay safe and calm. And even with all that power, they still keep the united companies in check, just like the assembly does. That's who Callie Ostale is. The girl says she's got it all. Of course, that was Master Magnus for you, while the door creaks open inch by inch. After making up her mind, Arya wastes no time and immediately interrogates Chocola, demanding to know if he's hurt anywhere. The girl blurts out to her friend that she worries about him even more than she worries about the owner, only for the friend to just shrug and toss it off like, "Don't stress, he's not the type to get hurt, not really," like the whole concern is nothing. With pure joy bursting out of her, Chocola barrels into a hug with Arya and blurted that happiness has her completely overwhelmed. So Arya laughs and teases if she's maybe shining too bright over something so small. And just like that, Miss Hannah suddenly spots someone standing in the crowd. Still not trusting her own words, she spins to Lawrence and fires off a question. It says they're being put up for sale right now. With a faint sting of disappointment in her voice, she calls his name again, and the guys lean in, watching every second like it's priceless. Magnus realized this was the moment their story began, But something far deeper simmered between them, hidden behind the first glance, and he knew better than to dig any further. They whirl around and spot Chocolya sprinting after the woman with full speed. The girl steps in closer and asks if she knows Sir Lawrence, right as Magnus suddenly blares her name like it's an alarm. With a nasty grimace on her face, the girl shoots him a look, while Miss Hannah just shrugs like it's nothing, then casually admits she's known Lawrence since they were kids. The girl asks, shaky with doubt, if he's really the man fate has picked for her. Then the hero flashes a half-smile and warns her to be careful asking questions like that. With a grin, she laughs and admits the wild truth. She's right and wrong at the very same time. At 20, she asked him out on a date, and back then he met her with pure indifference. But now she's convinced of one thing. It all turned out for the best. Because of him, Hannah finally found her beloved husband, and with him, the joy of becoming a mother to this wonderful child. So now she refuses to stop and keeps pushing forward. Everyone kept whispering that the younger brother got rejected because she set her sights on the older one, and that she was marrying purely for wealth and advantage. Their life was tough, and honestly, is anyone really surprised? After hearing it all, Arya and Chocolya trade their thoughts. Then Chocolya pushes for Sir Lawrence and Sir Felix to be shown as brothers. Magnus is so sure this has to be exactly what the Book of Peace warned about. No one knows why Lawrence ditched the company and headed straight for Cagliostale. He pivoted the conversation, leaned in, and warned Miss Hannah he was about to change the subject. Just like that, however. He swore that once Yozero got arrested, Azure would rise again, right in front of her eyes. He keeps the conversation going, saying he wants to stay on good terms with the Maramu company, and the woman nods right back. She feels the same. So they agree to wait for the next meeting. In Magnus's words, gratitude rings loud, and with everything on the line, he finally dares to tell her the real reason they're here. That list of the 3 treasures left behind by the Southern Pirates' king lights a huge red flag in her head, because the moment he wants those relics, her stomach drops with dread. He tells her that the old pirate magic demands 2 things, gold bars and the bloodline of the Pirate King. And she just nods like, yeah, I know the drill. He tells them his subordinate is already digging into the gold, so this won't trip them up. But without the whole alliance backing the hunt, they'll never spot the mistake. After Felix vanished, he hit them with the truth. This is it, the only hope they've got left. Her breath hitched as she echoed his words. Magnus insists it's a kid, but the woman snaps back. His real mission is to forge a line of succession to the Pirate King. He finally admits it straight up. He's not excited at all, because he doesn't know enough to pick this kid as his heir. The young man tells her he's in no rush for an instant answer, then urges her to think it through, carefully, all the way through. Knowing he means it, he tells her she absolutely has the right to refuse, then swears it won't change a thing in the relationship with the Maramu company. Arya shoots back a proud look, smiling like she just won. The woman clocks the truth. He's not tough at all. He's insanely sensitive. She nodded, saying she got every word, then promised she'd really think over what she just heard. Even if she slams the door with a refusal, Azure isn't backing down. They'll still stand right beside their hero. Touching down on Narufu's island was totally worth it. Arya froze mid-breath, gripping the book out at arm's length like it might bite, and the hero flashed that unmistakable smile, watching every second of this spectacle. She gasped, flipped open the book, and blurted, "Wait, is this an encyclopedia?" The pages looked stacked with serious, useful info, like someone crammed an entire library under one cover. She even admits she can't make sense of the written words, so Magnus steps in and explains that these aren't just letters, they're sacred symbols carved in the god's own language. With a steady, confident voice, he promises that because of this, trade with Kajia will explode in the cyclopedia, and right by the city gate, every island's needs are finally being matched up, and Arya nods, saying she'll start packing the goods immediately. The girl admits she's got some doubts, and the boy lays out every detail of the trading plan for her. Then she demands one thing. If anything goes sideways, he has to tell her immediately. The girl swears that if they follow a straight, no-nonsense plan, they'll rake in the wind fast, and it'll feel effortless. She snaps, insisting, "This money is filthy." The boy jolts in shock, blurting, "What do you mean exactly?" Arya tells them his Kajia trade runs on bringing in fresh, innovative goods, but he warns that if they keep pushing, they'll steamroll local businesses that already carved out a home here. His scream explodes the moment it clicks. He finally understands what he just heard. In her mind, there was only one mission: to crush the cursed evil general who'd taken over Kadia, while all he cared about was lining his pockets with money, like nothing else in the world mattered. Arya keeps laying it out, how tons of people jump into each of these fields, and then whips around to him with a question. He makes it crystal clear. He heard her, he got every word, and nothing went over his head. He doesn't even entertain the idea of turning into a demon to take down another one, because when he kicked off his journey, he swore he'd never cross that line. The girl doubles down, insisting that anything that can't adapt gets left in the dust, and that idea is the backbone of the whole trade. She breaks it down like this: every deal has three players: the seller, the buyer, and society. And the whole transaction only counts as a real win when all three walk away satisfied. The girl softly presses her hand against Magnus's palm. The girl takes his hand gently, then pulls him toward the truth. Chasing profit alone is a dead end, because life is packed with values that matter far more than any gain. She slid her hand over his palm and asked, softly but with spark in her eyes, "What if we start a business that brings real joy to the people of Kadzu?" She was so sure she could pull it off because the encyclopedia told her she could. With a look so full of tenderness, the young man quietly builds a whole world in his eyes, just for her. Pulling her into a warm embrace, he thanks her, heartfelt and sincere, for everything she's done. They crushed the Joketter threat and unlocked the Azer Corporation's real power, then shoved the trading campaign with the Katori trees straight into the second stage. Arya clocks the plan. Maramu only deals in wholesale orders, while Azure gets stuck with the retail sales and delivery. She goes on to say it'll slash the admin bill and pull some workers out to help other parts of the business, even if they run at a temporary loss for a while. Breathless with drive, Magnus blurts out, "All right, this is it. I'm starting my own business." On Roof Island, eucalyptus trees grow everywhere, but nobody really wants them because that sticky sap clings to everything, turns processing the trunks into a nightmare, and leaves harvesting totally not worth the trouble. For years, that cursed tree wreaked havoc on the island, until they finally worked the sap just right and turned it into something new: rubber. The hero spots that the encyclopedia lays out how to collect, process, and use rubber, and a sharp thought hits. It'd be a total shame not to tap into that priceless know-how. Magnus leans in and promises he'll spill a full step-by-step guide to juice collection, and even break down the cabbage itself in detail. Hani tells everyone the team is still grinding right now to finish Lacoste. Still, he assures you that with time, he'll bring some of these upgrades to this place too. After a few seconds of deep thought, the woman snaps her answer out. Everything's crystal clear. She tells him that even if he does this, she'll still use the material, though she's not really getting what's in it. Her voice drifts through the air like a spell, and Magnus leans in hard, desperate not to miss a single word, because she can't forget how they've rescued her from trouble more than once. From this moment on, her trust is going to be shared between both of you. The moment she heard those words, joy surged through Arya, and a bright smile instantly took over her face. The woman flat out says Azure should step in and help them, and he immediately thanks her for it. The woman barrels up to Magnus and yells his name, then, before he can react, snatches the boy and makes him scream. She insists it's him, Magnus, the mysterious Tunani team leader, and Nemini, too. Mrs. Anna gasps, stunned. Wait, you mean the Tunani boss? Lady Nemini herself? Fury sparks in her voice as she snaps that she's only leading for the moment. Damn that law that blocks women from ever being real heads, even when they're the Pirate King's direct descendants. Her scream won't let up, now she doesn't even care. She wails, "Shadow Wizard!" and hurls the words straight into Magnus's face. Seething with rage, she snaps at him. How dare he snatch her case away from her? Hearing her words, he snaps his gaze onto her like he's ready to hear every secret. Arya halts her, and Chukali just smiles as he reassures her that he'll take care of the enemy the moment she gives the order. Then he slowly waves them on and says it all with effortless, carefree confidence. He tells her that the company Tonini, run by her, has its headquarters right on the island of Baguado. Those words hit her like a warning siren, and her heart started slamming against her ribs. He lights up and points out that she's got a special gift. She prepares Parive fruits flawlessly. He claimed that for the company Tonekni, exporting parafruits was their gold mine, until the Katori tree showed up and totally crushed their place in the market. Magnus doesn't even find it surprising, because she's been blaming them for every single thing that's gone wrong. Rage flares in the woman's eyes as her angry gaze locks onto him. He flings his arms wide, trying to snag Lady Anemone's attention, and begs her to listen. Then she blurts out in shock, completely caught off guard. Lady Anemone snaps that if he dares to beg for mercy, she'll give him none. Magnus snaps in out of nowhere, cutting his conversation short and insisting no, it's all about profit. With a hard frown, he realizes this is their golden doorway, one move that could blow their influence across the whole market. The woman loosens her grip, pats the place where she'd held him, and lets out a soft, happy laugh with a bright smile. She tells him straight up that she's at least ready to hear him out. The very next day, everything changes. Bugadado Island, where the Lake of Death waits. Chakula snaps that it's black dirt, but Arya just shrugs. She's seen this same act before, and the woman beside her leans in, noting it could be the real thing. She says that this Lake of Death is the one place everyone dreads with their whole soul. The hero rakes the black muck with a stick, slowly parting the sludge to uncover whatever's lurking inside. The moment he grips it, the magic wand shoots upward in his hands like it's alive. Magnus swears it's the real deal, but Lady Amina erupts in rage. So tell me, what on earth could possibly be interesting about this black slime? The man leans in and tells her, point blank, that it's black tar. That woman can't shake the thought. Does the Maramu company really plan to dump this filth on Lacusta? The hero gives her a confident nod and swears his intentions are dead serious. Then he grins and tells her, just like rubber, he can snap into something brand new and wildly extraordinary. She admits, honestly, that she still doesn't get why they need this, and Magnus just grins and promises he'll explain everything soon, including how it works and what she should do with it. A frown snaps onto her face, and it looks like the moment she finally gets what he meant. Then the rumor hits hard. Tonekni isn't just getting a fresh market, it's about to start trading in the processing of a brand new material, asphalt, while Marm gets half of every resource they pull in. The words he spat out wouldn't let her breathe easy. Her smile drops in an instant. Seriousness hardens her face as she snaps, that's why we're fighting to build an entirely brand new industry. The girl keeps badgering them, should they just bury this secret completely and guard it all on their own. Lady Anemone flicked her hand toward the resin and basically said, nobody knows what this slime is really worth, so you should grab it for a total steal. She tells them, we'll sell it to you, no other reason, just so we can rake in some foreign currency. She whips her own hand to her chest with a brutal smack and blurts, wait, this is trading. A girl who got stuck in indecision and just froze. The hero snaps his head around, zeroing in on every detail of his surroundings. Magnus finally cracks and admits the real goal he's chasing is way deeper than just chasing profit. Staring her straight in the eyes, he finally drops the truth. His other mission is to crush the Lord of Demons. What she hears hits her like a punch to the chest, so she snaps at him to say it again. still stunned enough to doubt her own ears. He jabbed the resin and said, "For this, you need a quota, quota, quota," and then made it clear that getting it demands serious, hard-earned money. Lady Anemone fires back instantly, saying every word he just said is a full-on lie. He leans in and tells her, "Doubt all you want, stay close and follow us until it clicks in your head." He downright insists he's got nothing to hide, no lies, no secret agenda. What she hears rocks the woman to her very core. The hero flashes a wink and laughs, telling her, "Careful, if you don't want that neck grab again, watch where you're going." Shock hit her like lightning, and she froze in place, totally unable to move. With a deep breath, she slowly rubbed her neck and confessed, "I've never once regretted being born a woman." With irritation in her voice, she snaps that if she'd been born a man in a pirate king's family, she'd have squared up against him on equal footing, no backing down, for the right to become the heir. She dips into a deep bow and begs him for forgiveness, admitting she doubted him. He can't stop wondering how she somehow knows all about him. Lady Anemone clocked it instantly. Kazdu was the place, but they still hadn't crossed paths. She tells me it's because the climate lines up so well that Alabama became one of their biggest partners, and that's exactly where she first heard his name and title. The lady demands she must drag Neckney to the company. No excuses, no mercy, even though she's a woman. If she gets fooled or slips up, that's it, there's no second chance. She drops her head and screams that it was exactly this moment that made her first doubt him. Then her voice breaks as she begs him to forgive her, because she means it. Magnus hears the request and snaps his command, "Raise the head." He swears that sooner or later the Taneshni Corporation will see them as the obstacle in their path, because only then can they finally stand on equal footing. He says that if they can strike trade deals on that kind of footing, it would be absolutely perfect. Lady Anemone jerks her head up and, out of nowhere, drops her real job in the business world like a bombshell. The girl grips his hand hard, and her answer hits like instant truth, no doubt in sight. Cuba's island, right there, waiting like a powder keg. At the very top of the company sits Perrin, unyielding ruler, unstoppable force, and the engine that powers the whole empire. Perrin Company is the heartbeat of this community, right on an island called Paradise on Earth, where tourism explodes and turns the whole place into a real gem. Arya can't stop wondering if Cuba's been battling that epidemic for way too long. Then the man just sighs and admits it. He knows firsthand, and the disease doesn't mess around. It brings numbness and swelling in the legs. Worst case, it can trigger a heart stop, and that means your life ends for good. He dips his head and realizes the tourists aren't catching it, so the business stays safe and thriving. Magnus swallows hard and locks eyes with the girl, who's intently reading every inch of his face. Arya speaks up calmly and declares she knows the real cause of human diseases, and the shock hits her partner so hard he blurts out, "So that's it. Cuban doctors couldn't crack this secret for years." She insists the real secret is the food the locals eat. With a sudden crash, he slams his hands on the table and hammers his question again, only for the girl to stay cool as ice and tell him, "In some countries, this disease is called beriberi, like the encyclopedia says." With his mouth hanging open, the captivated guy blurts out that he only stuffs himself with fruits and seafood and meat. That stuff is totally off limits for his diet. Leaning on the table, he points out that changing the diet can totally steer the disease off course, and Magnus immediately grabs that idea, insisting the illness can be completely wiped out. Arya swears pork and grains are a match made in heaven, especially wheat and rice. Magnus points out that Maramu is already shipping to Albania, so when it comes time to send products to Cuba, there won't be a single obstacle in the way. He snaps that this kind of trouble won't tolerate rushing, so he's got time to think it all through, and the other guy nods, saying, "Yeah, that's exactly the better way." As the water rushes over his face, it drags the sweat away, yet in Magnus's head, one brutal thought keeps pounding: how hard it is to finally give consent. If this knowledge had hit him while Azura and Tuyunekni were right there beside him, the doubts about their offer wouldn't sink into his heart so hard. The hero leans in and adds, "Oh, and one more thing. I'm dying to buy some guaiac wood shipped all the way from Cuba." The moment he read those words, curiosity slammed into him like a truck. Magnus is dead sure this tree grows only in Cuba, nowhere else on Earth, and the encyclopedia calls it a sacred tree, as if it's in a league of its own, because no other rare species matches its raw strength and mana-rich power. He can't shake the truth. Chopping a tree isn't some casual job. Processing it takes real work too, and that skinny trunk is barely worth anything at all, not even for building, since its uses are painfully limited. Looking back on it, he realizes there was a time when he could have traded for these things, and if someone offered it, he'd have snapped it up without hesitation. With a grin, the man confidently tells them, "Sure, you can buy as much as you want." He says he's ready to dive headfirst into the import business for pork and grain, for real. Two sets of palms collide in a warm handshake, and the young man leans in with hopeful confidence, like he's promising that this partnership will spark years of amazing teamwork. One terrifying twist has the man's mind racing. The man can't stop asking why they're forcing all those goods to move only by sea. Magnus weighs his options and realizes the city gates probably won't budge for him. There are way too few people inside the cube, and those gates only open when every city reaches over 1,000 residents. The man straight up admits pirate uprisings are hitting way harder than ever, and warns that even if you gather a fleet, those attacks won't stop. Pirates swoop in on ships, smashing through defenses and grabbing every last valuable in their path. The hero presses on, wondering what he already told Cagliostro, only to hear that his message was sent long ago and came back with absolutely nothing to show for it. Staring at the girl, the boy lets out a heavy sigh and admits there's no way out of this mess. Then the moment he hears what she says, the man's instincts snap on like a switch. Magnus grabs the reins and declares they'll take the pirates down themselves. The ship slices through the waves like it owns the sea, and pure peace settles over everything. The hero turns to the captain and thanks him for getting the weapons ready, and the captain only smirks, telling him not to underestimate a veteran former pirate. Lady Anemone steps up and announces that every weapon is primed and ready, and Magnus wastes no time. He pours out his heartfelt thanks for her backing. Her smile bursts across her face the moment his words land. She tells him she gets the logic. If they sail the open sea in a huge warship, pirates won't dare to strike. But with just one vessel, there's no way they'll seem like a real threat. Magnus thinks, if we just roll out with the fleet, they'll scatter before we even reach their doorstep. She only smiles back. What else could she possibly do? Fury flares in her eyes as she demands to know how he even knows the base's location. He just shrugs, won't swear to anything, but admits he's got a few guesses. Those words hit Lady Anemone like lightning, instantly leaving a deep mark. Her excited scream ricochets through the room. "Are you kidding me? It's incredible!" Then she gushes that Magnus is just wonderful, and the second those words land, his face snaps red with pure embarrassment. He learned it all from the encyclopedia, and now he feels awkward as hell. Right away, he blurts out a warning to the captain and slams the news. Multiple ships are looming just ahead. 5 ships loom on the horizon, sailing straight toward them and gliding over the waves with unstoppable grace. Magnus clocks it. They're already here before the others even get a chance to tuck themselves into their lair, and Arya lets out a heavy sigh, realizing this time fortune has fully turned its back on them. The captain leans in, squints through the telescope and spots it. Everyone comes back safe after the outing. As he praises Li Yu, he points out that the ship's low landing trajectory can only mean one thing. Someone's spoils division is already simmering with greed. With a grim, dead-eyed stare, Magnus snaps back that he doesn't give a damn. Still staring through the telescope, he spots it. Those enemies aren't firing a shot. The captain, all swagger and experience, laughs that they're not clueless prey at all. Both ships are blazing at full speed, and the enemy clearly clocks every move and intention they're making. The hero asks if they can even catch up, and Baruba just shrugs. He doesn't know. But if things go bad, he tells them to ditch the extra weight so they can break free faster. Magnus nods, then plunges into his backpack like he's hunting for a life-saving clue. He pulls a mysterious artifact from his bag, grins, and declares he's finally ready to use it. The Sea Bell of the Breeze, a magical relic unearthed in Alberonan's ruins that can ring out a melody only the spirits of the sea wind can hear. An earth-shaking gust of wind snaps in out of nowhere, and the ship rockets ahead, surging to insane speeds. The lady from Amina leans in, eyes blazing, and asks about that magical artifact that can command the winds over the sea. And as she speaks, she can't hide her excitement, saying a treasure like that would be the sailor's dream. The captain peered through the telescope, burst out laughing, and recorded the moment they were left completely stunned. They slammed to a stop like stone pillars, caught dead in their tracks by pure, lightning-fast swimming. Magnus demands Arya stay right beside Chakla, swearing it's for her safety. So Arya grabs Chakla's hand and promises she'll hold on with everything she's got, only for the other girl to snap back that this grip means Arya won't be able to fight. With her hands healed and the pain gone, she's ready to charge back into battle. Shokola leans in and tells the hero, "Give the command, just say the word, and I'll tear into them with everything I've got." The captain flat out confirms that Popos was right about the pirates, and while that's sinking in, Magnus spots the wizards marching onto the deck and starts wondering what on earth they're doing here. Barubas drops the truth. Yeah, something wild is brewing, and Lady Anemne's side-eye goes nuclear, because snagging that many wizards isn't something you do by accident. There has to be a powerful organization pulling the strings. He shot a quick look at the deck and called out to Captain Mangan. A scarred face barks orders, and that cold-eyed man makes it crystal clear he's fully in control of everything. The hero can't help but wonder if they know each other. Then the captain grins and says, "Yeah, I've met you before." With pride blazing in his voice, he keeps talking. "My name is known to the seas, and even Kalostale can barely handle what I am." Captain Mangan shouted the order, and the archers surged into action, bows up, arrows lined on the enemy. Flaming arrows streak toward the ship as the enemy lines up a deadly salvo. With blinding flashes, fiery arrows tear upward and streak straight for the ship. With flaming arrows knocking inches away, the hero didn't flinch. He stayed ice calm and told everyone, "Don't worry," then pulled out a bell of sea breeze. A raging whirlwind slammed into the ship, wrapping it tight and shielding it from every last arrow. On the deck, the crew stares at the arrows missing them like it's a cruel joke, and one sailor blurts out, "The wind itself has flipped sides and grabbed our fate." The archers get rewarded for driving the assault back, and then they're ordered to loose arrows that streak straight toward the enemy ship. On the enemy ship, chaos erupts. Crew members shout at the top of their lungs that the wind has finally turned to their side. A man whips around and faces the wizards. The second the order to attack hits, the wizards launch spells on the spot, blasting terrifying magic straight into the chaos. As they cast the spell, they thrust their staffs forward and weave their magic together into one blazing force. These spells rip 4 fire tornadoes out of the air like a blazing storm. Magnus grins, takes one look at everything they've got, and quietly realizes that's all there is. The magical wand shoots upward, and a spell explodes out of it, flooding the space with dazzling light. With the spell's power, a colossal fireball erupts above the ship, blasting the sky with blinding heat. 2 wizards lunged into each other's arms in pure panic, while a savage scream tore through the air from every direction. A blazing fireball crashes down with a deafening roar, hammering the enemy ships. Magnus clocks it all, and a tiny, barely there smile curls up on his face. The terror that flared in the wizards' eyes said it all. They finally understood something awful. A blazing fireball rockets from the sky and slams straight into the enemy ship. Amid the blazing ruins, people scramble onto crumbling debris just to keep from plunging into the water, while the fire devours everything in its path. A last-ditch chance yanks the man out of disaster, and a charred ship keeps blazing behind him. The crews of the nearby ships can't help it. Mouths hang open, shock hits their faces hard, and they're left completely stunned by what's right in front of them. Flames chew through the ship as the hero stands there in stunned silence, watching everything he left behind explode into roaring, blinding fire. After a quick warm-up, Magna finally admits he should have handled him with a bit more finesse. He charged toward the ship's bow, smashing forward through a storm of loud shouts behind it. No matter what happens, he charges ahead, and right then someone yells, "What are you doing? Why are you running?" With a flick from the tip of his nose, the hero rockets downward in a heartbeat. The captain's moves blow everyone's mind, especially the lady in the emine, as the alarm keeps screaming on deck, and the passengers get more and more terrified by what's happening to him. It surges forward on pure air, driving itself ahead like it has somewhere to be. The hero rockets up into the sky like he's climbing invisible stairs. He even looks down and grins. Those cursed general boots? They're the trophy he snatched in the fight against Gideon Jamiton, and once he slips them on, he can levitate through the air without needing any target at all. Up in the sky, he whips his staff in wide arcs and starts chanting a spell. His art is pure sorcery. Spells pour out of his lips like lightning. Thunder and lightning rip open the sky, crashing down toward the ground in a wild streak. Lightning rips across the ships, and the moment it hits, their sides explode into roaring flames. People are sobbing as they scramble off burning ships, racing for survival. Thick black smoke billows up from them, swallowing the air. They start wondering if he's even human, and he answers that only someone far beyond human limits could pull off a feat like that. His hand barely stops trembling as excitement rips through him. He jabs at the artifact and drops the truth. This creature rules the wind, controls the flight, and hurls thunderbolts. A wild scream tears through the air. This man insists he's the god of the storm. They drop to their knees, bow their heads, and launch into a prayer dedicated to him. Captain Mangan, soaked in tears, drops to his knees and pleads for mercy, begging to the storm's so-called god. Magnus leans in, smirks at everything unfolding, and asks why they throw in the towel so fast. Back on the deck, he thrusts the pirate hunting duty to his comrades and makes them swear they won't forget the ones who vanished after they leapt into the sea. He snaps his hand back, pointing like a warning flare, and tells them they're getting shipped straight to Cagliostro. The captain jumps to his feet, wordless in panic, while the hero fidgets and demands to know what's going on. Barubas can't help but beam, admitting he was blown away by that wild fighting style. But Lady Anemone just lets out a heavy sigh and concedes they couldn't pull off a single thing. The bat swoops in with shocking news to Master Chiosio. Captain Mangan is down, and the terrifying part is, it was the solitary Magnus who did it. Magnus obliterated enemy ships in a roar of smoke and flame, and all that floated after him was wreckage and black ash drifting over the waves. With a careful touch, the teacher flipped through the notes, then gasped at what they revealed. The Demon King's killer, right there, in writing. But the real shock hit next. Why would someone like that even bother swapping Kaju in the first place? The bat let slip that he could be hunting the Pirate King's treasures too. Then, right out of nowhere, he spikes his voice and blurts it out with dead serious intensity. The Southern Pirate King's 3 legendary treasures. Then the shadow drags a hand across the notes, like it's feeling the hidden power pulse under the ink. They called it the Tsunami Blade, a legendary weapon so brutal it could tear entire pirate crews apart in an instant. The Diary of the Pirate King is a battered notebook stuffed with mind-blowing info and chilling secrets that will make your skin crawl. This medallion is the smoking gun of the Southern Pirate King's legacy, a real relic that clings to his deadly heritage and dares it to live on. To claim those treasures, the male heir must sweep in with an absurdly generous fortune and hand it over to the siren, the guardian of all riches. Master Teo presses the point. Before anything else, you've got to figure out what Magnus is truly craving. And he swears the Southern Pirate King's treasures will be his, every last coin. Right after Captain Mangan gets arrested, they drag him into questioning, and somehow he's trapped alone with interrogators who just won't stop. With his hands tied, he trembles and breaks down into cries. Nothing useful comes out of it, and he can't steady himself. Rumor has it he's somehow gotten the mysterious Kyojo on his side, and even the Kaguya clan has no clue who this person really is. And the very next day, the chaos kept rolling. Nothing changed at all. The bigwigs from Santorini, Styles, and Rihannuk all stormed into one room to hammer out some serious, high-stakes negotiations. And then, the day finally hit. Every single company leader showed up, all together. Miss Anna shows up with Magnus and the girls, struts in like she owns the place, and boldly names herself the head of the Azura Company. Then one of the men can't help asking for every detail. They call her a suspicious stranger, and right in front of her stands Yanapu Gormus, the corporation's boss. Nodding back, she whips around to face him, realizes how much time has slipped by, and then goes, "I'm Anna, Felix's wife." She insists she showed up with her husband to celebrate his newborn heir. But the husband huffs in irritation and snaps that he doesn't know a thing about any of it. He shakes his head left and right, eyes pleading, and mournfully demands where his bright green Felix disappeared to. Those words hit her like a spark. Annoyance flares across her face, and a quiet sadness slips into her eyes. Clutching her skirt in a trembling fist, she chokes out the painful truth: she just lost her husband. Pinoid taps his forehead with a confident grin and shoots back, "Exactly." A sinister grin curls across his face, and he finally confesses he sold out his subordinates, acting like the very rat he's always been. A chilling, ominous cackle rips out of his mouth out of nowhere. Magnus strides forward, thrusts his hand toward Anna, and with full confidence declares, "I'm a Gribbian, and this man right here holds the number 2 seat in the assembly." With a grin on his face, he tells him it's a real honor to get to spend money with him. Hormus jabs a finger at him, locks eyes, and barks, "Tell me, aren't you the dark sorcerer, secretly looking after the widow?" The hero leans in and points out, "Lady Anna has huge ambitions, and guess what? I'm a mage too." The other guy just shrugs like that changes nothing at all. Jabbing a finger at the man's chest, he snaps a warning. If even one hint of dirty dealings pops up, the punishment won't wait around, it'll hit fast. With a flick of his finger, he slips out a question like a trap, because fooling the clueless is just too easy for him. The man snaps his arms out wide and blasts, "I'm not cooperating with you." Magnus sweeps a strand of hair aside, thanks them for the warning, then waves it off like it doesn't matter at all. Rage seethed in a man's eyes as he snapped the question, "What does this mean?" And the hero just stayed cool, telling him that the island really had turned up extremely interesting resources. He adds that the resin sap is already shipped to Lacusta, and soon rubber will start arriving straight at Narufu too. With one eye covered, the boy snaps that he won't play along with them at all. Trade is the company's money machine, but he won't cooperate. Then he shrugs it off with the blunt truth: he's really just nearsighted. The man can't shake it. His own words leave him feeling feverish. Rage surges through him as he lunges ahead, snatches the guy by the collar, lifts his fist, and growls at him to say it again. "Enough!" the man snaps, and just like that, Mr. Hormus goes still. Petro, the ruthless boss of the Concord Trading Company. Mr. Gorm's hand nudges the boy forward, and then, boom, Mr. Gorm strides straight to the man, acting like he's always been there, while the boy can't stop wondering when he showed up. Mr. Peter glances out and says the sea won't calm down today, so he's only just made it here. Then he grits, "What a real letdown." Magnus rubbed his fingers against his collar and fell into deep thought, remembering the Kinkori Corporation. They're saying Des Moines sits at the very top of the whole assembly, its main peak and a crucial island. and this company pulls the biggest strings in KO. Mr. Peter snaps his head around. He winked, all smooth and sly. Parain, the company's head, wears worry like a storm cloud, while Miss Anna sits frozen with her eyes dropped to the floor. Lady Anemone keeps that polished smile, but sparks of a challenge dance in her gaze, and Rianu, the company's leader, stays with her eyes shut, lost deep in her own thoughts. With everyone packed into that meeting, there's a real chance Chiogio showed up too. Grins blazing, Steinley, Santorini, King Kori, and Yonava pulled up to the table, all of them smiling like trouble was about to start. The hero sits there, counting the wizards hired for Captain Mangana, then breaks down their every move, watching the battle plan and the exact road they're taking. It's probably all about that power broker organization, and yeah, that means the assembly itself. Staring at it all, he realizes the name Chiogio isn't listed anywhere in the encyclopedia, so it has to be made up. At this meeting, he's on a mission. He's ready to expose his real intentions and pull Chiozio's attention right into his orbit. A long-haired man strides into the room, greets everyone with a grin, and goes, "It's been ages since we last saw each other." And that's Poli, the chief secretary of the ZIL Corporation. Mr. Peter's at it again, late like clockwork, right on his same old routine. Then he leans in and asks, with real curiosity, "So there's truly no new chapter today?" With a grin plastered on his face, he apologized for the long, forced wait. Poli blurts out that their leader is getting swarmed, cornered by a whole pack of enemies, and he can't just walk away because an attack could hit any moment. He always shoots them the same reminder. He's still the chief secretary, and he's staying right where he belongs. Then he scans the crowd, demanding to know if anyone's got objections, pausing just long enough to make it hit. Poli flashes a bright grin at everyone she crosses paths with on her way. That kind of audacity lights a fuse in the leaders of rival companies. In Magnus's memory, one sharp detail pops up. ZIL Company has a shady reputation as a pirate crew. They tangled with Callistoli again and again, but after he died, they ditched the fighting and chose a road paved with honest trade. Even now, it's rumored that pirates in Kaizo still hoist ZIL Company's flag and keep pushing its interests like they never stop. The secretary demands, "What are we really discussing at this meeting?" And the boss of the company, Sanitary, fires back that it all circles back to Azor's fate, his future, plain and simple. It says Mr. Felix really did leave them behind. He dips his head to Miss Hannah and asks her, with a heart full of sincerity, to accept his deepest condolences. Poli has always looked up to Mr. Felix because the man's razor-sharp honesty and spotless way of handling things make him impossible not to respect. Magnus calls himself a real talker, and somehow the moment his thoughts kick in, they grab anyone's attention. The secretary offers a polite apology for the rudeness, then, right on the heels of it, drops another remark. Then, out of nowhere, he offers her a spot in his company, vowing protection not just for her, but for every future descendant and anyone who ever belonged to their society. Miss Anna rises, thanks him for the sympathy and support, then politely shuts down his offer, right away, and those words paint a warm smile on Lady Inimon's lips. The woman says, "My son won't take his inheritance until he hits that age, so until then, I'm stepping in and running the company as the interim leader." Polina gives a quick nod, flashes a grin, and tells him she can see he threw everything he had at it, no matter how limited his abilities are. His eyes stare wide, pure silent menace. Then he coldly says it looks like she's already made contact with Mary Moo. Magnus shoots him a warning look, pure silent threat, but Polly keeps her cool and presses on, insisting she's gone over every single agreement. Their eyes blaze with raw tension and fury. One wrong move, and it could turn into a full-on inferno in seconds. Tension smothers everything, leaving no room to breathe and ramping up every last ounce of anxiety. Mr. Peter can't stop worrying. Will they let him step in and make a difference? Every head snaps to him the second he steps in. The secretary just shrugs, then shoots him a look like, "Wait, what?" The master leans in and tells Magnus, "I've heard about your monstrous magic, and your nickname, the Demon King Slayer." Puzzled, he blurts out what could possibly make someone like that even care about trade and kaiju. The hero slams his palm down on the table. He surges to his feet and roars out, "To take down the demonic general ruling these lands, I need the tsunami sword, right now." Words hit like lightning. Lady Emina and the head of the Ryanook Company went speechless at what they just heard. Mr. Peter stroked his chin, and then it all clicked. Everything finally made perfect sense. Magnus grabs the perfect moment and fires the question to everyone. "Who wants to come with me on this quest?" The boy shrugs it off. He doesn't care a bit about the Pirate King's diary or his legacy. And once the commander goes down, even the legendary Sword of the Tsunami will come back fast. No second thoughts. With a sharp gesture at the woman, the hero points out that at least Mrs. Hannah didn't shut them down. She agreed to help. He shoots that idea down hard. It's just too cruel to dump the king of the Southern Pirates' burden on some helpless kid. The words that slipped out of Mr. Peter's mouth won't let him breathe. He spirals into thought, replaying every single phrase like it's a loaded trigger. Mr. Gorm admits, with biting dissatisfaction, that he can't stay quiet anymore, then snaps at the hero, making it clear he's the outsider in this group. The secretary shoots up her hand, signaling she's ready to take the floor. He demands to know why Magnus can't beat him without that legendary move, the Tsunami Blade. Magnus locks eyes with him, and tension snaps tight in the air. Polly stopped him cold and demanded he drop the idea. He locked eyes with her and realized all at once Polly didn't sit on the side of enemies or friends. Magnus leaned in and demanded the boy explain himself, but Polly only grinned like she knew a secret and said the message needs no extra decoding because every word already carries the meaning. That mysterious voice cut in. "If you want the sword, you've got to crown one of the trading company leaders as the Pirate King." And that's where the real problem hits. Tables snapped into a circle, and everyone crowded in, staring at the moment. Polly nudged Magnus to imagine he was in their shoes, and Magnus replied with a grave tone, "Yeah, this mattered," and he wanted her to spell it out. Polly stared at the situation, unsure if he'd even clocked it. But one thing was clear, they had to call a council, because picking just one Pirate King turned out way messier than anyone expected. The boy cut straight to the point and told the main character his trading method was a total revolution, and without even pausing, he vowed he'd run it back again and again, because what he was seeing felt absolutely unreal. Still, he pressed Magnus hard, demanding to know if he truly thought he had the right to crown a pirate from the crowd, or even someone above him, as the king of pirates. The hero swore he wasn't arrogant, apologized for cutting him off, and warmly urged his opponent to finish what he'd been saying. Polly promised that whoever grabs the Pirate King's throne would live in luxury, but he also warned that picking that route would spark serious trouble with the other 8 leaders, so he shut the idea down hard. He swore he had it all figured out, then said wiping out one of the 8 demonic generals, and finally the demon lord himself, will do them more good than damage. And deep down, he can't help thinking, wouldn't it be way easier to move into a world where peace actually reigns? Hearing that, Peter's smile turned the moment into a, "Yeah, that makes sense," nod. Chocola and Arya lit up with approval, but Polly's face stayed sour and unimpressed. The man leaned in and demanded what everyone thought about the mess they were in. Then he rallied the crowd to throw their weight behind the Mama Trading Company flag and hurl gold to the great siren. Peter leaned in and promised them that if they teamed up, success was within reach. Yet you could see the distrust on everyone else's faces as if it were written there. Peter made a wild deal. If Magnus helped, he'd wreck one of the demonic generals, and in return, they offered Link the chance to become Pirate King. Then hand the sword back to the sea's depths. At first glance, it looked like the perfect setup. When the man said those words, Hannah snapped back with a clear yes. Anemone jumped in too, saying it was basically settled already, and even another guy chimed in to agree. Polly just shook his head, and even with all the respect he had for Mr. Peter, he couldn't bring himself to agree. Peter's sparring partner pressed him for answers, but the boy shot back that he saw no point in it. Then Peter leaned in and said, "Look, Magnus can take down one of those demonic generals." Polly slammed the brakes on his words, turned to the others, and told them to call the verdict themselves. Then Mr. Magnus declared he'd need a sword to kill the general, and he pushed everyone to sit up and really think about what they'd just heard. The young man stared, baffled, and demanded, "Why would you destroy the demonic general if the monster you beat still comes back?" Peter looked genuinely worried and said, "To beat the demon lord, there's one special thing we'll need first." Paul cut him off mid-sentence, snatching the "only the beginning" line like it was a clue. And then he leaned in, eyes sharp, asking if removing the general really meant you had to burn your own money. The young man frowned at how little this helped, but that wasn't even the biggest detail. Anemone's face fell the second she heard it, while Gormez just held his breath, buzzing with anticipation. Polly leaned in and demanded he tell her how many demonic generals had he already wiped out. Hearing that, Magnus shut his eyes and finally confessed he'd only killed 2 generals, but the other guy shot back right away, doubting it like, "Only 2? That's not even impressive." Polly stared at everyone and asked if it all finally made sense now, because nobody could have predicted how long it would take to crush the demon lord. Her words hit hard, sure, but behind that honesty sat the real fear. If Magnus didn't tread carefully, his road might be the one that ends for him. The young man stepped up and declared himself the fully authorized deputy of his boss, then got pushed into refusing. And right after that, he turned to everyone in the room and demanded their take. Hannah shot up from the table in a flash and said if it weren't for the main character, she wouldn't be here at all. Then she promised their money wouldn't go to waste. One candidate lights up and recalls how Magnus taught her modern trading methods, so she feels deeply indebted and throws her support behind the plan. While another man swears that Magnus was the one who rescued him from pirates, and that's exactly why he's giving his consent too. Turns out everyone there split into 2 camps. Some backed the main character, and the rest wanted him gone. In the end, Gormez snapped with doubt, calling it all empty talk, because the opponents were outnumbering him. With a grin, Arya declared Magnus's power is unmatched, and that the Dragon Lord won't stand a chance. Chacola jumped in right away, shouting for everyone to trust the master. At first, the main character stared at his friends, normally cool and collected in business, but now they were sprinting to his side, desperate, risking everything without a second thought. It was because of them that he finally learned how to rein himself in, so he spoke up to them in a calm voice, telling them not to worry, and the moment the words left his mouth, the girls went completely silent. Polly caught the change and couldn't stop herself from smiling. With a heavy, breathless vow, the main character promised to do everything he could to tear down the demon lord, then admitted the brutal truth. Right now, he doesn't have the power to make that victory certain. Since he can't make that promise, he's forced to choose. Cut the general loose or keep moving without the sword of waves in his own hands. And now he can't stop asking himself, did they even understand me? Arya blurted in pure disbelief, "Wait, did I really hear that right?" Polly let out a small chuckle, relieved Magnus had caught every word, then quickly apologized, because his tone might have sounded harsher than he meant. The man closed in on the main character and laid out a ruthless bargain, beat the 7 demonic generals across the waters of Kazu, and if the sword still has to be found, then everyone will back him to get it. Right then, York snapped his hands together in pure delight, grinning as he made it clear he fully backed Pally's proposal. His words hit like pure sunshine, his smile burst wide in an instant, and everyone else quickly nodded along, agreeing with the proposal without a single doubt. After that chat, they tossed the whole thing aside and swung to new topics. And somehow, the meeting stayed smooth. No real problems ever reared their head. When the meeting finally wrapped up, Peter yanked the main character aside for a private talk. Then, with real regret in his voice, apologized that he couldn't give him the help he was hoping for. He fired back, saying he'd soaked up a ton of useful intel, then made it clear he finally saw the truth. That guy was on his side, and that kind of loyalty was priceless. On the pages of the Book of Peace, Mr. Peter comes off polite, but don't get it twisted. He's strict to the bone and fully committed to tradition. Only this person's trust could have justified him showing up, and the moment he walked into the meeting, the hero instantly remembered the man's face, those warm, sincere eyes, and the solid support that practically radiated off him. Peter beamed, gripped his hand, and promised, "Got it. If you need anything, don't hold back, just reach out anytime." And Magnus couldn't help but admire that kind of generosity. The instant the man vanished from sight, the protagonist got called again. And this time it was Jorg Akamak, shouting, "Miao Finhak Dakra Yait Mykomak Dak," through the corridor like thunder, as Jorg hurried to apologize, admitting he might have let him down. Even with everything going on, Yerke still let hope burn in his chest. He really wanted to team up with Magnus someday, and he couldn't shake the fear that his words or actions might have offended him. The main character shot back that everything was totally fine. He'd never waste a golden chance to strike a deal with a guy like this, and he wasn't about to sweat petty insults. When the man heard that, he let out a deep, relieved sigh, like a huge burden finally slid off his chest, then thanked him sincerely. Magnus couldn't help wondering if Jorg would be cool with him dropping by tomorrow, so he asked, got reassurance that a guest would be welcome, then took his leave. And honestly, the kid couldn't shake the feeling that this whole friendship was way more complicated than it first looked. Arya said she'd seen how tightly he kept himself together. Then she apologized for losing control of her feelings, only for Chakola to snap back that none of this was her fault, because the real problem was the people who kept laughing at Mr. Magnus. The main character clocked it. Polly had every reason not to trust him, and earlier he'd planned to get the full amount solo. Outside help would have helped, sure, but he refused to go that route. No attempts, no excuses. After what felt like forever, they finally hit the shores of Doman Island, and Arya couldn't stop staring at the crystal-clear water, glittering under the sun. Chakula nodded, grinning that this place was straight-up breathtaking, and Arya's good mood soared right on. The protagonist insisted it was time to bring Peter up again, and Arya nodded hard, because not only did he hand them a luxurious private beach, he also delivered a killer vacation home. Right then, the girl went for it and tried to approach him until a stone rolled under her foot, jolting her balance and sending her stumbling. But Magnus shot in and caught her just in time, saving her from the fall. Arya grinned at him, thanking him with real sincerity for helping her, and then shrugged like it was nothing, saying that if she ever fell, the sea's waves would catch her every time, so he didn't have to fear the pain. Heat surged to his cheeks as that awkward moment crushed him, so he hurried to say goodbye. Then she leaned in and asked where he was going, but he dodged the question, mumbling about being drained and needing a rest, while a bright flush spread across his face. At that exact moment, Chocolate yanked him back and grinned like she'd just nailed the whole point. "Aren't we here to chase maximum pleasure?" The boy snapped, grumbling that she shouldn't grab him like that. But his mind kept circling the same thing. It was only happening because her body was brushing gently against his back. Arya pressed him for answers. Did he ever figure out what Kyujo was cooking? He just shrugged, like it was hopeless. With so little data, there was no way to pin it down. Arya wouldn't drop it, asking if he'd even thought about it after the conference. Magnus shot back with full confidence. "First off, there's zero chance Azure has anything to do with me. Anna's always been working with that company, and the real kicker is she's known about all of it for a long time. For the exact same reason, nobody ever suspected Tonekni or Parain. Both companies showed up in those meetings and threw their full weight behind it." Magnus said they dug into Konkori from every angle and found zero damage to its name, and Arya nodded hard, because to her, the Assembly's leader could have made a lot more by playing fair in full view, instead of skulking around and betraying everyone's trust. The main character basically said, "Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if Kyujiro really was in disguise, running the whole thing through other companies. In Magnus's mind, this old man he couldn't stand suddenly crashed back in. His name might have been Jorg, or maybe it was that weird Polly. His suspicion flares up, and right there with the company's zeal, he steps in as their representative. But when the leader won't show up in person, his anger really takes off. Arya grinned and swore she'd got it. He'd basically slashed the search area down to the core, and that conference trip wasn't wasted at all. But then the guy just shook his head, dead set on disagreeing. They hadn't even scratched the truth yet. Magnus realized it was time to gather intel. Then his eyes shot wide like he'd just spotted something unreal. Arya demanded to know what happened, and Chakala fired off the same question right beside him. As he rips through the book's pages, the main character spots it, right there. The entry about Sir Jorge has vanished without a trace. Arya leaned in and asked if that meant Magnus was finally out of the spotlight. Magnus shot back that there was no other way to look at it, because if that encyclopedia had made the call, something huge must have gone down. He flashed the idea of picking one of the options for a second, then shut it down instantly, insisting he didn't even want to think about it, and he also dropped fresh info about the key person who was missing here yesterday. Right in front of you stands the new head of the Syntonic Company, Hans Cavall, the first heir and son of Sir George Cavall, and trust me, this man feels oddly out of place. Arya's head snapped at the hero's words, and she blurted out in shock because he just revealed that this guy took over right after he personally killed George Keese. The girl asked who he was, even pointing out that his name sounded way too common, and Magnus just shrugged, flat out admitting he had no real answer, then leaned in and swore that soon everything would flip, and the whole alliance would be shaken to its core. It was crystal clear. Once the Alliance heard about York's murder, the encyclopedia data was about to get blown apart all over again. The young man shot to his feet, faced the girls, and urged them to hash everything out with Peter. Arya pointed out that this was going to slam the brakes on their cooperation with Montserrat, and the main character just stayed silent. No reaction at all to her words. Montserrat is a British overseas territory basking in the Caribbean Sea. And while everyone was gathered at the estate, a man burst into the hall, eyes wild with panic, screaming that something awful had happened. Then Calyustel gets pulled right into the chaos because everyone believes she holds the key knowledge. At last they waited, and when the moment finally landed, the main character snapped the book shut with a surge of relief. Then he swung back to the girls and saw it. They were still calm, just like they promised. Magnus stepped outside, locked eyes with the man, and instantly clocked that iron resolve. Because they'd showed up here at dawn. He asked straight up if they'd just arrived on the island, then urged them to grab a quick rest. Lawrence shot back with a straight face like, "I didn't come here to waste my time on this nonsense." The boy burst out that they'd finally arrived to arrest Magnus, because they're sure he murdered George, the head of the Syntonic Company. Lauren spotted that the main character's face didn't flicker with surprise at all. She figured he was just replaying his own actions in his head. But when he swore that wasn't it, that whole guess instantly fell apart. Right after the conference, Magnus and Jorg hammered out every detail of their future plans on the island of Montserrat. Then, after that, their paths never crossed again. Continuing his tale, Lawrence told him flat out he couldn't reach an agreement with that person, so he'd have to take his own life. Hearing that, the main character shut it down, saying there was no way he was worth admitting that this was the only thing he'd shown up for. The guard told them Mr. George was murdered by a hooded stranger, right in the middle of the city in full daylight, who blasted him with a fire spell so brutal that even his bones turned to ash. Someone who never touched Kalios magic scoffed and swore that with Fire 2, this kind of thing just can't happen until Fire 3 turns everything on its head, because it's so brutally complex that only 5 people on the entire planet have mastered it, Magnus included. The hero leaned in, asked if that was truly their biggest proof, then pushed them. Let them think for themselves. Would I really dare to kill someone with a method that points straight back to me? Magnus couldn't shake the doubt. Wouldn't it be way too obvious to pin himself as the criminal so openly? If he really was the culprit, He wouldn't pull something that painfully transparent. Lawrence insisted the plan was simple as day, and he even picked a reckless way to kill, because he'd watched criminals stumble into fatal mistakes again and again. But Magnus snapped back that none of it proves innocence. Kyuji's trusted man, Kizu, the one pulling the strings, stepped into the spotlight as the culprit, and this mysterious sorcerer rolls in from a city wrapped in magic, where everyone knows him as Nevs. Lawrence stared in shock and blurted, "What do you mean?" But Magnus only grinned, saying everything was fine, then told him, "If you don't trust me, just hear me out." Magnus just dropped the bombshell. Nevs can shove his mind into animal bodies, using some ancient, forgotten spell he's never seen before. And get this, those cat eyes that had been stalking Jorg? They belonged to one of Nevs's familiars. On his second sweep through the encyclopedia, he finally hit the key figures section, and that's when Kizu and Kyo first caught his eye. With a booming voice, the man demanded they not rush the arrest. He wasn't even thinking about running or hiding. And then he leaned in and asked Lawrence if he'd come with him to meet QGEO. The guy shot back coldly. He didn't have the right to step outside the law, and this could be a trap lurking around the corner. Then Magnus snapped, calling him a real guardian of law and order. Lawrence shot a hard stare at his men and commanded them to grab the main character, but he snapped back and fired off the spell, Sleep 2. With a cocky grin, the chief of the guard laughed it off and said nothing like that could shake him. Then he slammed the artifact to life. The spirit of conviction and action, the same magical relic the first ruler of Kaliostal got from the pirate king of the south. This thing shields its owner with brutal, powerful protection against any sorcery. Magnus admitted it was jaw-dropping, but then he asked the real question. Could his mind actually survive something like this? Lawrence hit back, asking if he could beat his opponent up close and personal. Magnus only said, "We'll find out, right there, for ourselves." Without a second thought, the main character snapped his gaze to Chakola. Then the girl threw herself in front of him, demanding he put his trust in her with this. Magnus told Lawrence the truth. His real enemy wasn't him at all. It was Chakola, a fighter who wiped the floor with him in close combat. And then he leaned in and asked if Lawrence had any idea. In the middle of his own memories, that conversation with the girl came roaring back, when he admitted she was the only one who could stand up to Lawrence, then leaned in and asked, "Can I count on you?" Right then, Chakola realized the truth. Mr. Magnus had picked her for this mission, and only she could pull it off. She stared her opponent down, tracking every move he made, because only total focus could keep her steady and let her snap back with counters. Clenching her fists, she realized her hands still couldn't fully shake off that sharp little fear. Lawrence swung again and again, but she slipped every blow with razor timing, until the boy finally snapped into action and unleashed the skill, Cutting Fang. Suddenly, the girl shot up her right hand, and it erupted in blinding light, uncovering a power no one saw coming, leaving her opponent reeling in shock. Laughing, Chakola unleashed her lightning skill and charged straight at Lawrence. She juked his sword like it was nothing. Then the next instant, he snapped back with a brutal kick. Annoying her just enough, he unleashed Force Strike, then slammed his weapon forward, right when Chakola's scream cut off and a deadly silence fell. Magnus finally stepped in to break the duel. She fired him off a heartfelt thank you for saving her, even swearing she'd give her whole life to him. But all he answered with a tight, restrained scold. She was acting too much, and she'd better stop trying to impress everyone and start fighting smarter and safer. He told her to lock in on defense, and right then he started weaving supportive spells for her. Boom! Fresh power detonated inside her, turning every move into something faster, sharper, and way more confident. And she grinned because she could feel her master's care and affection humming through those charms. At that instant, Lawrence didn't fall behind. His sword erupted in blazing flames, and when Magnus caught that blazing gleam, he swore he was staring at a real flash of steel. To pull this off, you need level 27, but the guard is stuck with only 23. And then comes his shocking, supposedly still impossible ability that instantly blows minds and leaves everyone hooked. At that moment, Lawrence exploded from his spot and tore across the ground toward Chocolate, blade blazing like a spark from hell. But she didn't flinch. She met every hit with the steady calm of someone who had truly felt Magnus's love. Chocolate barreled into the guard with a brutal attack, summoning her supernatural power on pure instinct. Because in her mind, there was only one rule: she couldn't lose. Her foe buckled under the force, got slammed aside, and blood spilled from his mouth. The girl stood tall and declared it like a victory trumpet. She did it, she won, and she radiated pure composure, top-tier excellence, and that unstoppable glow of beautiful youth. She was so sure she'd won that she rushed to the fallen opponent, convinced the duel was done, and when she thrust her blade out, she declared with full certainty that this victory was the servant's. The main character praised her for the amazing work, and when she replied, she lit up with a smile, because she said she'd pulled off everything only because he backed her the whole way. Magnus threw out a sincere apology, admitting they'd handled things with him way too harshly, yet the man snapped back through clenched teeth. If this whole thing was only to keep order in Kai, then yeah, they were the real monsters, and if he was set up, then outrage was the only fair response. Lauren realized this wasn't even a challenge for him, it was a total, unmistakable failure. Relief and gratitude washed over the hero as he heard the truth. So all that planning wasn't for nothing. With a grin, he said, "If I really wanted to grab you, I'd have needed a whole flotilla to box you in properly." Lawrence narrowed his eyes in confusion and demanded to know what exact scheme Magnus was cooking up. But Magnus only smirked and warned him not to slap the word conspiracy on it like he was some villain. He was just trying to give him good advice. The hero surged forward and shouted, "If you want to stop them, don't stall. They're seconds from the siren, so run after them right now." Magnus flashed a grin and said he couldn't wait, then hit "Sleep 2," and the opponent collapsed into a heavy, instant slumber. Later, the main character ended up on a ship, and Barbas lit up, bragging that their vessel was a real treasure. Arya only smiled, because this was exactly what you'd expect from Concordia, the top trading company in the game. And through every step of the trip, Petro kept showing up to help in ways that genuinely mattered. The girl leaned in and demanded whether the siren's divine spirit truly lived on Andalive. Magnus answered without hesitation, "It guards the grave of the southern king of pirates." Chocolate saw the courage in her and still asked, "Tell me, how often do divine beings do something like this?" The boy snapped back that, out of every spirit out there, sirens are the closest to humans. And this one? She was head over heels for the king himself. Arya figured that this, only this, was what pinned her to her beloved's grave for centuries, where she kept his memory alive without ever tiring. And Chakala couldn't help grinning, because that kind of devotion was straight-up heartbreakingly romantic. Marcus threw out a heartfelt apology for smashing their dreams, but the moment they set off toward the island, a massive battle was waiting right around the corner, while the girls just flashed confident smiles, because they knew everything and were already locked in for the fight to come. Peter's tale about how his ship got seized in Cagliostro hit the main character like a punch in the chest. And suddenly everything made sense. He could feel the tension in the local security, so he knew the eastern port wouldn't be a walk in the park. And yeah, that's exactly what he'd expected. With a proud grin, he declared that his ship, the Sea Eagle, was sitting right at the western harbor, his fleet's prized gem, and he was ready to let it sail for whoever needed it. The main character demanded, "Are you really sure about this?" Because right then, they weren't just suspects anymore. They were treated like criminals. So the smart move was simple: stay clear of trouble until their names got wiped clean. When Peter shot back, he said that if they ever dragged him in for questioning, he'd tell them Magnus stormed his ship by force. Then he just grinned, like he'd happily take that offer. Barbas stared in shock at the main character. How on earth could he stay so carefree while fleets of Cagliostro ships hunted them down? And yet everyone still marked him as a dangerous fugitive. Arya remembered this, Right there on Barembo Island, a wanted poster with Magnus's face was already up, plain as day. And since the island was so small, the locals hadn't caught on or gotten wary yet. The hero then demanded better ship control, and said the Sea Bell of Winds was the key to honing it. With this, they can stay safely out of reach of the Caliostale fleet and still track every move it makes. Right then, one of the crew shot up the mast like a pro, eyes cutting across the horizon around Idusima, and when he finally saw it, he blared that land was ahead, the island of Andals, Kara. That surprise hit him like a punch. Panic surged right up, and he blurted at the top of his lungs that an entire fleet was waiting just up ahead. First, a crew member shouted that there were 20 ships, but when he stared closer, his eyes widened, because it wasn't 20 at all. It was over 50. Arya practically sparkled with excitement and blurted out what was going on, and the main character just smiled and said, at least in his mind, it had to be a fleet Cusio had set up. The girl blurted in shock, "Why are you so calm?" The boy only shrugged and admitted he'd already kind of seen this coming, though, yeah, there were way more people here than he'd expected. The main character leaned in and made it clear to Peter and Lawrence, straight shot to the island of Andals. Chocolate admitted she finally got why he was itching to push Lawrence into chasing his fleet, and Magnus only smirked, confirming that was exactly the move he wanted. He didn't do it on a whim. He was dead certain this info would blow up, reaching Kyojo and plenty more. Caliostalu's Oceanic Police, just like the Concord Corporation, runs on iron discipline and a spotless chain of command. But even in a system that tight, spies are probably hiding in the shadows. Magnus had zero doubts. Anyone who refused to hand over the Pirate King's treasures to some stranger was going to block them. Arya just smirked and said cryptically that everyone had been playing his game by his rules for ages. Barbas stared ahead and swore 2 battle fleets had just smashed together, one hauling in with the Janab Company, and the other flying a flag he'd never seen before. The hero clocked it instantly. This wasn't just any beast. It felt like a divine siren spirit, trident in hand, and back in his own fleet, QGOS, there was no mistaking it. Arya froze from shock, and she couldn't hold back. She blurted out whether Genamp had tried to mess with them. Shokola snapped back instantly that Gorma was a snake, and he wouldn't sit around waiting for her apology. The hero remembered what the encyclopedia said. Multiple groups would try to stop them from grabbing the treasure, yet somehow only 2 had actually tracked them down and made it here. Magnus realized real power isn't just muscle, it's how you hunt for intel, choose your move, and strike when it matters, backed by will, influence, and wealth strong enough to command a whole fleet. He's convinced moments like this are rare, almost non-existent, in the whole world, and it only drives home how insanely powerful QGO really is. And with total confidence, he declared that the fleet he'd prepared didn't just meet expectations, it blew them out of the water. Magnus, Arya, and Barbara snapped their eyes to a girl who strode up with total confidence in a small boat, flanked by 2 men rowing right behind her. His eyes locked onto the white flag whipping on their boat, and the man demanded, "What now?" The main character snapped back, "Let them aboard. I want to hear their story." Then, out of nowhere, a girl stepped in front of him and claimed she was Alice from Loxon, and Magnus instantly clocked it as a shell company with a fake name. But the sheer nerve of her audacious entrance still left him impressed. The main character closed the distance with a warm smile, beaming like he genuinely loved the meeting, then leaned in and asked what on earth brought that massive armada to their doorstep. Magnus confessed they'd only touched the island of Andella for a blink, and the moment he said it, the girl smirked, like she could see through him, and snapped that he wasn't fooling anyone, calling him the wanted Mr. Magnus. Alice said any decent company would jump to help the ocean police of Caliostale, and the guys nodded along, fully agreeing. The girl shot back that their numerical edge can't be denied. If they drop their fight right now, they can dodge this useless hostility and keep blood off the waters of Caillou. After Alice begged him to act wisely, the main character thanked her for worrying, then shot back with full confidence. He was absolutely setting off for that island. Magnus shot her a warning. If they dared to block his path, he'd smash through by force, calling her Miss Nevis, no, Scar of Nebula. Turns out the girl was Kidju herself, a level 21 sorceress who secretly teamed up with Kidju through Kaju, and she even ended up being the real killer of the Syntonic Company's leader, while the blame was cleverly shoved onto him. The main character demanded she come back and spill every detail about Kiju, then pressed if he was here right now. Jum, already simmering with rage, snapped that Kiju even knows about the master. Magnus swore he'll do everything to dodge bloodshed, but if anyone steps in his path, they'd better not dream of mercy. Honestly, he admitted it straight, he can't just hand them over, because Kiju is packed with ships. Alice couldn't stop asking whether he really wanted to throw down, or if he'd choke on regret later, and Magnus only shrugged it off with the cold truth. Those were his own words. They slipped back to their hideout, and the whole crew, plus the girl, huddled up to plan the next move, while Chikola, trembling, finally blurted, "Why can't you just let me go?" The main characters didn't sugarcoat it. Villains were already converging here, and they had zero reason or appetite for turning into monsters who massacre people the way their enemies do. Magnus realized that if they were so desperate to play with fire, then he'd have to torch them, burn everything down to the ground. Out of nowhere, enemy ships slammed back into view, refusing to back down, and the main character clenched their resolve. This was it. The battle was about to ignite. Arya demanded to know if he truly meant to stop their ships with the bell, and he admitted he'd been trying to do it for ages. But before they could get any answers, Chakala burst in and snapped, "So why aren't the ships stopped yet?" Rumor says the enemy snatched a sea breeze bell too, one that can shut down Captain Manon's bell power. So while the battle raged, they were already studying every move and setting up for this exact clash. The hero snapped that stopping them right at the start was pointless, and when Tricola shot him a doubtful look, he told her to picture this. What if just 20 people had the nerve to charge the fortress? Magnus snapped that this wasn't about speed, it was about making it faster, and then he slipped on the Marion bracelet. The glow flared in his palm as the ship roared forward, slicing through the water like a blade. Chocolate couldn't stop wondering if this wild power was really meant for Mr. Mari, because Arya admitted she knew about the plan, but she definitely didn't see things flipping this fast, and the rest of the team froze in shock at the sudden twist. Right then, one of the men stormed up to the main character and declared, with triumph, that the water golem was finally finished. He'd named it a Merid, and inside the vase, a raging, powerful water dragon swirled to life. Magnus had to admit it, when he measured his strength against the sea elements, pure horror crawled up his spine. He thanked Preserve, grinning that with him along, the trip to Casio would be lightning fast. According to Berserf, this bracelet gives you control over it. Just set the Merit beneath the ship, and it'll blast through the water at an unheard-of speed. The main character roared that they'd crack through for sure, and the ship started prying open a path. Then, out of nowhere, a brutal attack erupted from the rear. Magnus shot a glance at Kadia and Selena and declared, "All right, now it's your turn to move." The girl said, with zero hesitation, that she'd earn his trust back and pull out every stop to repay him for saving her life. With her luxurious long hair falling forward, the girl bowed and prayed. "The Lord declares it, your shield will be unbreakable against every arrow, and a protective wall will rise around the ship." Right then, the enemies kept pounding the ship, desperate to smash through its defenses. Gorma stared at it, puzzled why their arrows wouldn't land, then snapped, "Back at it," and drove the assault forward with fresh, brutal force. Without so much as a pause, the main character barked orders to his team. Then, with the second twin by his side, they started chanting like mad, setting up their synchronized strike. With their mouths set to war, they unleashed the 4th-level Radiant Flame and the 2nd-rank Lightning, blasting the ships beside them with a brutal, no-mercy hit. Hostile ships got absolutely smashed, then sank like stones. Yet right nearby, the enemy instantly snapped into action with a blinding spell of light. He didn't stop screaming that fire spell. Every time it landed, more ships caught and burned, ship after ship roaring in flames. And yeah, he even admitted that if this were just a normal naval battle, he'd have thrown in the towel without a fight. Magnus snapped, "This won't be a normal fight," then whipped his gaze to his crew and barked, "Hold on tighter, don't let the sea toss you overboard." Enemy ships were suddenly surging forward at full speed, and on the remaining vessels, murmurs spread. The attack failed, because if they charged into battle now, they'd risk colliding with their own side. The twins didn't slow down. Every swing and every spell rang truer, like their confidence was sharpening by the second. Then one of them snapped his head to the girl and blurted a weird question. "What is Vita?" The whole crew went dead still, staring, stunned, with no clue what was about to happen. Their enemies shook with terror, fully convinced they'd never beat Magnus and his team, because, in their eyes, Magnus's crew looked like real monsters. In that instant, the main character froze. Something he couldn't even name sparked inside him. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he said, "Finally, our paths have crossed." When Magnus heard the enemy admit he'd won, Magnus shot back, hearing him demand he free his accomplices. Magnus just smiled, stunned by the unexpected kindness, and with a sharp little smirk called him Kuzia. Then he shot back that maybe people should call him Polly from the Zill Company, while Polly stood there with his hands up, staring straight at him. The boy flat out denies being the Pirate King's kin, but he's dead set on one truth. If he can't pull it off, nobody will. Those words cling to him from childhood. His grandfather spoke them first, and now they haunt him like a curse, never giving him a single quiet moment. Under the Zill Company's director, the crew shoved off from Anail Island until a brutal storm crashed the voyage to pieces, and when they finally snapped back to reality, they were stranded on the shore of a mysterious island. A siren slid onto his path, eyes heavy with sorrow, and she told him straight up, only he could stop the disaster. 3 weeks dragged by before the savior finally showed up, and somehow they only made it through because the siren's mercy kept them alive. Those days are still the happiest in his whole life. Polly fell for her with total unconditional sincerity, like a wide-eyed kid who never learned to hide his feelings. Down in the southern seas, people whisper about a pirate king who vanished, leaving behind 3 unbelievable treasures and a coded secret that got handed down from generation to generation. Sacred relics guard the ocean spirits, standing watch for the one fated to claim the throne, while the siren spills her love for the second time, only to realize her heart has to wait, and that wait won't ever end. Polly kept yearning for love, while his dream of becoming an heir stayed locked, because the Pirate King's blood simply didn't flow in his veins. But then it hit him at last. His grandfather's lesson wasn't a fairy tale. Only the Pirate King himself can clear the path for everyone else, and no one else can. Deep down, the boy treated her like a priceless treasure, and he'd charge into battle like a lion, even with everyone around him mocking him, because he'd gladly stake his own life on her. Polly pressed Magnus on how he knew she was Cujo, and Magnus only smirked, barely at all, saying he just guessed, because honestly, it wasn't that hard. With one sharp move at the company's board meeting, Polly outplayed everyone, and the encyclopedia instantly clocked him as a threat, flooding him with a mountain of valuable intel. Snagging the Cujo gang and dumping them straight in Cagliostro's hands was ridiculously easy, like 2 + 2. And then they let Lawrence trail behind, so Cujo would finally show up himself to find out what happened. Polly pitched a bet, even though he admitted the moment couldn't be worse, and Magnus nodded like it was totally doable. Then the boy shot him a grateful look for backing him. Cujo throws his hands up, admits defeat, and surrenders without conditions, ready to spill any testimony he has, because that's the quickest route. Then he turns to the main character and asks, "Can you get back to hunting the Demon King fast?" He shot him a suspicious look, pressed his palm to his forehead, and demanded what he wanted in return. But the young man just waved it off like it was nothing. Polly practically declared, "I'll take every single mistake the whole team made," then made it crystal clear his subordinates were just doing what they were told, so the blame had to land on him alone, and he pressed everyone in the room. Do you agree to accept that? The main character clocked the newcomer's weird vibe right away, then shot him a question. Why did this team matter so much to him? Pablo caught the lesson his grandfather hammered in. Never show mercy to enemies and monsters, but never ever betray the comrades who stand beside you. That's the real pirate way. And when Magnus heard it, surprise hit hard, because turns out even villains got a conscience. Nebula shot straight at him, begging him not to throw himself away for them. Then Polly cut in, fierce and certain. They'd never be allowed to slip out. And he pointed out that a whole trail of crimes had been dogging them, so he figured they should count themselves lucky they vanished clean, with no trace at all. Yet the girl snapped back, saying old wrongs weren't a free pass to demand sacrifices like that, and he just nodded, letting her be right. A jolt ripped through the ship, like the world just snapped into motion. Out on deck, everyone froze and stared hard at the horizon, as a massive sea serpent surged up out of the waves. A deadly pallor spread across their faces, every nerve screaming in panic. They leaned close and hissed for each other to look. Right in front of them, a real water dragon had surfaced. Then it hit everyone at once. 8 water dragons were circling, hiding just out of sight, and pure alarm snapped through the crowd, because the sight was downright terrifying. Shocked out of her breath, Nebula blurted, "I can't believe this. Right in front of me are water dragons. 8 legendary ones, all at once." The main character snapped back that it was the demonic general's doing. Right then, he was lurking nearby, biding his time for the perfect opening to strike hard and wipe them out fast. Nebula's jaw dropped as he blurted out about that demonic general. Polly's face went pale, and she asked if he was really close, and Magnus quickly nodded, saying even the siren couldn't stand up to the one from the Kai. The hero told everyone he'd pack the siren in a monster crowd, then snap her up the second her last ounce of strength finally runs out. Magnus realized the main target was always him, and nobody was supposed to get in the way. So with the boot's magic and the demon general's sword in hand, he launched into the sky like a comet. In his head, the hero wrestled with one brutal question. Was it worth keeping the ships untouched? But the second he thought that through, he realized, if he did, he'd have to stand against them alone. Right when he reached the spot, he snapped off a level 4 lightning spell, and before the shock even faded, he blasted forward and lunged at a Class C sea serpent, making it howl in raw pain. Out of nowhere, a bunch of bass clients swarmed him and attacked, at this height too. He clamped his fists tight, furious that they'd reached him, 1 inch higher, and the moment to use lightning would be gone. The staff slipped right out of his grip again, then he snapped into action and threw spells, fast. The moment they hit, everything shifted. His speed and stability indicators spiked upward. The main character tore into the battle without a second thought, striking down each sea serpent one by one. Then suddenly, he was staring one of them straight in the face. So in the ring, those snakes formed. The water erupted out of nowhere, boiling as it shot upward and reshaped itself into a towering mountain. Armed with encyclopedic facts, the main character snapped, "The real enemy is right in the middle, waiting to strike." Before everyone, a creature loomed. Turned out to be a 17th level dragon, a colossal, octopus-like nightmare, with every tentacle wrapped around its own dragon head, and pure shock hit everyone like a wave. Without even a second to breathe, he lunged straight at the giant monster and crashed into it, driving all his strength into one brutal strike aimed at its head. Then, right on cue, that familiar spell echoed through the air. The creature's roar answered, but right then a harsh noise snapped from behind Magnus. He spun around and caught sight of Lawrence and Polly sprinting over to help, their fire spells bursting to life in blazing, roaring flames. Shards screamed through the air, slamming toward the monster's grotesque heads, and the protagonist's smirk said it all. His bait plan with Droka, to lure General Mackay out where he could be seen, had worked perfectly. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was stepping in to finish it all himself. He never saw help coming. His whole life trained him to count on himself alone. So when someone stepped in, the kindness hit him like a shock, and embarrassment burned hot until his cheeks flushed. Everyone aboard the ships charged straight into the decisive battle with the monster, and as brutal curses crashed through the air, Shokali tore past the chaos, sprinting right through one of the heads to hit the main target. Her speed skyrocketed, and it felt like fire swallowed her whole body. She shot forward like lightning, aimed straight at Draken's eye, and smashed him with a hard, direct punch. That sudden hit on the enemy shocked everyone, and left them genuinely impressed. But the main character couldn't help thinking, with a sharp irony, "I never asked for help, so do you really want to push me into rage?" In the next heartbeat, Magnus lunged at his opponent and unleashed a brand new spell, Ice Quartet blazing in his left hand, and a far deadlier Stone Quartet pounding in his right. Clenching his fists, he slams forward, and the blow instantly spits a tiny vortex swirling across the dragon's body. Meanwhile, the main character's team kept a hawk's eye on everything as it unfolded, Arya practically bursting with excitement as she pointed right at them because the monster was trapped in an ice block. Turns out the main character sealed his fate with a wild magic combo, Ice Mushroom. As soon as everyone saw the enemy finally go down, the battlefield exploded with roaring cheers, and the warriors couldn't stop buzzing about their unforgettable win. Right then, Eziel's head, Alice, stared through her telescopic crystal as everything unfolded. Bam! A level 37 monster stood before them, and Alice let out a breath of relief because Polly was still alive. Then, out of nowhere, the ball dropped to the floor and rolled off, gone. The girl snapped in pure indignation that none of it was funny at all, until her eyes locked on something weird. In Magnus's presence, her eyes weren't lit up by beating Draken alone. They burned with real appreciation for her comrade's support. And even though his help was huge, she couldn't shake the question, did Magnus truly have the right to look down on anyone like he was superior? Alice can't shake General McKay's warning to stay sharp around the main character. Now her thoughts crank up the tension as she wonders, what monster of a surprise is coming next? Her eyes stayed glued to the sphere showing Magnus, and one question wouldn't shut up in her head. How much longer could this breathtaking show go on? After some time, Kelly Astall slammed down the verdict for the main character, along with Polly, and it was a victory. His escape from Lawrence was ruled self-defense, so the court declared no guilt. Polly finally cracked and admitted every crime from the past few years, every one he'd been found guilty of. And then they spared him from jail, but only on a brutal leash. Lawrence, or Polly himself, had to stay by his side at all times until the very end of the set term. The court just wrapped up, and Polly yanked every company's leader into the room. Then she pitched a bold alliance, pushing everyone to team up and help the main character reach their biggest goal. The royal proof that traced the pirate's lineage was handed over to the brothers, Felix's crew, and especially Lawrence. And it turned out he was the most perfect heir for the job. Lawrence didn't hesitate. He handed over every shred of evidence, and with Polly's incredible charisma in the lead, the meeting slid by smoothly, no bumps at all. Just days ago, he was jamming sticks into the main character's wheels, but now he's standing right there fighting alongside him, and somehow he's proven to be an unexpectedly rock-solid ally. 100 years have crawled by since the Pirate King died, and now, just for a moment, chaos has snapped back together and rallied its forces again. After days of non-stop travel, the crew finally hit the island of Anley, and there it was, a temple rising from the sea. Arya clocked it instantly. A whole month had slipped by since they shattered that dragon. Magnus nodded, saying the time had been brutal, but somehow they still pulled together everything they needed. Arya couldn't help but wonder if the company's workers truly hauled in all that gold on time, and the boy shot back with the king's take. In his eyes, the real pirate power is knowing how to rally people under your flag. Chakola admitted she was about to meet the Holy Spirit for the first time, and Arya let out a small chuckle like, same as everyone else. But that news instantly tightened the air and made Polly and Lawrence look on edge. At long last, after that brutal journey, they finally stumbled into the perfect spot. Right in front of them loomed a cave, and up in the ceiling, multiple openings spilled bright sunlight down like blades. Polly stepped forward and demanded, in a tight tone, that Serena come see Fukand. Then she finally showed up, pointed out that all that formal stuff wasn't needed, and added that way too much time had gone by since they last saw each other. Serena smiled softly at him, and for a second Polly couldn't even process what she was seeing. Then real warmth lit up his face. With emotion cracking through his words, he admitted it was a true honor for him to be mentioned by her. The spirit said, "Of course you remember me. You never forget anything, not even since the dawn of time." And when the boy heard that, his smile lit up, and pure joy flooded his face. The main character mused that memorizing the entire history of the world isn't just hard, it's basically impossible for ordinary folks. Polly said she'd be glad to talk to him, but first he had to clear one thing up. He claimed he'd brought 2 people who wanted to speak with her, and Magnus just sat there thinking he'd never seen anyone come this prepared. Serena said with total confidence that she knew everything, then dropped the bombshell. "The heir of Anil is finally here." Chocula blinked and asked if Anil was just some island, and Magnus immediately cut in. "Nope, that's the pirate king's name." The girl begged the heir to open up to her, and Lawrence didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and agreed right away. He introduced himself to her, and that mysterious spirit smirked and said she really was tangled up with an heir, then added that this young man, unlike Onley, was way more attractive. Hearing that, the boy bowed politely and thanked her. The lilacs seemed to whisper that the Holy Spirit had been waiting ages for his grand arrival, and that their long-held wish finally burst into reality. But Lawrence just stood there, showing not a single trace of emotion. In the blink of an eye, he admitted he had no idea if he was the real heir they were hunting, because wealth meant nothing to him. The siren insisted there was nothing to fear. She only needed to watch a powerful personality rise, or see her descendants unite, and then her ambitions would be completely crushed. The spirit grinned and said, "This is the heir we've been waiting for all along." The young man froze, then steadied himself and answered with dignity, like, "Then I'm honored beyond measure." The siren spun back at him and demanded it. Now was the moment to claim the heir title to Onley and to stare her down without blinking. The spirit snapped his staff toward him and barked, "Take it all!" And the shock hit so hard his jaw nearly fell off. Right in front of him sat the Pirate King's diary, his legendary legacy, and the sword that can unleash the power of a tsunami, 3 marks that screamed, "This is the real ruler." Lawrence swept up his things, squared his shoulders, and declared it with iron confidence. The diary's secrets, paired with the sword's power, will shield Kadzo. The siren couldn't help but wonder what he was waiting for anymore, because the Pirate King's legacy had finally passed into his hands. With the king's inheritance finally in his grasp, he declared he wanted to hand it straight to the Holy Spirit, and when she heard that, shock hit her so hard she couldn't stop herself from asking again. A barely there smile crept onto his face as he whispered, "This will be a memory of the Pirate King." And she matched his sincerity, soft, grateful words, like she truly understood every single thing he meant. Right then, Polly's mind snapped back to the rumors. If an heir ever showed up, she'd be bound to love him with the same wild devotion as the Pirate King, and despair washed over the boy's face in a single beat. What the young man blurted out made the siren snap with real shock. Then she burst into laughter, telling him it was all just the writer's make-believe. But the young man wouldn't back off. He pressed again, demanding to know if there was truly not a single grain of truth in it. The Holy Spirit gently scratched her chin, then made it crystal clear from the start. She wasn't even remotely the kind of love Onley had. The main character blurted in shock, "Is this really true?" Because a story like that could birth a real legend. Then Polly, unable to hold back her curiosity, demanded, "So tell me, why did you trust me to guard your grave?" The siren locked eyes with him and told him he'd become like a son to her. Those words hit the boy like lightning. One day, just like Polly, the Holy Spirit spilled the story of how, after that accident, she got lucky too. She somehow found Anli. Out of that terrible tragedy, only a tiny boy survived, and it became her fate to raise him until he stood there as an adult man. So yeah, after training under a teacher like that, of course he rose up and became the king of pirates. Serena couldn't help but think he was painfully self-absorbed. Why else would it feel cool for him to announce she was his beloved, instead of owning up to the truth that she was his mother? Hearing that, the Holy Spirit burst into laughter and said it all went exactly as planned. Then Paul dropped his palm to his forehead and blurted that this twist had totally stunned him. In Chocolus's eyes, that legend was hiding a breathtaking love story, until Magnus suddenly crashed in, shot his palm over her mouth, and cut her off mid-sentence. With her hands pressed to her chest and her eyes shut tight, Serena confessed, "Her love burns the same for everyone." She fired those words again, claiming every single person was exactly the same, no exceptions at all, and right after, Polly crumpled under instant disappointment. Serena insisted that none of this even comes close to what lovers truly feel, and the moment she spoke, everyone's eyes snapped to her. Arya slid into the conversation, fully backing every word. Then she confessed that the dearest person in her life is already taken, grabbed Magnus's hand tight, locked eyes with him, and demanded he treat her the exact same way. Still holding his hand and locking in that calm, watchful gaze, she told him this was true love. Then Serena only murmured back, quietly but coldly, that if that was love, she'd never had a clue what love was. Her answer hit Polly like a punch. His eyes welled up, his cheeks burned with embarrassment, and even his smile looked heartbroken and thin. He snapped his head down fast, desperate to hide the sting. Right away, Nebula stepped in to steady him, and as the rush of emotions finally ebbed, the sorrow drained away with it. Right before the final showdown with General Mondimon, Lawrence stared at Chocola and admitted it. She was far stronger than him, so she had to be the one to wield the sword of tsunami, and the brutal honesty of it hit Chocola hard. He finally confessed how his stomach dropped the second she charged the dragon with fearless confidence, and how his sword was built only for fighting people, not monsters. That's why he's begging her to grab the sword, and she cautiously lifts the blade into her hands, even as pure confusion stares right back from her eyes. Chocola questioned whether Barrack truly built his lair underwater on a sunken ship. Then Barrack snapped back, telling him that every monster he commands and every person he controls is powered from right there, aided by a traitor. The main character said, with total confidence, that this whole operation had been plotted to take Kajo out for good. Lawrence nodded like he got it instantly, then pushed. "Wait, are we really right under him?" Magnus leaned in and demanded to know if Chocola had truly mastered swordplay, because everyone's hopes were riding on her. She grinned and swore she'd been training hard every day. Then she turned back toward the sea, commanding it to part and make room for them. In a blink, the girl swung her sword, and it carved through the water, slicing the surface open and blasting out rings of waves. This was the sword's first trick, the first technique of the tsunami. Suddenly, straight out of the depths, a wrecked, sunken ship burst into view, massive, battered by time and storm, and the heroes, hearts pounding, went stone still on their own deck, trapped in the dread of not knowing what would surface next. Barrack, the sea demon's terrifying general, finally snapped and admitted it. Magnus had actually earned his respect. He hailed him as a great sorcerer, and honestly, why wouldn't he? Magnus had already crushed 2 of Barrack's comrades. As he sat there thinking, the hero remembered what the Book of the World said. This spirit's power was a level 40, just like Durbanvant. Even if his opponent swings a tsunami sword to heal the land and steal his natural edge, he can't drop his guard for a second. The main character leaned in and told Chocola that he's pure cunning, loves dirty tricks, and he'll strike without warning. Chocola only nodded like, "Got it," staying razor alert. Lawrence clocked the warning, nodded, and demanded one thing: when trouble hits, don't freeze. Grab your chance to survive and leave him in the dust." The hero yanked out his gladius and shouted that his time under the stars had finally arrived. Right then, Barrack went into full panic mode, screamed for everyone to come out, and labeled them all as villains. Magnus slapped the panic out of everyone's heads, saying he already had the plan covered. He was charting the route before anyone could worry. Then, with the gem of the Celestial Kingdom, the lightning spark in hand, he blasted out a brutal territory expansion spell, Thunder 4. Because he had no spell ready for the final blow, so his arsenal was missing the one thing he needed. He got pushed into using this technique instead, and his lightning-fast strikes, just like the last ones, still zapped Brack and dealt him damage. The main character hurled the spell back again, locking onto the enemy. Then a blazing Thunder 4 bolt slammed straight into Barrack. Suddenly, he erupted into wild laughter, blurting out nonsense, then slammed out, "Picture this! He got hit by lightning!" At that exact moment, Magnus shot a nod to Chocola and Lawrence, telling them to start, and they cut in fast. "Don't worry, we'll handle it." Barrack leaned in, studying Chocula, and swore the blade was alive, packed with a siren spirit that made his breath catch. It was downright mesmerizing. While that magic hung in the air, Chahati was lying through her teeth. Then she exploded upright and sprinted in to slash at him. Right then, when Lawrence lunged from below, the monster sprang the trap, flanked him from both sides. With a cruel sneer, it spat that its minions were pathetic cowards, snapped them to the front, and ordered them to properly greet the unwelcome guests. Behind the barricade, an army surged forward, and right beside him stood the villain Karak. He blasted that they'd just faced the elite of piracy, the boldest killers on every sea, and then barked orders, loot, slaughter, and tear everything down without mercy. He even declared that every ocean in the world was theirs from this moment on, and the crowd froze in pure shock. Barrack stepped forward again, declared this crew the real pirates among pirates, barked out orders, and reminded them every single sea is theirs alone. And his signature talent is a pirate battle song that supercharges every crew member's stats, except strength and speed. Mulling over what the pirate battle song really meant, the main character watched every skeleton slam into level 20 in just 5 minutes. Then, without meaning to, he shot a mental order to Chocola and Lawrence to hold the line. The sinister demonic general snarled an order for them to die. Then his crushing blow slammed Chocula aside, and in that split second, Magnus hit her memory like a thunderclap. Staring into the distance, she saw it. Gladius had been beaten down by Barrack's men, and dread slammed into her chest because she had no clue where her mentor had gone. The girl blurted his name right away and bolted straight toward where he was meant to be, and Barrett came roaring after her, yelling what she thought she was doing, because there was no way he was letting her slip out of his grasp. Tears sparkled in Chocoladka's eyes as she confessed, "If my sacrifice can drag salvation and joy back to my beloved master, then my death, I'm not scared at all." Without a single glance back, the girl sprinted straight ahead and closed in on Gladius. Then Barrack slammed forward right behind her, his sword blade nearly kissing her neck. Right then, the monster snapped off a spell, Thunder 4, and electricity ripped through the air, while Chaka's shock hit so hard he froze on the spot. She spun around, and there he was, the demonic general twisted in raw agony after a surprise hit, howling like he'd been ripped open, and the girl froze so hard her mouth fell open before she could even breathe, scanning through the choking smoke like, "Come on, let me see something." The moment she spotted the main character, she blurted his name and practically melted with relief. Then he snapped back, stern as thunder, that she didn't need tears right now. Stay sharp and don't charge head first into self-sacrifice. Magnus started tearing into her because he'd seen this coming for ages. After all, she'd already pulled the same dirty move in the Pyramid of Ramses. With his hands planted on his hips, the hero demanded she picture just how terrified he felt right then. Chocola answered with nothing but tears, confessing her deepest regrets for everything she'd done. Magnus shot a serious look and admitted it. He's still just human, and he knows how easily mistakes slip in, the kind he's made before. Human nature drives one relentless urge to learn, because when you stop repeating your mistakes, you level up fast. And this is exactly why he managed to save her this time. But the worry gnawed at him. Are servants truly cursed to never move forward? And is she destined to trip over the same mistakes again and again? The girl clasped her hands in front of her, wiped away any defiance on the spot. She swore she'd study hard, genuinely regretted everything, and begged him to let her stay right by his side. Then the main character demanded to know if she really made that promise to him, and the girl nodded, saying she'd do anything, if he ordered it. He just blinked, scratched his head, and laughed like, "Wow, you're really the useless one, huh?" Magnus flashed a soft smile and told her it was an order, no questions. Chocola swallowed hard and admitted his servant had etched this very behavior into his heart forever. She spun toward Barak, clocking that the pirate battle song was already dying out. This wasn't the time to stall, it was time to end it, and determination burned bright in her answer as she backed the plan. The hero threw his arms wide again, like his whole body had caught fire, while lightning whipped around him, furious and bright. In his left hand, Thunderhold 4 was locked tight, and his right hand stayed completely the same. At that very moment, Chocola shot up to Barak and snapped his bony head with a sharp swing of her beak. Then she whirled on Magnus, barking orders for him to move, and Barak immediately cheered her on, calling her a brave one. The demonic lord screamed in pure despair, knowing his end was unavoidable, and the next second his body started to crumble into thin air, while the main character stared, locked in, watching every single moment. After all the dust settled, the enemy was nothing more than a dent in the ground. Lawrence snapped his head up, shocked, and asked if this really counted as a win. Magnus just smirked, like, "Yeah, you could call it a triumph." And the young man let out a shaky breath, finally relieved that it was over for good. Right then, ZZ-12's boss, Alice, kept staring at them through the magic sphere, eyes locked on every move. A small grin snapped onto her face when she realized he'd even beaten Barrack. Honestly, people are always this unpredictable, and it's downright fascinating. The daughter of the Pirate Trading Guild's boss had met every type of person out there, but nothing ever shook her, because every new face felt dull, predictable, and déjà vu all over again. Monsters always pulled her in more than people, and the second Barrack threw his proposal at her, her focus snapped into place, because the power in her hands only worked if she kept control of Kajo, never letting slip anything about the alliance of the heirs of the Pirate King. Her look started to shift, those curls deepened into something darker, instantly more mysterious, while at the very same time, a plan was already cooking in her mind. Turn Barrack's defeat into her opening and snatch his power. As Eliza's cloak whipped up into the sky, wings burst out behind her, wild as a dragon's, and she grinned like, "Yeah, ruling humanity sounds delicious." But first, she was absolutely going to enjoy herself too. Then she leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to that spellbinding orb. Polly beamed and waved at everyone, telling them, yeah, this was exactly how she'd wound up in Kaliostal, and when the main character demanded what happened to him, she just shrugged and said she was sure he already knew this place didn't fit him. Magnus shot a question. Was he trying to dodge that death sentence? Polly snapped back that if he pledged his whole life to Kajo, they'd spare him, and with everything collapsing, he'd basically run out of options. Spreading his arms wide, he claimed this was only the first reason, so the main character shot back. All right, what's the second? Polly told everyone that the most important person in his life admitted she didn't like him at all, then shrugged him off as just a kid. And still, Polly decided to fight for the country that had stolen her heart. Even though he wasn't totally sure, the main character insisted that kids grow up the moment they try to copy adults, just by giving it a shot. Then the boy grinned and said, yeah, I never found any other way. Magnus felt it in his bones. This wasn't his usual world, but he wasn't a stranger here either. He'd already seen every pirate and slave trader trick up close, and the only thing that made his head spin was picturing Paul Lawrence standing shoulder to shoulder with the Allies. After some time, the heads of the Alliance's divisions finally all gathered, and Peter leaned in to congratulate the main hero for crushing the demon general. Everyone else exhaled with relief, no more demon nightmares, and they wasted no time thanking him. With a soft, bright smile, Magnus waved off the thanks like it meant nothing. Everything they'd achieved was only possible because of their support, and he'd stay forever in the Cobalt Company's debt. Because Anna trusted him, he could do anything, so he leaned in and hit her with a curveball question. "What are you two really talking about?" Lost in a flood of old memories, she grinned and admitted the truth. He was the one who saved her, together with Arya. Peter snapped his gaze to the other leaders, demanding their take on the chaos, and at the same time he threw out an offer. Magnus would get an honorary title as the promised victor of the Demon Lord. Hannah nodded like she meant it, and Petro swore they'd do anything to help him, so the main character thanked everyone for backing him all the way. He spun around to the Zill Company rep and asked if they'd even go for the offer. He started off with a loud no. Then the excitement soured into doubt, and bit by bit he hesitated until he finally mumbled that maybe, just maybe, they could. Petro told the man, "You're the new rep for Company ZL, and you're Paulie's heir," then demanded he be crystal clear with everything he says. But the stranger snapped back, "I can't make those calls on my own." Peter said he wasn't the type to poke into other people's business, then immediately pressed for what was going on at the Zeal Company, and straight up asked whether their manager had somehow vanished. Tension coiled tighter and tighter as the man fidgeted and insisted she'd be back any second, while the main character stared, wondering where the traitor he'd pinned it on had vanished. Alice, the one he was sure had sold her soul to Barack. After Maria set sail with fresh hopes, some time slipped by, and Arya gazed around like she was on a real vacation. Safe now, the threats finally in the past. So, when everything settled, it was time to finally breathe, and Magnus grinned that they were here for a reason. Soak up these carefree days. For that girl, these months in Kaizu felt like a sweet little vacation. She got to stay close to the main character, and now she's lying there with her eyelids softly shut, cheeks burning with a shy blush. She said their loot was stacked with Barrack gold coins, and even an ingot pulled from the sunken ship, and Magnus nodded like, "Good, because once I'm done restoring the Gladius, I'm giving Berserf more work." Arya let out a heavy sigh, telling him that after this journey they'd step back into ordinary life and still get hit with the rare surprises. But the thought darkened her eyes for a split second. Chakla suddenly cut in, urging everyone to keep the journey together. But Arya just smiled, mysterious and calm, and politely turned him down, thanking them for the invitation. And that curious maid wasted no time demanding to know why. She snapped back that it was all about the trade deal struck here after that win over Barack, and she made it clear there was still a mountain of work left to do. Even after all this time, people still need trade to survive, so the weight falls squarely on her shoulders. Because if Magnus once toppled the Demon Lord, then she'll burn through everything she's got to make sure the community never falls. Then Shokola snapped out that everything was crystal clear. This was her duty as a future bride, and the moment she said it, Magnus practically turned red with instant embarrassment. Arya, meanwhile, shot back in bitter frustration that now the trade matters were done, Shokola had somehow become nothing but a near burden, dead weight for this whole affair. She shut her eyes and swore that pride wouldn't let her become a burden on anyone, and Shokola was instantly spellbound by that kind of iron will. Those words hit her hard in the heart. Arya smiled at her, cheeks blazing, and admitted she trusted the main character, then froze, stunned to her core, because she never imagined those words would come out of Arya's mouth. She shot back right away and swore on her own life, no matter what Magnus said and how hard he told her not to, she was going to try anyway. She's willing to do anything to make sure not a single other woman even comes close to him, yet Arya just smirks, because she knows the main character inside out, and that doesn't shake her one bit. She still leans on Chakulu, and the payoff hits instantly. She hears she can trust her completely. At that exact moment, Barba snapped his attention to the main character and politely asked for just a minute. Then the main character agreed without hesitation, since everything was already done. While they talked, the girls kept buzzing with excitement, clinging to each other with sweet, tender hugs. After they moved to the mainland, the man told everyone he was planning to sneak in a short vacation, then turned to Arya and asked if she'd be cool with that idea, only for her to snap back, "Do we really hate the way they treat us that bad?" They insisted everything was fine, but Magnus couldn't shake the thought, what's the point of going back to Zill's company at all? Arya blinked, stunned, asking what he meant, while Chakola leaned in and wondered if they were somehow supposed to be merchants. Barbara watched it all unfold and knew this was exactly what you'd expect from the main guy, like he could slip past everyone and nothing could truly stick to him. Triti, Pabilis Polo Mahari, just nodded like, yeah, she got it. But then a sharper thought hit him. Maybe it wasn't him reading people at all. Maybe it was the book of the world in his hands doing the deciphering. Smiling, the man confessed he used to work for the Zill company, and when Arya clapped her hand over her mouth, it all clicked. Now she finally knew why he sounded like he knew pirates inside and out. Barbara warned him he never should have brought it up, especially not with that high position he once held, because before the duties passed to Polly, he was the one steering the illegal mess. The man leaned in and said the kid is his nephew, and that the last leader was his own brother. Shocked out of his breath, Chakala blurts it out. Then Arya, drowning in doubts, fires back, asking if he truly belongs to the owner's family, and he just nods, quick and sure, confirming it. Barbas lit up as he bragged that he idolized his father, so that's why he chose to live as a pirate. But the moment the helm of the company slipped into his brother's hands, his whole world flipped overnight. While their father ruled, they turned piracy into a bold lifestyle, openly tangled with the Callioists, and swore they'd meet death before they'd lose, so nobody ever dared call them worthless. While their older brother watched over them, they started sneaking around, tracking tiny prey and dodging every glance from Cagliostro, until it finally broke him and he left them behind. Once Alice, the one running the company, bolted, Polly stormed off to Cagliostro, because if things kept going like this, the whole firm was headed straight for a painful decline. Barbas ditched the company ages ago, but he can't stand the family business fading away, so he grabs the power again for now, holding the line until a real successor finally steps in. The man grinned and swore he'd never turn to piracy. Then Arya, thinking of her own family, told him she'd personally tell her father the whole truth, and he bowed low in thanks, admitting he was now in her debt. After a long while, the main character and his friends finally kicked back and dove into the sea to swim. Then a little hunger hit, and he instantly went, "Hey, this is perfect snack timing. Anyone hungry?" Arya blurted out that she dreams of shrimp and crab fat, all sparked by the salty whispers of the blue sea, and Magnus grinned, basically saying, "Yeah, you've got a serious seafood obsession." Mortified, the girl snapped her hands over her mouth and squeaked out a worried question, "Is it really that bad?" The young man flashed a reassuring smile and told her it was totally fine, because he loved it too. And then the two of them dug in together, savoring the most delicious soup topped with a fish steak. The main character stared at them, telling himself he'd already gotten used to seeing them in swimsuits, though every so often nostalgia still hit, and those memories dragged up the old, bashful shyness. Magnus snapped out of his spiraling thoughts and pushed the idea to head back to the shore. Arya nodded immediately, but Chakola cut in fast, saying it was still way too early to go. They both rushed back to her, asking what on earth happened, because the way she stayed unnaturally calm didn't make sense. "So everything really okay?" Tears spilled down her face as she admitted she'd lost her bra. One wild wave snatched it and threw it straight into the sea. The hero heard that and froze, then blurted out a stunned, couldn't believe it gasp. He shot straight at Chocula and demanded how something like that was even possible. But inside his head, he was already thinking, if the problem can't be seen, then you hunt it down, so breathe. calm down first." Arya snapped at the girl to stop acting like that, because Magnus hates nonsense like that. And the girl fired back fast, swearing it wasn't a joke at all. Then the boy swung his attention to Arya, clocking that she talked like everything was fine, even if, in the end, Arya still wasn't wrong. So the main character declared he'd apologize to everyone too, right then. Chukla burst up, clung to him hard, and begged under her breath, "Don't leave me alone," confessing she didn't dare show up on the shore like this and asking him for help. Magnus writhed and fought to slip free of her iron grip, and he finally confessed he couldn't do this alone, so he begged to call Arya. She didn't hesitate for a second, promised she'd back him up, and snapped at him to let the boy go because rage was burning through him. Chukla sobbed in front of him, begging him not to go, because if he left, she'd be utterly alone, with nobody to lean on. But the main character cut her off with a stone-cold warning. Stay away from him. Fed up with the delay, Arya snapped about how much longer they'd stall, then declared she was leaving by herself, right then and there. Magnus shot back, telling her to wait for him, and before she could answer, Chukla chimed in too, insisting they shouldn't rush without her. In a pitch-black cave somewhere else, an earth dragon looms as if the darkness itself has grown teeth, while on the cold stone, the chosen one of light, the chosen one of providence, the embodied spirit of courage, Ray, lies still, bloodied and brutally wounded. He's only 14, and still, he can't help staring at the wreckage in shock. How did it all get this bad? Eldor stormed out, clutching Teresa's hand. Then Teresa vanished into thin air with all her things, and Ard bolted after, scrambling to save his own skin. So I couldn't help but wonder, when did everything fall apart, right down to the second? Was it really worth charging off with a bullet at the demonic general just because I was told to? And tell me, what kind of reason could there possibly be to even listen to Eldora's orders? Looks like the screw-up was all on him. He followed orders without a single question. And now, for this deadly blunder, his own life is on the chopping block. Powerless and sprawled on the ground, he couldn't even summon the strength to move. Despair swallowed him whole, and disappointment spilled from his mouth. Ebid morteres aviceri. The monster was already closing in. Until, out of nowhere, the main character's fierce shouts tore through the distance. "Don't quit!" And in that instant, he launched himself at the enemy. Introducing himself as Mangas, the wandering martial arts master thrust his hand out toward you, like he owned the next move. Ray kept wondering if this guy was truly a martial arts master, but the answer never came. Then the main character tossed him a bottle of potion, raved about how amazing it was, and told him to take a taste for sure. He just begged not to be paraded around. Then his eyelids slammed shut, heavy as stone, and the last thing he ever remembered was Magnus exploding forward, lunging at Drake. Time drifted by until the warrior of the light ray finally snapped his eyes open, lying on a proper bed in fresh clothes, stripped clean of blood and wounds. And the first thing he did was sit up and ask, "Where am I?" When the main character realized they were standing in a hotel in Monriver, Ray's eyes lit up at what he was hearing, so he grilled the details about the location, then calmly announced it was a full 2 days' trek from there to the cave. Chokala broke it down. After all, they got to Lakshti by slipping through the city gates, and when Salima healed him, they took another gate to reach this place. When Ray heard that, he cringed and apologized on the spot, admitting he was totally lost. The hero practically pleaded for healing magic, desperate for it right now. Then, boom, the girl stepped in and helped him at once. And Vedat, yeah, that's exactly what she meant. Ray admitted, straight from the heart, that he couldn't find the right words to thank them enough, so he bowed deeply and thanked them with everything he had. Magnus just waved it off and said there was no need for thanks. The only thing that mattered was that they showed up when it counted. The guy stepped up to the main character and demanded one thing: who would pay for the hotel room? Then he braced himself with a grin, assuming the healing magic cost a fortune, and promised, straight up, to foot the bill if the main character didn't mind. Ray's hands jolted with a tremor, and he admitted he'd blown every last cent, Then the thought hit him like a slap. How was he supposed to claim his partner just ditched him with the wallet? Magnus didn't let him spiral. He promised Jay hadn't been forced. He'd helped him willingly, so Ray had nothing to fear. Ray's sharp gaze swept over the guy's way too generous smile, and it felt like a trap waiting to spring. Was there a hidden motive lurking underneath? He hated doubting people, but the last thing he wanted was to get burned like that again. Honestly, it sucked to realize the trust wasn't there anymore. Suddenly popping up, the young man declared, "I'm Ray, I'm a warrior of light," then told them how he'd set out to crush a demon general called Bullet. When Magnus came back victorious, His Majesty the Grand Duke invited him to the castle to thank him properly and return the favor. But Magnus flashed a polite smile and told them, "No thanks, I'm doing just fine." Ray bowed again, apologized for having to go, and thanked Magnus one last time. Then Magnus abruptly cut him off. The main character finally admitted to Ray that he didn't have the strength to take down the general, and Ray just stayed cool, promising she'd figure something out. Then Magnus cut in and said the plan was already locked in, and the warrior leaned forward, desperate to know what it was. Ray swallowed hard and apologized, admitting it hurt him to even talk, especially after he saved the guy's life. But then, he finally snapped the truth. He was done living by everyone else's rules. The main character leaned in, sensing the warrior's seen too much eyes, and asked carefully if he'd be willing to trade his adventures and heartbreak, but all he got was silence. The moment the boy sat on the bed, his hands started shaking for real, and that's when the story finally spilled out. Magnus snapped that his friends had stabbed him in the back, and Ray shot back that he finally gets where he's coming from. Then Magnus admitted he respects that call, because sometimes you've got to put yourself first. He wanted to ask for a favor without bossing Ray around or handing him an ultimatum, because if Ray said no, he'd drop it for good. The warrior just grinned and said he was ready to hear whatever he wanted. The main character declared he was hunting a warrior of light to join forces and crush the demon general. Then Ray shot him a suspicious look and demanded, "So you're chasing that same guy too?" Magnus slammed a hand to his chest and demanded why he hadn't joined them, and the other guy blinked in shock, asking if Magnus was actually being offered something like that. After everything clicks, he's convinced he's been following his own intentions, until the betrayal shakes the truth loose. Connie doesn't even bat an eye anymore, because she's sure of one thing: he'll end up on her side once he realizes how crucial it is to make his own choices. He hoisted the deal and shot his arm out to Magnus, saying he was in, then wheeled toward Magnus, Chacola, and asked, straight up, if he could join their team. With a huge sigh of relief, the main character grinned and told her he was glad she said that. Then they clasped hands, and the girl stood her ground, swearing that together they'd tear this demon apart. Ray spoke to him with respect, even calling him master. But Magnus snapped back right away and demanded his first name instead. The warrior then stepped in too, begging them to drop all formalities, and the main character sealed it with one clear point: no official titles are needed. The warrior paused, scratching his head as he realized he was older than the guy he was talking to, so manners had to come first. Then his partner grinned and said he could call him whatever he wanted. When Chacola confessed she was just a humble servant, the girl got nervous and squeaked that she wanted to call him Mr. Ray. Then he went even further, asking if she'd let him call her Lady Chacola. That sweet politeness left Chacola stumbling into a shy blush, and she begged to be called Malay instead, only to have the warrior crack up laughing.